Good morning. I will call the regular council meeting to order for Tuesday, February the 10th. First order of business are a couple of proclamations. First is Canada's Agriculture Day. And actually, even before that, I'm going to back it up, and I'm going to welcome our visitors into chambers, and I'm going to open with land acknowledgement. Sturgeon County recognizes that we are convening on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional homelands of Alexander and Michelle First Nation, as well as the Métis Nations of Districts 8 and 11. We are all treaty people, and we love and cherish this place that we call home and the land that provides for us. A place where our families, friends, and relations live and grow, and we commit ourselves to continually becoming better treaty people so that this place and those we love continue to thrive as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. The first proclamation is Canada's Agriculture Day. Whereas Canada Ag Day is honored on February 10th, marking its 10th anniversary and celebrating the food we enjoy and the people who produce it. And whereas agriculture is the backbone of Canada and Sturgeon County, contributing to our well-being, growth, and prosperity, with 747 farms covering more than 513,000 acres and generating $421 million in gross farm revenue. Whereas Sturgeon County is a leader in agriculture with regional leadership in turkey production and overall leadership in hen and chicken production, and for the commitment of local producers to sustainable practices that protect and improve our land and our natural resources. And whereas Sturgeon County, through its Agriculture Services Department, supports our farming and rural communities with programs such as weed control, roadside mowing, and educational workshops. Therefore, I, Alana Nachu, Mayor of Sturgeon County, do hereby proclaim February 10th, 2026 as Canada's Ag Day in Sturgeon County, and encourage everyone to recognize our hardworking farmers by enjoying healthy meals, learning where your food comes from, and sharing pride in Canadian and Sturgeon County agriculture. The second proclamation will be read into the record by Deputy Mayor Toms. Please proceed.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. Wear Red Canada Day, February 13th, 2026. Whereas heart disease is one of the main causes of death in Alberta and causes more early deaths among women in Canada than any other disease, and whereas many cases of early heart disease can be prevented by making healthy choices and learning the warning signs, which can be different for women than men, and whereas Sturgeon County is proud to provide a variety of fitness programming to help residents stay active and healthy. Therefore, I, Kristen Toms, on behalf of Alana Nachu, Mayor of Sturgeon County, do hereby proclaim February 13th, 2026 as Wear Red Canada Day in Sturgeon County. I encourage all county residents to take this day as an opportunity to learn about women's heart health and think about ways to work together in the community to prevent heart disease.
Thank you. Next order of business is the adoption of the agenda. Any additions or deletions? Go ahead, Councillor Barry.
Through the chair, I'd like to add as item 8.1, a notice of motion regarding electric vehicle charging stations, usage and revenue generation.
Thank you. We'll number that 8.1 under notice of motions. If I can have a mover to accept the agenda as amended, I'll attribute the motion to Deputy Mayor Toms and call the question. Those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda. Mr. Sopko, anything to add on the consent agenda?
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. I'll just note that there are two items proposed for approval on the consent agenda. The first being the minutes of the January 27th, 2026 regular council meeting. And secondly, item 6.1, which is a request that council refund a portion of property tax due to a fire loss in accordance with county policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. Any concerns from council members on the consent agenda? Seeing none, if I can have a carrier for those motions, go ahead, Councillor Stang. That's okay. We'll attribute the motion to Councillor Stang. We'll call the question. Those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
There's no motion, sorry.
And moving on to a 9:05 time-specific item. And this morning, we have a presentation from the town of Gibbons. We have many guests in the gallery. Up at the front table here for the presentation, we have Mayor Rick Henderson and the interim CEO, Tim Duhamel, from the town of Gibbons. Good morning and welcome, gentlemen. And good morning to the council members joining us in the gallery as well.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. Thanks for having us here. We have a short presentation to present today. Our goal is to be transparent, collaborative, and hoping to get some understanding. We are in a unique situation in the town of Gibbons, and we wanted to give you as much information as we can to give you an idea of what it actually looks like. So Mr. Duhamel here will do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If council is okay with it, I would like to present from here because, again, you may have questions, and you know, I think the questions would be for both myself and the mayor. I'd like to begin by just saying thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us in this very, very difficult time for the town of Gibbons. In the short time that I've been with Gibbons, I have to say I really appreciate the leadership of the council. They inherited a very difficult situation. They have been very patient with us as we've worked through the challenges and basically been able to kind of unravel the situation, though we're still not at the point where we have it completely unraveled. And I'll say that they've been very strong in their direction and leadership in relationship to how they want us to approach the situation. And I think most importantly, they've been very clear with us in terms of their want to be transparent about the situation, to be completely frank with all stakeholders. And that is why we're here today. This presentation isn't about blame. It's not about politics at this time. It's not about an ask, actually, even. It's really about just setting out the parameters of what we're dealing with and to ask you to reflect on this information as we start to deal with the situation over the coming months because of the process that we have to go through, the viability review and other options that we're currently looking at. Today is just about sharing information and hearing your perspectives and opening up a dialogue. And so we're here to collaborate. We're here to work together. And certainly we're here to hear your perspective because, again, it is very important to understand how you feel about the situation. And we would agree, and we can understand that there's likely frustration. There's likely anger. There's likely concern and confusion about how we got here. I will say this, that this council, we're probably the loudest voices in relationship to the concern, in relationship to Gibbons and the challenges that we've had over the last couple of years that culminated in the situation we're in. And today, again, I want to provide you with information. I want to provide you with basically truth. I want to provide you with everything that we can in relationship to put the tools in your hands that can get us to a point where we can start collaborating together and hopefully support Gibbons through this difficult situation. So again, today is about transportation, understanding collaboration. We want to share with you the financial realities of the town. The one thing I'm going to say is, and put a caveat on this, is that my team has been here for a very short time, only about 8-9 weeks now. And we've had to deal with a lot of unpacking of information, a lot of unpacking of concern, and a lot of unpacking of data that we are still questioning. And so today we're going to be able to provide you with a very good snapshot of the concerns and where we're at. But I will say this, that this is still a situation that is under serious review, investigation, and review of basically solutions. And so we don't have the solutions, but we will share with you the situation to the best of our ability today. We want to provide you with a background on research precedents for situations where this has occurred. On that, I think it's very important to note that what we have found in working with Alberta Municipal Affairs and working with some researchers and some of my colleagues, this is an unprecedented situation in not just Alberta, but across Canada. Very rarely have we seen a situation where a municipality is in a position of reviewing its ability from a viability perspective, but is actually in a position of practical insolvency and bankruptcy. And that is the significant difference that we're going to share with you today. And again, we'll do our best to kind of outline how we got here, but with a very big caveat that we're still unraveling and trying to understand how we got here. We're going to talk about our discuss options, the things that we're looking at. We have 10 strategies that we've started to develop, a couple that we're actually going to want to have your input on. But I can assure you, hopefully after today, you will see that the town of Gibbons, from an administration and both council perspective, are working incredibly hard to solve the situation internally. But you will also find, I believe, as we unpack the financial information, we have developed basically a framework that shows us that it's going to be very difficult to basically solve this problem but internally just with Gibbons' financial capacity itself. And so we're going to share that with you. But you will see that we are developing 10 very strong strategies that we believe that will get the town into a good spot eventually. We want to discuss recent requests to the county and to answer council's questions based on that, on 3 requests that we've made. And we want to provide you with an update on expedited provincial viability review, which we've been talking with the province about and we've requested some time ago. And I know that you're aware we now have gotten the order on that. We had a meeting with them just yesterday, and I'd like to provide you some updates on how that process is going to unfold. Why this conversation is necessary. The town's financial position requires immediate attention. This is a very difficult situation. I want to definitely get out today how dire the situation is. You might be surprised if you haven't been watching the open houses and things like that, how challenging the situation is. We're a bit surprised ourselves at how far this got before there was intervention of any kind. And we'd love to hear your feedback on that. I'm sure that you're frustrated with the situation, as is this council, as are we as an administration coming in. But we're going to give you a very strong indication of where we are financially today and some of the things that the province is helping with and where we see this unfolding over the coming months in terms of repair. We're going to talk about, again, precedences, the official processes required and how this directly affects the county. And again, I can't stress this enough. We're not here for demands. We're not here for asks necessarily. We're here to say that we are in this together from a regional perspective, and we need leadership. And you're a very, very important stakeholder in this situation. So we want to provide you with truth and information today to help support you and your team develop solutions from your perspective and maybe begin the dialogue that we need to develop a repair. Again, we believe in timely information. I can't stress this enough. This council has really pushed my team on being completely transparent and being very open with our public. We've had a couple of open houses. We've had questionnaires. We've got all kinds of information. And I will state this. We are prepared to fully share all information with your administration and yourselves on anything that you need to support your position and maybe some collaborative ideas on how we can basically solve this situation. Now, the financial reality. Everybody sitting down? Yeah, they are. Okay. So the financial reality is this is not a short-term issue. We will, the one thing that's been a bit of a fallacy is that, and again, we believe this when we first came in, is that the complete issue was related to a certain development, basically the Heartland Station development, and that the approach to that development basically drained the town's bank account. As we've done a little bit of a deeper dive into the situation, I have to say that it's basically a culmination of numerous issues that have caused the town's financial situation, not just a development issue, though that was what I would call the capstone of the issue. We have found that there's unrealistic budgeted revenues that essentially mask the issue. We found that restricted surpluses were used to cover basically a structural imbalance in their budget for a number of years, and then the town started to take on operating debt to also cover the issue. I don't want to say cover up the issue, but to mask the concerns. And so realistically what we've uncovered is that not only was there development challenges, there was a structural imbalance in the budget where essentially expenditures and revenues in essence were not realistically balanced. There were entries made that in our opinion were incorrect in nature and unrealistic in terms of recovery, and that issue has been going on for a number of years. Now, I know there's a lot of numbers up here, so I don't want to go into this in great detail, but this is, again, information that we want to share with you and your public. But what this basically illustrates is the town has been running out of cash and increasing debt for over 5 years. And so though we state that there was a significant issue in relationship to the Heartland Station, our investigation and a review has uncovered that the town essentially, in our estimation, was practically in a situation of cash need for probably 5 to 6 years, where they started to drain their unrestricted surplus and started to take on operational debt, which is a huge issue in municipal government. It's something that we don't do. And you may not be aware, but I teach finance classes. That's what actually the main foundation of my business is. And when I'm teaching those classes from an operational perspective, I often tell students you never want to take on operational debt to pay for basically daily services, because again, you're just running yourself into a situation that the town of Gibbons did. You'll eventually end up with a cash position issue. The town also started utilizing grants. Received LGFF grants and other grants, and again, this is currently under investigation, to also cover off operating deficits. And so we had basically what I call a perfect storm of improper use of cash. And an imbalanced budget. And so the situation essentially was, as we started to drain the bank account, we started to use grant receivables that were intended for capital to pay for operating costs. And then the town, because of the situation, it got so dire, they had to start taking on operating debt to cover off those cash imbalances. Again, putting the town eventually, again, it was a road to nowhere, into basically what we now face is in practical insolvency and bankruptcy. This is a snapshot of basically their unrestricted surplus deficits. And so this is, in a sense, a snapshot of reserves. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up is basically the town had fully depleted its restricted and unrestricted surplus to cover off operating and certain capital expenditures. But the key thing, if you look at this snapshot, is you can see 2019 is the last time that we had any type of meaningful reserves in place. And since that time, we've had a significant toll on basically cash. You will see in 2023 a $4.2 million number, and that is currently under review and investigation. I can tell you right now that is a non-cash number. That is basically an entry that was made in relationship to a receivable for a local improvement that we have now began review and investigation on. And again, very, very welcome. A very welcome thought is that you offered to help support us with that investigation and review. And so that is something that needs to be done. And so we're looking at this as a recoverable, though what we currently are concerned with is that a local improvement is not typically used in the way that the administration had recommended this to council. And so we have concerns that this $4.2 million is essentially possibly unreceivable. So something that we're going to have to review, consider, but that number basically is a non-cash number, and so it wasn't realistic. This was about the timing of the Heartland Station investment as well, and so significant on-site infrastructure was put in, sewer infrastructure, road infrastructure, surfacing infrastructure, and our investigation thus far has shown that that infrastructure was put in by the town and paid for by basically the bank account. So rather than using capital grants and using a development structure where a development agreement would have been put in place, it appears that the town basically drained all of its remaining cash on the capital outlay for the infrastructure. And I think that the dependence is that this local improvement would appear materially very soon. But again, our review right now says that that may not be a possibility. So something to consider. The last part of the information, and again, I have to say, if we're looking for good news, there's not much that's going to come today when it comes down to the financial review. The thing that really hit me was, I, for a living, again, for 30 years, have been very proud to have developed many financial strategies for municipalities that have resulted in a very positive situation. And I've had to deal with some very difficult situations, but there's usually a self-support and a self-solution that is available through the budget. And what I mean by that is that when you look at the budget, you can do things like cut back on non-priority items. We can look at service cutbacks. We can look at non-transferred reserves. There's usually a way of solving the budget issue. But what we found over the holiday season, and I had a person who works with me, he's a CPA, review the information after I'd found this. I'd found what I felt were, again, non-realistic entries into the budget from a revenue perspective. And so after our review, what we found is that we have essentially had a $2 million budget deficit that is non-fixable with basically what I call normal fixable kind of entries, meaning reductions in services, getting rid of non-priority items and things like that. That $2 million deficit requires essentially a 58% tax dollar increase for 54% before we even start solving the situation. That 54% represents simply getting back to a balanced budget. That doesn't represent paying down the operating debt that has been taken on. It doesn't represent replenishing reserves. It doesn't represent paying back the grant liability that we likely have. And so the 54% is representing only a break-even situation, and one that still puts us in a dire situation. And to kind of maybe really accentuate that issue is even at a balanced budget, if we had a water line break, if we had some type of emergency in the town, if we had an infrastructure failure of any type, we would not be able to, we don't have any sufficient funds to pay for that. And so break-even budgeting is not where we need to be. We need to be significantly higher than that. And so the secondary problem that is identified on here is, again, our debt situation. We are near the maximum of our debt capacity. The province, and again, they've been working with us. I'm going to explain the provincial support here in a few moments, but they've given us an addition to our debt capacity. But I will tell you that our goal was to try to buy enough time for cash flow so that we could develop solutions. And we have been turned down by basically financial institutions in relationship to take on any additional operating debt. And I must say this, in reflection, I'm kind of glad that they said no. And not because we're not looking for solutions, but essentially, I started to have a sinking feeling that by taking on more operating debt, we're just accentuating the problem that's already been created. And we're doing the things that, again, our predecessors did to put the town in that position. And so operating debt, to me, is really not a positive option. But again, we're near the maximum of our debt capacity, and what's troubling, most troubling about this, is that $6 million of that debt is operational debt, which should have never been taken out, in my opinion, in the first place. Secondary to that, we have uncovered that an arena had been mortgaged, basically to support, under the bylaw, a capital expenditure. And instead of using the monies for a capital expenditure, the $2.6 million on the arena debt was used to, again, cover off operating costs. And so, again, really problematic issues that we've uncovered from an investigative perspective, and very disheartening. As a municipal professional, having been in this business for nearly 30 years, I've worked through challenges, and I've seen people make mistakes. We make mistakes in our business, but not this many, and not in a situation that puts a town into what I call, again, practical insolvency and bankruptcy. And so that's what we're dealing with today. To put things into perspective, and again, I do know your CFO. He worked at Strathcona County with me, and I have a lot of respect for him. Andrew Hayes is probably one of the best reporting accountants that I've worked with in my career, so I was quite pleased to know that he was going to be working on this. And we put down 128% as a tax dollar increase that would be required for us to balance the budget, to be able to look at replenishing reserves, and to start paying down operating debt in a meaningful way. And when he reached out to us, he said, well, my calculation said 120%. So we're pretty much, again, like I said before, he knows his stuff. And so we're in agreement on this. And that's an unsustainable and unrealistic option. And again, I'll get to that a little bit more later in the presentation. So again, a critical clarification. At first, we really did assume that the concern and the reason for the challenge was basically a catastrophic development issue. We'll say that development issue, Heartland Station, certainly added and put the cherry on the top, for lack of a better way of putting it, on the situation. But again, it was not the only thing that happened. It's important to note that unlike most municipalities that get into a viability issue, there was no catastrophic loss in assessment. There wasn't a large industry partner, a mine or a plant or anything like that shut down. There was no large infrastructure investment or failure necessarily that caused this issue overall. No single event essentially caused the situation. It digressed over many years with numerous questionable practices and decisions that were made by the council, in my opinion, and the administration. And I'm taking a bit of a risk here by saying that, but it's something I strongly believe, and I think it's important for you to know that as a stakeholder, that this is something that I believe should have been avoided. There's many municipalities that are in a given situation that not only are okay financially, but actually flourish. And so I think that there's certainly some challenges that we're going to have to face in the long term as we review the situation. Again, we had a 5-year cash flow issue, so this was happening over a certain amount of time. And again, as I mentioned before, I do believe that this should have been caught earlier. We had revenue issues, and again, those are the ones that are particularly concerning to me, because as we've reviewed the information, our opinion is that the revenues that were put into the budget were unrealistic and not even plausible in many cases. And so there's questions about that we want to pursue. The operating budget imbalance, again, of approximately $2.1 million is, again, very difficult, as the town, a 1% tax increase for the town is only $38,000. So to overcome a $2.1 million shortfall is incredibly challenging. And again, when we first were engaged in this project, we had very, very, we were very optimistic that we'd be able to solve it through normal measures, through budget cutbacks and some strategic finance. But when you have a $2.1 million shortfall to start in your operating budget, and your operating budget is your only real cash infusion that a town has through tax increases, it's made it very, very difficult for us to develop a solution here. Again, and the situation is compounded, as I mentioned before, with the operating debt of $6 million. And the reason why the town was able to manage this long was because of the taking on of operating debt and using that money to basically cover off the imbalance that we had in the budget. Heartland Station development certainly caused issues. There's no doubt about it. That the kind of money that was spent by the town that's non-recoverable is a little bit alarming. But again, I look at it as the capstone of the financial crisis. Approximately $4 million of money was spent on that was not fully recovered. And again, that's under review. And so again, I don't want to speak to that at great length because the local improvement requires review. There might be opportunity there. But I will say this, the use of a local improvement in this type of a development would be considered at best unconventional. So it is problematic and concerning in relationship to our ability to collect those monies. So the core challenge, again, all areas of municipal financial health are strained. So one of the things my company does is for municipalities, we do what's called a fiscal health analysis. So we'll take a look at basically best practices and measures in relationship to where a municipality should be from a debt perspective, a taxation perspective, unrestricted, restricted surplus perspective. And in every measure of fiscal health analysis, I have to say this, it probably couldn't be worse. Maximum of debt, and what I would call $6 million of bad debt, and that's operational debt. A likely deficit in grants. Basically, from a grant spillover perspective, we still have to unravel that and work with the federal government and the provincial government on our debt liability in relationship to grants that were improperly used. Restricted and unrestricted surpluses are nearly 100% depleted, so there is no monies to spend anything on basically any emergent items or things that would come up from an emergency perspective. The operating budget has a structural deficit. Again, I mentioned the grant liabilities, and again, the local improvement receivable that is currently booked on our financial statements is currently under review, and it's very concerning in that, as I mentioned before, the use of that local improvement would be considered unconventional at best. And we have talked to developers, and at this time, we haven't been able to find any strong agreement that ties to the $4.5 million that would basically result in this being a recoverable receivable. So it's something that's concerning at this time. And again, the town is nearing insolvency and has a lax ability to meet its financial obligations. And to put this into perspective, we literally had about 4 to 5 weeks of cash left, where we reached out to the province and told them very frankly, if we don't have some type of infusion of some kind, we have no choice but to not ask for viability review, but to actually hand over the keys and close the doors. And we're talking about not even being able to meet basically payroll. And again, I never would have guessed in my whole career I'd ever see a situation like this. The province has been, gracious in their support with us, and they have provided us with a $500,000 ACP grant. But as I'm going to go into a little bit more detail later, we're still in a situation of concern from even ability to meet cash flow. And I'll explain exactly where we're at with that here in a few moments. So again, our current state. I will say this, council acted very quickly once the severity of the situation became clear, and I have to say, I was only, again, I don't do this kind of work usually anymore. I'm kind of retired from this type of work. I do education, we do council orientations, strategic planning, and I was hired to do this council orientation for your council. But in doing that, having a finance background, I did a little bit of work on basically the financial situation. And in the first meeting that I had with this council, they very much pushed me on the situation, and I actually respected that very much. They were smart enough to realize that we can't worry about a council orientation at this time. We need to worry about keeping our head above water. We want to know what our situation is and what we need to do about it. And because of that conversation, we rolled up our sleeves and did a little bit more work for them. And then they became very clear in their direction that failure is not an option. We need to basically make sure that this town doesn't shut the doors and there's not a concern. And so they really pushed us into doing a lot more homework on a review and looking at basically corrective strategies. They're also very clear in their opinion that there was no point in doing this behind closed doors, that it wouldn't be actually even appropriate to do behind closed doors, and basically prioritize transparency and public engagement. And I was given the authority to even reach out to your CEO very quickly and just come and just let him know what the situation was and how dire it looked. We've had a couple of open houses. Again, we're putting out public engagement releases as quickly as we can, and we're trying to do everything in relationship to these challenges in open session so that the public can be very aware of the situation that we're in. And again, hopefully you feel that I'm being transparent today, because we're trying to just give you the unvarnished truth about the situation for the town. They directed that residents be informed, again, about the situation before more irreversible decisions are made. And probably the key thing is this, is because the situation is so unprecedented, their thought was to get into basically the rooms with our stakeholders as quickly as we can, because we're not the only ones that are going to be affected, and they realize that. And so, again, like I mentioned before, today isn't about blame. It's not about asks. It's not about demands. It's really about sharing information with a very important stakeholder, and one that we actually really appreciate the relationship with very much, to start a dialogue about what's next for this town. And I think that's a really key thing that we need to understand as we kind of go through this discussion together. This is unprecedented. But I'd like to think that, maybe 6 months, a year down the road, we can sit in the same room and talk about how we solve the issue together, rather than be in a dialogue of challenge and issue, because the issue does need to be solved. And again, hopefully maybe the solutions that we come up with and the things that we can work out together can maybe help make sure that doesn't happen to another small town again in Canada, because it shouldn't. So that is something I want to make sure that you're aware of, and that something that this council, again, has been very adamant about with me, is we should be solution-based at this time and not necessarily blame. Now, we'll talk about that in a few moments, though. Now, the timeline of immediate actions, again, we began basically initial stabilization. My team was hired on December 11th. So we put in basically an interim CFO, an interim CAO, that would be me, and an assistant CAO. And the reason for those three, and I will say this, that is our belief, and when we look at the structure, the town of Gibbons had an assistant CAO and a CAO position. We feel that there is no need for an assistant CAO position, but the only reason we have adopted the structure is because at this time, the work that I'm doing is more strategic in nature and more project in nature than is being the actual CAO. And so that is the reason why we have the two positions, but we have earmarked, again, one of these positions to go away once we've got the town into a better spot. The province appointed an official administrator, so again, the province was very quick, and we appreciate this. They, when we had alerted them of the situation, the province did act very quickly. They did offer an emergency meeting with the minister, which this council had, and they made a number of assertions in relationship to the support, but I will say they were very adamant that they were not going to solve the problem for us. And I'll get into a little bit more detail on that in a few moments. But they did appoint an official administrator for us, and then opened up the dialogue in relationship to the possibility of grants, deferrals of payments, and those types of vehicles to allow us to get enough cash flow so that we could get to tax season and possibly a solution, and an opportunity to also begin a dialogue with our stakeholders. We started to talk about immediate cash oversight and spending controls, and one of the key things that I think it's important to note is that when we began the discussions and we started to get more in-depth and looking at the cash flow, I think we were all surprised, and the province was very surprised as well, at the severity of the cash challenge, meaning that when we looked at it and started to realize we had maybe 4 to 5 weeks of cash left before we had to close the doors, and we actually had no opportunity for additional cash, not through debt, not through having any money in reserve, the situation became very concerning and dire. We reached out to the province and let them know that this is a situation of not what we call viability review, but in our opinion, it's a situation of possible insolvency and bankruptcy. And we asked them what to do, and they were, again, I have to give them some credit here, and again, some patience. They were a bit stunned as well, because again, it's an unprecedented situation. We've never seen one like this before. So that was a very, very difficult situation. And so what we started to do is began a dialogue with the province on our cash flow requirements, what we need needed. And again, we began the conversations about getting in with yourself to actually make sure that you were aware of the situation that the town was in. We put a freeze on all non-essential expenditures. Again, we accelerated our financial and cash flow reviews, and we began deeper analysis. And I will tell you this. This included basically some layoffs of staff, and there isn't a day that doesn't go by that I'm not reviewing every penny that we spend. We have put basically a restriction on all what we call non-essential expenditures. And the only things that are essential in our minds right now is basically salaries, fuel to put money in the graders, and again, our financial obligations to our debtors and some of our vendors that were from expenditures prior to us coming on side. But we have put basically a stop on everything that would be considered non-essential and are still looking at additional restrictions in relationship to that. I will tell you, I have to make approvals on everything from fan belts going on vehicles to replenishment of our supplies at the arena. We're looking at every penny at this time, and so I think that again we're being responsible now. But I can't stress enough, those types of expenditure controls are not going to get us out of a situation as dire as this, because the situation isn't in the thousands, it's not in the hundreds of thousands. The situation and the issue is in the millions. And for a town of this size, that's incredibly challenging to overcome. The timeline, again, identification of short-term cash flow risk. We are now, because of the official administrator, we have to now provide monthly updates on finance. We look through, and again, as I mentioned before, there isn't anything that's spent that isn't under my review, and then the official administrator actually reviews the check run and will make statements and say this is not appropriate for spending and whatnot. And again, we appreciate that review. The official administrator also is in a position of reviewing all council resolutions, and so we're very careful about what we are looking at from a resolution perspective. And again, something as again, normal for a municipality of given size, something like booking hotel rooms for a conference have been by this council determined as not reasonable at this time. And so we're cutting off everything from conferences to professional development to flowers. Again, I had to say no to those things in terms of our summer beautification programs. All of those things are being canceled at this time. The engagement with the province has been somewhat fruitful at this time, not quite where we want it to be, but we understand the challenges that they're faced with as well. We have negotiated payment deferrals, and they're still under review. So the province has okayed basically a deferral of our first quarter education payment. They are currently reviewing the deferral of payments in 2026 for all of our debenture payments, and they're currently reviewing the deferral of our policing payment as well. And so for 2026, we would not have to make those payments, which would help with the town cash flow. I can't stress enough, though that is a welcome support, it just defers the payments, it does not cancel them. So in a sense, that puts us into, again, an additional debt situation as we have to make those payments eventually. They have, again, offered us a provincial contribution to support recovery planning of $500,000. This was very much required. This is an ACP grant, and I just reviewed the grant information over the last couple of weeks, and it's basically been made very flexible so that we can use it for whatever is required to keep the town above water at this time. But I have to stress that even at the most restricted costs of strategies that we have, and basically paying salaries, even with our layoff plan, this really, the $500,000 is only basically maybe another 2.5 months of time. And so this probably takes us essentially from our projections at this time to the end of April. So we bought where we thought we'd be at the end of February, and I thought I'd be in here saying, here's a set of keys. We're not quite sure what to do. What do you think? The $500,000 buys us to probably end of April at best, and maybe a little bit further, though my financial expert who's working diligently on the budget right now said, please don't take it any further than that because it might be difficult. We've made staffing adjustments. We have conducted layoffs already, and tonight we are beginning to discuss service levels with council in relationship to significant and severe budget cutbacks we may have to make in the 2026 budget. And we are looking again looking at shutting down what we consider non-essential services. And again, that'll be a very difficult conversation with council, but one that we have to have. And again, it'll be a very difficult conversation with the public as well. The other thing that, again, is not on here, just recently, the province is also looking at, but none of this is approved, at providing us with an opportunity to take a look at our LGFF capital funding and possibly use the funds this year, $560,000 in grant funding, to possibly pay for operational costs, because we've had past capital projects that were utilized, or operating funds were utilized to pay for capital. So if we can do an analysis that can prove that concern, then we'd have another $560,000, and that would essentially take us out to approximately June before, again, we're out of cash. And in a sense, that was our strategy, and that was our goal, was to get to tax season, because that is where we can maybe develop a solution, but we have to do that collaboratively with our residents in Gibbons. And so we're going to be working on tax scenarios, service cutbacks, a number of different options that we'll be considering from a budget perspective, but we needed to be able to get to June before we could maybe even make that strategy work. And so that's something that we're looking at right now. The council actions, again, they've approved the pursuit of, again, provincial and, again, regional support. This is council's actions, sorry, not the province's, and that's why we're here today. They've approved the development of a structured recovery framework. We're working on that now. That's, again, budget discussions, that's provincial support discussions, and discussions with yourselves about possible service transactions and possible, again, viability payments, those types of things. They've approved negotiations on, again, the service transactions. The insured residents are engaged early in the process. So again, we've had 2 open houses, and we've just completed a questionnaire with our residents. I think we have about 250 questionnaires that have been filled out thus far that we're reviewing that information from. And again, council is focused on responsible, realistic options. The key thing on that is that, and again, this is where we humbly come to you to share this information. The problem with the Gibbons situation, which is not conventional, is that normally a viability review would take approximately 18 months. And a viability review would normally be focused on things like infrastructure deficits, the state of the municipality's infrastructure, and then would look at governance, would look at the cash situation, would look at taxation. The Gibbons situation is completely different in that it's not an infrastructure deficit situation, though we possibly have one. It's not a governance situation in a sense in that the council is completely different than the ones that, in our estimation, were there when the situation was caused. The situation is basically an insolvency issue. And so from a viability perspective, I will say this, as a financial professional, I think we have our answer to an extent, with our current situation. But again, we ask you, and again, we need to begin that dialogue. Again, the self-solution, as I mentioned before, is very difficult because of that $2 million cash imbalance that we have in the budget to begin with. That makes the solution very difficult to be able to overcome from a self-support solution perspective, because again, the budget, no matter how much we cut back, it's very difficult to find $2 million to get us even to back even. So very, very difficult. But council's actions have been very, very diligent in terms of getting us to a point where we are today in a very short amount of time. Strategies identified. Again, I'm not going to go over these in great detail, but we have identified 10 strategies that we are working very hard on developing. This includes the potential negotiation of regionalization of fire. We'll talk about that a little bit today. The potential transition of family community services. We'll talk about that today. And I will say this, the reason why we chose those 2 is that there are precedents for regionalization of these types of services. So again, not something that we necessarily, are excited about doing. Again, the town of Gibbons Fire Department's been around a very long time. We're very, very proud of the services that are delivered by FCSS, but these are 2 services that, again, in many regions are delivered from a regional perspective and cooperatively from a funding perspective. And so those were 2 that we're able to identify very quickly. We are looking at priority-based budgeting and service level reviews. Again, we're considering organizational realignment and staffing adjustments. We've already begun that process. So again, we've done some layoffs, and we're looking at additional staffing adjustments that will help support the situation. Capital deferral, and again, accelerated debt reduction. I can say this, as it stands today, and I've told basically the directors in the town of Gibbons, essentially there's a moratorium on all new capital projects at this time. We can't afford to do anything that's not considered essential or would put us in a situation of risk. So if there's risk situations or potential for capital projects to result in basically, a situation where we have to do something. We have to look at those things, but any nice-to-dos or maintenance programs and whatnot are being canceled at this time because, again, we just can't afford it. We're looking at revenue, fee, and long-term tax strategy developments. We are looking at our tax elasticity. We are pushing the envelope in terms of what we think that we might be able to charge taxpayers. But again, I will say this. In the research that we've done thus far, taxation has not ever been successful in getting a town out of a situation like this. Increased taxation, which above what would be considered normalized taxation, normally results in people not paying their taxes, people leaving the town, and demanding viability reviews that result in usually the dissolve of a municipality. And so anything that we consider an excessive taxation increase, and again, I'm saying this from a humble perspective coming forward to you, because again, I'm sure that's one of the things that you would, and again, many would think would be the obvious answer. Our research has shown that those situations and those endeavors simply just don't work. So it is something that we'll have to begin a dialogue about, because I'm sure that's an option that you'd want us to consider. But as I mentioned before, our research has shown that that taxation to get yourself out of a situation like this is usually not successful. We are looking at asset review, again, and strategic disposition. We're looking at selling off assets if we can. That's, non-used equipment, buildings, whatever it might be, if there's opportunities. Again, intermunicipal collaboration and regional partnership strategies. That's partly why we're here today, to talk with you about those things. And again, exploration of cost sharing and revenue sharing opportunities. And I know this is a tough one. And again, we'll talk about that in a few moments. And again, provincial infrastructure advocacy is something that we've worked hard at, but haven't had a lot of success of yet, but we're not giving up on that one. And that is in relationship to some costs on Highway 28A that was tied to the Heartland development. Okay. Council approved recovery strategies. Again, we've talked about these, so I'm not going to go over these at length, but we are making as many efforts as we can to cut costs. Again, and we're continuing to work with the province, and today is about begin a dialogue with yourselves as the county as to how can we solve this issue together and what does success look like. And again, I mean this from a sincere perspective, this council has been very clear with me, is that they want to hear from you what success looks like and what can we do realistically that, over the next year that will result in a positive situation for both the county and for the town of Gibbons. The request that we made to Municipal Affairs is a cash infusion to support short-term insolvency. We did make a request at the very beginning. Our calculations told us that we needed $2 million to get us to basically a situation where we could get to tax season, buy us 6 months of time to develop solutions and begin a dialogue with the county. And at this point, we've got, again, the $500,000 grant, the possibility of using $560,000 from the LGFF grant, and deferrals. I will say this, though. We need actual cash. So deferrals don't help us necessarily, and the promise of the LGFF grant is certainly helpful, but it might not get us to where we need to be, and so it's still under review. So again, it's basically a daily review situation for me and my team from a cash solvency perspective. We did ask for an expedited viability review, and the province has now agreed to that. I believe that you received a letter, we received a letter, and so the province has agreed to an expedited viability review. We talked with them about that yesterday, and it's very unfortunate. As I mentioned, this is not the solution that we want. We certainly don't want an expedited viability review. I can tell you in our conversations with them yesterday, the viability review process that they are proposing mirrors a normal viability review, except for the review of infrastructure, which to me is probably the most important component of a normal viability review. But they have made it very clear that that review would not be possible in the time frame that we've requested. And again, I come humbly to state to you, the reason why we requested such a faster viability review is simple, is that we're out of cash by basically June. And again, as I mentioned before, taxation is very unlikely to solve our issue. So we are working hard on financial solutions from a budget perspective, but we must, again, from a responsibility perspective, parallel the viability review with discussions around what other options do we have to be able to solve this problem, because running out of cash by the end of June would be irresponsible. from a financial perspective and from a practical perspective. And so we had no choice but to ask for this review to be expedited in a very, very quick way, and they've agreed to that. And so again, I give the province credit for that. The one thing that this council's been very, very clear about, and again, our public, when we've actually met with them in open houses, is that there is a request for a forensic audit and investigation asking how did we get here. And it's not that we don't agree with this. We agree that this needs to happen, but I will say this, unpacking the situation, there's just so much to do in relationship to getting the town essentially above water and making sure that we don't end up in a situation of actual insolvency and not being able to meet our financial obligations, that this is something that has to come later, in my opinion. To be able to do this work is significant. A forensic audit of this type is very costly, and it's not within the scope of the work that my team has actually been engaged to do. And so this council is very adamant. They believe this needs to happen. They've been very adamant that they believe that accountability needs to be a big component of this overall project. But again, I'm sure that's something that you would echo and probably have questions about. But again, at this time, we've requested this, but we haven't got an answer back on the province in terms of their thoughts on the forensic audit and investigation. So brass tacks when it comes down to our requests, and again, I made these request very clear with your CEO when I first met him, and again, humbly came forward to our council in relationship to saying these are the three things we probably have to begin a dialogue with the county very quickly. The first is consideration to take over for higher services, which would include operating costs and possibly the purchase of capital assets. Again, one that in my mind is a pretty normal request and a pretty normal negotiation. This happens quite often. I was the CEO of the town of Bruderheim, I think in 2008, 2009, when we began this discussion and transferred fire services over to Lamont County. And so again, a very similar process, and there are precedents for this where towns transfer fire services over, and it results in a review of capital assets and a possible repayment of the cost of those assets that the town bared. And the reason why I brought this one up first is the first idea I had is if we could expedite this process, it would possibly provide us with very necessary cash infusion that we need to, again, keep the town above water and maybe replenish some of our restricted, unrestricted surplus. But again, open to discussion and negotiations, obviously. The second request that we made was to consider to make family and community support services a regional service and look at what that would mean from a financial perspective. This might mean taking over certain costs, maybe even purchasing the building. And this dialogue may not happen just with Sturgeon County, but may happen with other close neighbors that might be, in a position of helping support the town and the services that are provided by this service. And again, something that we would ask that you consider. And then the final one, and I know this is probably one of the more difficult ones to consider, but again, begin the discussions around a possibility of an intermissible cost or revenue share liability transfer. And the reason that we brought this up is when we started to look at the situation and started to do research on where have municipalities been in trouble before, what we did find is that there were precedents to an extent. The town of Grant Cache, the town of Edson, the town of Drayton Valley. When we look at the Wood Buffalo situation, Cold Lake situation, Lac La Biche, there was basically a rainbow of different solutions and different paths that were taken. In the Grant Cache situation, the MD of Greenview, for all the urbans within the area, offered a $2 million viability transfer that had been going on for well over 10 years prior to its dissolution. So Grant Cache actually received about $37 million in transfer payments in relationship to the industry and commercial support. And then Grant Cache went through a dissolution review and decided to dissolve anyway. In the case of the town of Edson, I believe it was in 2015-16, they told us that they actually came forward to the Yellowhead County and mentioned and complete a review where they said that they were in a situation of being unviable due to infrastructure sustainability issues. And rather than encourage a viability review, Yellowhead County offered to make basically financial transfers from, and again, tied strictly and solely to linear and commercial infrastructure. And that transfer just this year was $6 million to the town of Edson, and they may also make a transfer to the town of Hinton. County of Northern Lights is another municipality that makes transfers, and again, these are just three examples, but ones that we feel that there are precedents for, and something that, again, I know it's a difficult dialogue, but one that we would like to discuss. Again, it provides us with options in terms of the path, if you would consider that. The path forward, again, wrapping up here because, again, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. The two examples that exist, as I mentioned before, that are very pertinent are the town of Edson and the town of Grand Cache. And again, I've already mentioned that the transfers in terms of the contribution, and it really comes down to this. We're in a situation, in our opinion, of practical insolvency and bankruptcy. As I mentioned before, because of the significant challenge that we have from an operating budget perspective, there's not a lot of self-solution here, though, that we're trying. And we're looking at service level reductions, and we're looking at possibilities. We feel that the solution and tax and what I call non-realistic tax increases would result in the residents demanding a dissolution. We have no choice but to look at two paths. And the path is simple, and they're legislated, is again, and this is why we want to be in the dialogue, is to determine what paths do we want to go down together from a regional perspective. What best reflects the financial reality of the situation, what best reflects our regional values, and what best reflects the long-term sustainability of a small urban in a situation like this adjacent to the industrial heartland. Path one, again, maintaining the town's independence, allowing the town to continue to govern itself. This will result in basically significant service restructuring and regional partnerships. External financial participation, in our opinion, would be required, and this would include both negotiations with possibly the province and yourselves. And again, it would also result in a long-term tax and revenue strategy that would result in significant tax increases, but ones that would be considered unrealistic by the residents of Gibbons, where they would demand that a viability review is completed and they vote for dissolution. And again, this would be a multi-year recovery effort. And again, we haven't had the time, again, we've only been there for 9 weeks to complete the complete financial analysis, but our initial review tells us that this is probably anywhere between an 8 to 15-year repair, basically with incredibly restrictions put on spending, very strong taxation requirements from a long-term tax strategy perspective, and very, very engaged discussions around service levels would have to be had for the town to basically recover over that period of time, considering the current situation. So path one is to remain independent and begin a dialogue with yourselves on the strategies that we've identified. Path two would be looking at possible dissolution and becoming a hamlet. And this is a situation, again, as you're aware, the town is right now going through an expedited viability review, so this decision will be made within 5 months. And again, this would result in services being transferred over to the county. Again, local identity and advisory mechanisms would remain. Again, it would become a hamlet of Gibbons. And again, it is used often in Alberta. I worked for a municipality for a very long time, and I live in the largest hamlet in the world, which is Sherwood Park. Black Labish became a hamlet. Wood Buffalo, again, is a situation where dissolution occurred. Cold Lake. So there are many precedents for this. Again, and is used in Alberta. Well, independence is simply not sustainable. And again, the work that we have to do together is to determine, is Gibbons basically independent, is it sustainable on its own? And that's the work that we're conducting right now. Again, dissolution is a legislative option, but not necessarily considered a failure. Though in this situation, it is very trying. Because again, it's not because of an infrastructure failure issue or infrastructure challenge. It's more because of basically what I would consider bad decisions that have been made over a large number of years over time. So why resident input matters? Again, council remains responsible for the final decisions, but again, resident values and priorities are critical, and ultimately, the residents' vote is what's going to count. And we were told yesterday from the province that once the decision is made by the public, they have to come and vote on whether to remain independent or not within about 5 or 6 months. That decision then goes to the minister, and then the ultimate decision gets made in cabinet. And so in a sense, the decision is in a way in the hands of the public and in the hands of the province of Alberta from a minister perspective in terms of the final decision. Again, I can't stress enough, that decision, again, from the research that we've conducted thus far, is very, very strongly dependent on basically service reductions and tax increase, basically tolerance by the public and the residents of the town of Gibbons, that they feel it is unrealistic and not sustainable sustainable for them from a pocketbook perspective, then they will make the decision. Again, they get to go to a vote under the viability review framework. So what council's asking, again, they're looking to the public in the town of Gibbons. They're asking them right now about their views on long-term independence. They're asking them, what's acceptable from a trade-off and perspective in terms of services. We began that dialogue tonight in an open session with council. And again, these are concerns that council needs to consider carefully because, again, the public is what really matters in terms of this ultimate decision. And I can say this, in the open houses, we have already begun discussions and dialogue with the residents of the town of Gibbons. We've asked opinions on fire, asked for opinions on FCSS, and many public have come forward and voiced their concerns about those services. But in the end, thus far what we've heard is that people just want to see the situation fixed, but they understand that this wasn't a problem that was created by this current council, wasn't created by the current administration, but it's one that the public are very concerned with and they want to see a solution, though we don't know what that solution looks like just yet. So what happens next, again, is continue negotiations with our partners. And I say continue negotiations lightly, basically a dialogue with our partners. And it doesn't begin with negotiation. I think it begins with just hearing your perspectives. We're not here to negotiate at this time. We're not here to ask hardly for anything. We've made some requests, but we're here to begin the dialogue and basically hear your thoughts on the situation. Again, because again, it's very important to us as a valued partner and a partner that's been a good partner for very, very many years. Again, further communication is going to be required for decisions. Today is really, in a sense, our opportunity to share information with you. Again, we feel that there's probably going to be additional information and communication that's required. And I will say this. We will share with you everything that we have. We're not going to basically keep anything back. I think it's very important that information is very transparent. And if you want us to come back to provide additional information, we certainly will. Again, so if there's anything that you need to support you with your decisions and your dialogue, again, this council has told me that that's very important to them, that they want to make sure that we work together as a good partner. And so we will be willing to come back at any time that you wish for additional information and or questions. So that's that. I can take a breath now. Sorry, I know it was a lot of information to get through, but we want to provide you with as much as we could. And I'll stop talking now. And Mr. Mayor, do you have any final thoughts before we move on?
I've seen the presentation many times and the documents many times, and every time I see it, I just shake my head. And I'm sure many of you as well, is how did it get so bad and why was it allowed to continue on? And that's the same question that a lot of us have. And unfortunately, it brings us to where we are today, right? So it's a shame that when the flags went up, that it wasn't addressed at that time. Hopefully, had it been, maybe things wouldn't be as bad as they are now. But we're in a terrible situation right now, unprecedented for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Duhamel, for the presentation. I'm just going to do a check-in with council. Are we ready to open with questions, or is there a need for a comfort break? Don't be shy, because if we start the questions, you're going to be sitting here for a while. Okay, 5 minutes. call the meeting back to order at 10:09. And we'll first and foremost just want to say that Sturgeon County shares the shock and frustration at the depth and breadth of the issues facing our larger community. And we're definitely grateful for the increased transparency of the new council, and as well grateful that we've finally seen some action from the province, because we know several folks for a long time were raising alarm bells on a number of fronts. It's just really unfortunate that it's gotten to the place it's gotten, and as much as I share residents' desire for getting to the bottom of it, right now I think we need to look forward at solutions. There's limited resources to go around, and right now they have to be focused on moving forward. I also do appreciate the repeated commitment to share information fully, and I also just want to acknowledge that as we go through finding what the future looks like, there will be some challenges on that relationship, both between communities, elected officials, and maybe administrators. And so I would just ask that we can commit to continually sharing that information to get to the very best solution going forward. And I certainly speak for all of council, and we have a huge amount of compassion, both for the situation your organization is going through, but for your community members as well. But I know this council is comforted by knowing that we can rely on our administration, who has already started to set aside their work plans for this quarter and digging in to find a way forward. And so this is a regrettable situation, but council is confident that our administration will be able to assist us all finding a way forward. So I just want to acknowledge that this is a very stressful time with cost of living increases, and I'll just preface before I go to questions, there's been a lot of discussion about the decisions and engagement of the residents of Gibbons, but the current structure of viability and sustainability and dissolution has little to no support for the receiving municipality. We see, maybe $1 million, $2 million contribution for what sometimes costs tens of millions of dollars and changes the face of a community. So we have great empathy for your community, but we also, first and foremost, need to also keep our community in mind, because they have no vote in this matter. As you mentioned, it's up to the minister in the end. And I do appreciate that there is a process in front of us that has two paths laid out: autonomy or dissolution. And I'm grateful that process allows for the residents of Gibbons to understand the full effect of both of those decisions, because I think they've not had facts and information to be able to make clear decisions on for, as best as I can tell, about 14 years or 4 terms of governance and administration. And so I'm grateful that they finally get their chance to make a decision and see if they're going to give a third and fourth chance to the corporate structure, but also bearing in mind that our residents are expecting us to keep them in mind as well. And with those remarks, I will open it for questions. If I'll be the last to ask mine, we'll start to my right. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Toms.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. And I would reiterate all that Mayor Natu said. We feel for you coming in as a new council into this situation. It's a high enough learning curve walking into this when you're in a normal situation. And have the flares been going up for years on Gibbons towards the province? 100%. So, but we're here today. My first question is specifically with respect to your fire services transition strategy. And let me preface this by stating that with respect to regionalization, this is something that Sturgeon has been discussing and putting forward for a number of years, and our offers were rejected largely. So, I mean, it's not something we're against, obviously. So you note within here, negotiate transitional cost relief, including a potential period of up to 3 years during which fire operating costs are not charged to the town, allowing time to rebuild reserves. So I'm going to try to be as sensitive and as straightforward as I can be. Are you asking us to pay your fire services cost for 3 years? I note that it's $350,000. Or would the intent be that we, and I don't know if we could even do this because it's kind of like a loan if we're holding your costs for 3 years and then expecting repayment. So are you just asking us essentially for the Sturgeon County ratepayer to pay for the Gibbons fire services for 3 years?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not at all. Formerly, many years ago, I was actually the interim CEO for the town of Redwater, and the current structure of that deal from a regional fire perspective is approximately, I think, $45,000 a year or $50,000 a year as a regional fire. So what we'd be looking for is the transfer of fire services to the county, regionalized, and the possibility of that transfer that the town would normally pay up $50,000 to be forgiven partly in recognition of some of the assets that would be transferred over to the county. So basically a prepayment, because again, we have cash flow issue more so than anything. And so we'd be looking for basically the same type of a deal that Redwater currently has under a regionalized situation and forgiveness of basically for about 3 years so we can get better into a cash flow position of only the $50,000 that normally a town would pay for in a regionalized situation. So we recognize that there's going to be a completely probably different cost structure that would be involved if the regionalization of the fire services actually was enacted. But again, we're just looking at what currently towns pay and looking at forgiveness of that fee only.
So sort of just to clarify, so we would actually sort of be incurring all the operating costs, et cetera. And I know that there's an ask for us to purchase your assets. I don't know if that's a traditional mechanism for transfer. I know you're looking for a way to get an immediate cash influx. Okay. I would obviously need to check with the administration to determine whether it's standard that they pay for assets at that time, and it's also out of our budget cycle at this point. But so it would be a greater expense to us ultimately than it would be to you because of the regionalization transfer, so just to work that out. Just my second question, and I'm going to ask a giant question here. Mm-hmm. Based upon both these, and I know that we've stated it as dissolution versus autonomy, I'm not sure that's what it is. Is there an autonomous option? Because are you viable at all if Sturgeon County does not, and I know you're calling it revenue sharing, but it's not actually sharing because it's not back and forth. It would be Sturgeon County giving Gibbons money to stay alive. Without that, are you viable at all? If you, and I mean, just in an assessment, knowing you haven't done a viability review.
Through Madam Mayor, again, I'll be very frank, and we've been very frank in our open house discussions, and I've been very frank with council. In my professional opinion, at this time, the town is not viable without some type of external cash infusion, either from the province or from the county. And again, I know that it's a difficult conversation, but the reality is for a town to be this insolvent. Now, if we had again a self-solution, and we had not $6 million in operating debt, and we had maybe some money in a restricted unrestricted surplus situation, there might be an opportunity. But this is before we've even looked at our infrastructure situation from a infrastructure deficit perspective. And so, my personal opinion right now, with the current situation, without support, no, it's not viable.
And again, through you, Madam Mayor, there's costs that would be incurred by Gibbons in order to stay an autonomous town. I can name, an entire council, a CAO, probably a number of administrative, a whole bunch of things. Will you be working out what the cost differential is between dissolving completely into the county and operating the town based upon those redundant positions that would be required if Gibbons remained autonomous?
Through Madam Mayor, I think that is, again, something that we have to look at. We have no choice because, again, that's essential to the question. But I would say I would look at that as more of a partnership discussion between Sturgeon County and ourselves, in that there's certain data that we wouldn't have in terms of understanding what positions would be considered redundant, what would continue. I think that has to be a collaborative analysis. But one I think that you're absolutely correct in stating, I think is essential to the question, is what does this look like? And again, I will say that the residents of Gibbons in the open houses that we've had have asked the same question. What does this look like from a service perspective? And so I think, to be fair, we would agree with your question. We think it's a necessary requirement, but I think it's got to be a collaborative approach to developing that analysis. And if I may, just out of turn, maybe just on the other point, it is actually a best practice and normal for regional assets to be purchased by the receiving municipality when it comes to regionalization of fire. Usually for assets that are, again, like, again, we just bought a fire truck for $1 million in 2024. Something like that has actually intrinsic value. The fire hall, for example, has value. If there's assets that have basically completely depreciated, there's no real value there. So it has to be, kind of a realistic and fair discussion. But normally transfer of funds is usually the normal way of approaching it, just for a thought.
I think the challenge is here, if we buy the assets with the idea of a regional partnership and then end up having a community dissolve, we've paid twice, which is the awkward decision for us. But
that's a very fair point. If the idea was that the municipality was not going to say a going concern, I can understand that the transfer of assets becomes a moot point.
Okay, questions? Councillor Berry, go ahead.
Thanks, through the chair. So I hear things. I live close enough that I hear things that's, and when you mentioned infrastructure, triggered me, and I need to know the answers to some of this to know going forward what's the total issue. I hear there's a $15,000 a month payment for sewage clean out every month, and then there was something about a hydrovac rental or bought, but then the reasons of that sewage clean out is because the sewage station is at capacity and you can't add any more to that, which I see dollar signs. And so we need to be clear what's going on, and when we don't mention infrastructure review, that's worrisome to me. Like, so can you just put it out there right now what the story is with that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, completely in agreement. It is bewildering to me that development of this type was put together without a strong plan or relationship to hook up to sewer. But I will say this, we've only been there, again, as I stated, 9 weeks. I actually have a meeting with an engineering firm this week to discuss exactly what the infrastructure under the ground is at that development right now, what our options are in relationship to hookup. Again, we haven't been able to find any strong, what I call master plans around engineering or anything from a sewer master plan, utility master plan. But we are starting conversations with the engineering groups that were involved in the development and another engineering group that can maybe be able to help with us. Because again, we would agree that the current way that the sewage is basically taken care of on that development is not proper. So there would be a significant liability associated with that. And again, as I stated, I think this is information that we have to gather for you and for basically the Gibbons ratepayers as well, so that a proper decision can be made as a strong understanding of all these things. But again, another thing that we're unraveling. So thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Stang?
Thank you. I have about 4, if that's okay. Through the chair. So you mentioned a survey that's been sent out to your residents and whatnot. So when will that data be available as far as an information sharing with this council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have received 254, I believe, as of yesterday. I checked. We're going to do our initial review of the information. You want to be careful about what's out there from a public use perspective. Again, if there's defamatory things said and whatnot, so we got to kind of filter it. But we are planning on sharing that directly with your SAO and you as council as soon as we share it with our public. So again, hopefully within the next week or two, we'll be able to share some of that information with you. Again, the direction that's been given to us by our council is everything is shared, completely transparent.
And I truly appreciate that. the residents didn't necessarily know the severity, I don't think either. So, you know, no one in this room is going to be held accountable, and I really hope that past council and past decision makers are held accountable at some point. And I think this is an elephant in our room about our fiscal restraint. We have a 20% revenue loss kind of in limbo for the next, until there's an LPRT decision. So, or an assessment decision. So, you know, we're already holding our purse strings quite tight. And for us to be out of budget cycle, to have this type of ask, and again, this is our elephant in the room. We have a lot of our own decisions that are being held at a standstill until we know those outcomes. So are you aware of those restraints that Sturgeon County Council is under?
Through Madam Mayor, I am. And again, I stated at the beginning of this presentation, I really believe it's about collaborative discussion, not us coming with an ask, not necessarily being turned away without a reasonable dialogue. I think it's just simply a year from now, we'd like to be able to sit in this room and probably celebrate the success we had from a leadership perspective in terms of solving the issue. We understand that this is a very difficult time for your residents and for you as a council as well. And you have your own financial challenges, no doubt about that. But the situation, if this was, again, a regular insolvency, I think that would be something that would certainly be under consideration. But when we're in a situation of practical insolvency and bankruptcy, we do not have an alternative but to come and request this. So understand the financial situation, but it's something, again, we need to work with your team together on and developing some solutions over the coming months.
Right. Okay, my next question, is there any commercial development opportunities that are underway at this current, and I know you're focusing on a new development area, which I was there shopping on the weekend, so is there any new development opportunities for you in that area?
Before I begin, I would like to just put a plug in. Everybody needs to shop in Gibbons because we need money, so I appreciate that. But all kidding aside, I will say this, that development opportunity, I'm actually a bit surprised as somebody who's been in the business as long as I have, to have seen Gibbons not develop as much as I think it could have. It's in a great location next to the industrial heartland, good infrastructure access, those types of things. But the problematic issue now is that development is risky and development costs money. And often I have, being an expert in development structures, development levy structures, I was the chair of the development levy committee for Strathcona County for a number of years. Usually there's some type of cash outlay by a municipality that is collected through development agreements. We're not in a position to do that. So I do believe, bang on, that there's probably opportunity for commercial and residential development, but we're not in a position to enter into those agreements. There's too much risk associated with them. And so if we can't find a developer that would be willing to come in and front everything, then we're probably in a position of saying at this time we can't develop. Not yet. I mean, it's got to be part of the long-term solution, possibly, but we're certainly not in a position to begin that dialogue just yet, because again, we have no debt capacity, no financial capacity at all to front infrastructure.
And that usually makes sense too. Our philosophy is development pays for development. And my final question for right now, a lot of my notes are comments, but are you going to be considering the reevaluation of the bylaw enforcement? I know you currently have that enforcement through the town of Morinville. We do have those services, and I'm not throwing their capacity level out there at all. I'm just saying, is that reevaluation part of your consideration?
Through Madam Mayor, again, I can't speak for council. Council, somebody has to make those decisions. That's above my pay grade. But the discussion around bylaw begins tonight. It's one of the ones that we've highlighted among a number of different service levels that we've identified for possible adjustment. And so bylaw is certainly one that's on the table right now. Yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor McLennan, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. And I think there's definitely a lot of empathy for the folks, residents in Gibbons. And I think, and I'm just a statement, that I'm concerned about some of the terminology that's being said. And correct me if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think a municipality can actually go bankrupt. I think that, and I'm not trying to be, pointing fingers. Just, I think that there's a process. There's a viability review process, and then there's a time for residents to weigh in, and so I'm concerned about some of the language, just being upfront. And then, to say this with all due respect, I'm not trying to insinuate anything, but I'm wondering, I believe the province also could help with funding of a CAO or interim CAO. I'm curious, did council, did they weigh those options? And would that also be something that you would look at going forward, just in terms of trying to save all possible dollars? Thank you.
And thank you for the question. Mr. Sopler, did you
Sorry,
have?
Madam Mayor, we just had a small technical issue. If we could just recess for 1 minute to get that rectified so that we have the audio for the response, please.
Thanks. I heard sound and that wasn't, okay. We'll take a brief recess. Transparency is important. I call the meeting back to order at 10:33. And Councillor McLennan had asked a question around terminology. Mr. Dumas, I'll give you an opportunity to answer.
Through Madam Mayor, upon reflection, actually, I completely agree. Maybe the words come from, and I'll be frank, basically from my frustration with the situation more than anything. I think insolvency is probably appropriate. Bankruptcy, though, again, our homework has shown that there's many bankruptcies of municipalities in the United States. The alternative here is the dissolution process, and so you're absolutely right, and I apologize for maybe the strong language, but I think our frustrations bubbled over a little bit sometimes, and so I've used that language. Again, meant to be dramatic or anything like that, just the frustration. On the second part, the ACP grant originally, when the province came forward, there was discussions about the ACP grant, the money being used to support the sale funding, like Somayan, and basically the interim sale. But the problematic issue, and we addressed this with them, was that that's not enough cash flow for us to be able to get to the end line. So we asked for them to open up the restrictions, and though it may be used for my team, we may, in fact, even drop my team off to save money. So, so at this time, though there may have been a grant, at this time the province wasn't willing to come up with anything additional over the $500,000, and because of our current situation, we asked them to open up the opportunity to use that for other things like utilities and staff salaries, not just us.
Deputy Mayor Tom, did you have some other questions?
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to have to proceed this by a little bit of dialogue here. I'm going to fully disclose that there was a great deal of frustration on my behalf as I read through some of the suggestions made within some of your asks. And I note that you have mentioned the heartland on a number of occasions. Certainly there's an aspect of geographical luck, but there's also millions and millions of dollars of capital, thousands and thousands of hours of time, and a myriad of other things that go into that kind of investment attraction. You seem to be presenting your proximity to it as a bit of a liability to you as opposed to an asset. You just invited in residents to shop in Gibbons, but there's an ask for us to pay for your infrastructure because of where that you note within your presentation you believe is Sturgeon residents. So I'm going to ask you, do you feel that your proximity is a liability or an opportunity?
Through Madam Mayor, I think that question is a fair question, but I think it's a question that requires significant review, analysis, and historical understanding. I would say this, Gibbons, from what we can see, from the inception of the industrial heartland, has not benefited in growth, in residential growth, commercial growth, in any way. The highway beside it has become very dangerous. I have had discussions with Alberta Transportation on the differential between large vehicles and small vehicles and the turn-ins to the industrial heartland and the issues that cause from a safety perspective. There are health studies in relationship to being adjacent to heavy industry that are also somewhat concerning. And so I think the key thing here is as I mentioned before, there are precedents. And the question I would have is not so much whether the town deserves something. It's, has this dialogue not happened before, and why has it happened in places like the MD of Greenview and Yellowhead County and in Lac-La-Biche County and other places where heavy industry, there's been success in generating the attraction of heavy industry, which has supported the urbans that are within those regions. And so we're just bringing up the question, and not for any other reason at this time other than we are in a situation of insolvency and we have no choice but to humbly ask the question, not in an aggressive way or making any or creating any innuendo that we think that the county's done something wrong. It's just simply we have an alternative here, and we'd like to open up the dialogue fairly about what does that look like, and can there be support, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent in terms of positions. There are precedents for it, and so that's why we have to bring it up.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you again, Madam Mayor. So I did a deep dive into some of those. Well, not deep, let's say a shallow dive into a number of the precedences that you're referencing. And there is one extremely core difference between the vast majority of those and this one, and that's geography. Those are more isolated municipalities. They're not in a capital region. Here, Sturgeon County has housing, say in Cardiff, which is 3 to 6 minutes further away than Gibbons is. We have an area structure plan that's been improved, which has a commercial corridor along Highway 28, as well as housing, which is again 3 to 6 minutes more than Gibbons is away. There is Mornville. Edmonton is 3 to 6 minutes further away than Gibbons is. Fort Saskatchewan is 2 minutes away. There's a vast amount of geographical choice within there, whereas those are more isolated communities with less geographical choice. So I'm not sure whether it's apples to apples within those cases, just based upon, like I say, being in the capital region with many, many options for housing choice, not just one municipality per se. I do appreciate that there is maybe some slight comparison there, but I would just note that as you talk about those precedents. So no question, I guess that was just a comment with respect to it.
Would you like me to comment back or no? Okay. You bring up some very valid points and things that we would have to take a look into. Like I said, we're very fresh to this situation. The one that I am familiar with, though, is Fort Saskatchewan. The beginnings of the industrial heartland for Strathcona County included a transfer of Dow Chemical, which was a Strathcona County industrial, basically assessment area. They basically carved that off and allowed Fort Saskatchewan to absorb that, and then created an industrial heartland area, which they pushed all the basically commercial, quasi non-heavy industrial towards Fort Saskatchewan. So a strong partnership between an urban and a rural community with an adjacent heartland. And so I think that example is a very good one when we look at the apples to apples, and Gibbons hasn't, from what I've seen over the years, been able to enjoy any of those fruits of the industrial heartland, as you just mentioned. But good points. Something that we have to consider is, again, we discussed it and have a dialogue on over the coming months over how do we get basically Gibbons out of the situation that's in, but fair.
Go ahead, Councillor Bossino.
Through you, Madam Mayor. It's on, yeah. More of a statement. I think, obviously as council, we've had many discussions about this. And I think the residents of Gibbons are in a very peculiar situation. And I think there's probably a lot of concern about autonomy and all those types of things. Yeah. And I think as a group, and I speak more for myself, but I really stress that at the end of the day, regardless of the outcome, we need to make sure that Gibbons feels as though they're part of the family. I think just from all the information we're seeing in the situation, the odds are it's going to be dissolved. There's a good chance. And, I'd just like to make clear that I would very much advocate, we're not looking to chastise anybody or put anyone, punish them in a sense. And I think it's hugely important that we, basically all move forward with best intentions. And I think the people of Gibbons need to understand we're not looking to blame them or punish them in that sense. It does need to be functional. It needs to work. And so I'm a big advocate of, going about this properly and not creating legacy issues where it's us against them forever. So, that's my personal sort of take on that. And, hopefully we can find some resolutions to make this all work. So.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I'm seeing no further questions. And I guess just building off of the shared investment for shared benefit, or rather, as you say, a revenue sharing question, do you think more money coming to Gibbons over the last few years would have changed how administration structured borrowing and development levies, or how council governed?
Through Madam Mayor, respectfully, I don't want to make any comment about the past administration or anything it would have done with extra money. I'll be honest with you, from what I see, it wouldn't have been a good bet to give extra money to the former administration, in my opinion. Would it have been a welcome infusion if you had a strong administration and a strong council, which you have now, that would have done things, in my opinion, properly and, with astute financial planning? It probably would have helped quite a bit.
Yeah, this is the challenge we're currently facing. There is a new council, but we don't know really who's in administration. That has yet to be determined. And we need to manage risk. And when we look at, some might say dysfunctional, you've used the term unconventional leadership, which has created systematic and structural challenges. I'm struggling with assuming that this is a clean slate and that we can move forward with the new structure, when we look at, over a decade of history, and to be quite honest, a decade of history where folks that had concerns and asked hard questions were gaslit and sanctioned on more than one occasion, which is a real challenge. And so again, no disrespect to the folks who ran in the last election and have done months of very difficult work, and the residents who've been, some concerned and some just vote for their elected officials and assume that they're going to meet their fiduciary responsibilities and they're not going to have to stay on top of it. But unfortunately, that's not the case. In our experience, Gibbons has chosen autonomy, I guess, over sustainability. And so I'm certainly interested in having these discussions over the next few weeks and months on what the best fit is. But I do have concerns about contributing taxpayers' dollars to a place where historically there has been questionable decisions made. And even if the right decisions are made now, if you're too far into a hole, how do you get out without, it's the challenge around saving someone who's drowning. You don't want to get pulled down with them. And so the decisions that this council has to make, or have it visited upon them when the province and the residents of Gibbons make a decision, we just need to make sure that we're not putting our own sustainability at risk. Because as I've mentioned to Mayor Henderson in other conversations, anything we do with Gibbons needs to be repeatable 4 more times. Because you're not the only town within our boundaries. And is it sustainable for the residents of Gibbons to have a 120% tax increase? No. But when I'm looking at the cash injection for your operation or shortfall that I'm seeing in your numbers, 5 million for Gibbons means 20 million for Morinville and 5 for Redwater and a couple to the 2 other towns. 40 million bucks, then we're cutting checks on an annual basis, which for us, 1% tax increase equals $1 million. That means we're looking at a 40% tax increase for Sturgeon County residents in the future if we're going to fulfill your ask and then extrapolate that ask over other neighbors, which is not sustainable for us either, to have the redundancy of the governance and oversight in all of those communities. So I hope, it's unfortunate that we're in a compressed timeline because these are really important discussions to have over what is fair and right for all taxpayers and all community members. And we're inhibited in that short timeline to be able to think creatively about what the best structure is to deliver the highest level of services at the most efficient cost. And so, again, I'm grateful that we've got the staff we've got to go through that because there's exposure here on a number of levels that the county has. Your job is to think of Gibbons. Our job is to think of Sturgeon County and the 5 towns and the neighboring municipalities as well. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of being as laser focused. And so there's some challenges there. I do certainly look forward to the survey results to understand what your residents are prioritizing, and look forward to the report and hope that the time constraints do not diminish the quality of the information that residents need to make a decision, and for our organization to be able to determine how best to offer those services or how best to partner. I do just have some practical questions to understand the cost being incurred currently, because of course this all starts hitting the red side of the balance sheet. Can you talk a bit about how levels of service have been adjusted to be able to minimize expenses? What immediate actions have been taken to control costs from a staffing perspective? You mentioned basically a CAO and assistant CAO. How many hours, like, are you full-time at this job? And how long do you plan on having that kind of administrative cost? And what are you doing to cut costs?
Through you, Madam Mayor, first I want to echo your statements. I agree with everything you said. It's a very difficult situation, so thank you for your patience with us coming forward with these very difficult and challenging asks. On more the practical points, when we first came in, we created a set of principles where basically salaries, benefits, and fuel utilities were basically the only things that we consider essential costs. All other kind of frivolous costs related to anything like professional development, flowers, additional things that are required, we cut back on. And that was kind of our beginning. We then did a review of staffing, and we took a look at what cuts we could make without it affecting service levels. And so we laid off basically approximately just over about 15% of the staff. We laid off a number of positions. And now, since that time, I have looked at service levels and are looking at additional possibilities of staffing adjustments. But again, we've only been there 9 weeks. So from a service level perspective, we begin the discussion this evening with council. And what we've done is we've created a service inventory. Right now, my finance lead is aligning that with the budget. We're beginning the discussion with council this evening, and we're planning some strategic plan workshops to basically look at the 2026 budget as a severe cutback budget. So looking at, again, we're looking at the possible transfer of fire services and FCSS, but if we don't get those, we're going to cut those back significantly. We're going to be looking at significant changes in bylaw, possibly, changes in planning and development. Basically, all services are going to be reviewed and cut back to the bone as far as we can take it. Basically, keeping essentially essential services going, and so that's kind of been our plan. From a staffing perspective, I will say that when we came on and I was asked to take on the engagement, it was a difficult challenge because we normally don't do a lot of this work any longer, but what we did is we took a look at the current positions. You had a CFO, you had an assistant CAO, and you had a CAO position that were vacated. And we agreed to take on the engagement at the exact budgetary cost that those positions were vacated at, which is a little bit lower than what our typical engagement would normally cost. So no additional budget dollars are actually being allocated to me and my team over what was budgeted previously. So again, net zero from a budgetary perspective. And we've looked for opportunity, and I will say this, we have been very clear with this council and with the province that, in my opinion, what the structure that was there before, which was basically an assistant CAO and CAO, we don't believe the assistant CAO position is required. The only reason why it is there right now, and it is going to be identified as one of the cutback positions, which is one of the people that work for my team, is because right now I have a person that's basically doing the CAO work while I do the strategic and project work. And they are both full-time jobs at this time. But we are hoping, again, we have to do the viability review. We have to complete basically a structured strategic budget. We have to work with you on the possibility of these service challenges. After that is complete, we figure possibly in the fall, then we'll be able to kind of basically cut back our time. And hopefully the municipality can look at getting, again, a permanent CAO in place as well. But at this time, we've been engaged to kind of take at the strategic discussions and the things that are required. So hopefully that answers all the, because you had a few practical questions there. Hopefully I've answered all of them.
You're undertaking the strategic work. Is that then your full-time? Because I'm struggling to understand why a town the size of Gibbons needs a CAO and an assistant CAO.
As it was structured before, the assistant CAO position, and I don't disagree, but as it stands today, my work has been primarily spent working on negotiations with the province, developing a framework and information for open houses with the public, developing a strategic budget, working on financial solutions and strategies, and working as the CAO dealing with the challenges that we have internally. The assistant CAO position is dealing with basically the day-to-day, dealing with the numerous challenges we had from a snow clearing perspective, dealing with bylaw challenges that come up every day. Being a small town sale, which I have been before, is an incredibly busy job. From the moment you get into work to the time you leave, it's just you never stop hopping. And so putting that on top of the work that we're doing to deal with the current financial situation requires 2 people at this time. But as I stated, we are planning on basically disengaging the assistant CEO position as soon as we can, once we get basically a bit of structure around the viability review and maybe some discussions moving along with the challenges for the transfer services. We feel the assistant CEO position can be then dissolved.
And pardon my inquiry, I don't normally question how other people's CAOs spend their time, but when I'm concerned that I'm the one picking up the bill eventually, kind of does beg the question of the operational costs. So just to clarify, did you say, what was the percentage of layoffs that have taken place so far?
We've laid off basically, at this time, we've laid off 5 staff. There's only about 36 staff in the entire municipality. So, and we are looking at additional staffing adjustments after our service reviews that are upcoming. Not sure what that looks like exactly, but again, those layoffs at this time are temporary. One thing that's very important to note as well is that layoffs are costly as well. So are staffing adjustments if you decide to remove people permanently. And so severance packages and things like that are challenging for the town at this time. And so we're trying to be careful, and we're trying to be respectful of staff as well. This is hurting people. And so we're doing our best not to hurt people that we don't have to, but we recognize that for us to be able to solve the issue, we have no choice but to make staffing adjustments. And that's been very difficult on the Gibbons team, and it's been very hard on people's lives. So we're working through that now.
Okay, so no service level changes in 3 months?
Significant. I'll say this, removing 5 staff from a staff of 35, there's definitely been service level changes. It's just we've been trying to not make them basically where we're doing it by policy. So removing basically 2 people from Public Works. We had an individual from, again, HR, and an individual from the finance team, and an individual from the recreation complex. So that definitely resulted in service level challenges that we've had to use basically a backlog and kind of adjustments with people. We had an incredibly difficult time with snow clearing, possibly because of the layoffs. A lot of complaints, a lot of issues. We have had issues at the arena with people complaining about the ice quality. HR, we're now behind in policies that we're working on, policies and some work that we're working on kind of getting completed. So it's definitely hit service levels, but not something where we've gone to council and basically made adjustments by policy, which we are now looking at considering.
Go ahead, Councillor Bossino.
I'd like to say to the Gibbons, to the mayor and council, as we all move forward, really bear in mind that every single cost you incur, we can't get rid of. It's never a true bankruptcy with municipalities. I've done a lot of purchasing of distressed assets. I have a pretty good understanding of true bankruptcy. I can leave a tremendous amount of stuff behind when I do that. In this particular case, right down to the last stamp, we're assuming. So in looking out for your community, whether it's dissolved or not, or whatever it is, as you progress and as we move forward, just keep in mind that every single invoice, every single dollar you spend, if it's unnecessary, Sturgeon County's picking that bill up, and obviously your citizens through taxation. So for everyone's best interest in mind as council and mayor, just keep that in mind. It's hugely important, and it'll make all of our lives a whole lot easier if we are all aware of that. So if Mayor has anything to reply to that.
Yeah, basically what I can assure you is that the steps of controlling and watching what we spend it on happened probably the second we got in there. As soon as we realized exactly how bad it was, we pulled on the fiscal restraint belt in a hurry. And we don't do, as far as the frivolous spending and stuff like that, to give you an idea where it's at, we had to fight to get toilet paper for the arena and to find the money to get toilet paper for arena. That's how tight it is. And that's how much we're watching our funds right now.
Okay. We appreciate that, obviously.
Yep.
I am seeing no further, oh, I'm sorry. Apologies, Councillor Berry. Please go ahead.
No worries, through the chair. So I have to ask this question. We kind of touched on it, but FCSS. I hear your program is really good now. Like I want to be ensured that no vulnerable people will be affected with any of these cuts of level of service. And I hope that would not be the case, and I hope we would kind of help out in some way of whatever that might be. But I just got to be ensured, FCSS program is there for the vulnerable, and we got to make sure that the fire service is not affected as well, right? That is another, and 50% of the calls you guys go to Sturgeon residents and blah, 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 right? But those are two ones that I think is low-hanging fruit, really, but we need to ensure that those levels of service are not affected.
Did you have something to say?
Through Madam Mayor, I think, again, that's really, again, a council decision, not an administrative decision. And we're having that discussion tonight with council, and there's been a lot of concern voiced by this council's voicing concerns about the exact thing that you just mentioned as well. I mean, trying to not hurt vulnerable people, but at the same time, we are in a situation of having to make some incredibly hard decisions. And again, I respect this council for the discussion they're about to have this evening, and hopefully we can manage that. But at the same time, we also have to be respectful of you as council, what you've echoed and voiced your concerns this evening of us making sure that we control costs. So it's a difficult balance at this time.
Councillor Stang, well, first question to you, and apologies if that budget line was in here. What's the annual or monthly cost, if you know it, of your FCSS currently? Because I understand it is offering a service level that is over and above what would normally be expected for a town of your size.
Through Madam Mayor, I wish Jody was here, but I believe the annual cost approximately is just over $200,000.
And to Councillor Stang, if you can confirm, victim services, when they closed down, was there not a contribution to the town of Gibbons to the tune of about $150,000 to FCSS?
The exact amount I don't have in front of me, but there was contributions to the food bank as well as the resource center, the family resource center. There was a substantial donation there.
Thank you. I just know there's been some comments at open houses about Sturgeon County residents using services in the town, which I'm just clarifying that we do contribute. And I think this year was a $430,000 recreation contribution. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but those were negotiated contracts. And it is unfortunate that the discussion around cost realities didn't happen sooner. Because if what you're telling me around the potential cash injection would have potentially circumvented the condition, and then I'm looking at the other towns in the county and knowing that you have done contract work for those other towns, would you say that the other towns within Sturgeon County are also at risk?
Through Madam Mayor, I mean, this is a very difficult conversation. My initial review would say that the other towns, though, are challenged financially. There's no doubt, as all small urbans are. They're nowhere near the situation that Gibbons in at this time. So that's probably the best answer I can give. I'm not the financial officer for those municipalities. I do have engagements with them, but certainly I would say that I don't think that they're in the situation that Gibbons is in. But are they financially healthy? That would require additional review.
I do recall our Sturgeon Regional Partnership meetings and discussions around looking for administrative efficiencies. And most folks were not interested in those savings. So again, cutting checks is one thing, but it shouldn't be the only solution. And so hopefully we can have some dialogue that's shared investment for shared benefit. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much to Mayor and all of the new council who's had a very difficult road in the last few months and a difficult one ahead as well. So appreciate you taking the time out of your personal life to run an election and then to head into, nobody ever wants to be in an unprecedented
turmoil.
situation. That's a word I think we'd all like to avoid, like the plague, but nonetheless, here we are.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and thanks again for taking the time to hear us out and give us an opportunity to be transparent with you guys, to let you know where it is, where we're at, and what kind of trouble we're in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll just take a brief recess. We do have a time-specific item in committee of the whole, I believe, but I know half the gallery is about to leave with you, so we'll just take a brief recess. Yes, prior to the motion, or rather prior to the recess, we'll read the motion and to conclude this matter.
Thank you through the chair that the presentation from the town of Gibbons regarding its financial situation and potential recovery pathways be accepted as information.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. A brief recess. Thank you. So calling the meeting back to order at 11:10. We are going to hold off on the time-specific item and just conclude the matters with respect to the town of Gibbons. We have agenda item 6.2. Ms. LaValle is going to present on some of the correspondence we've had from the province with respect to the viability review of the town of Gibbons. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jennifer LaValle, and I am Sturgeon County's Director of Communications and Strategic Services. This morning, I am bringing an item before you related to the forthcoming review of the town of Gibbons, as directed by the Minister of Municipal Affairs. On February 5th, the county received a letter from Minister Williams indicating he has directed his staff to proceed with a viability review for Gibbons. The reason for this is related to the strained financial position of the town. A viability review is a process defined under Alberta's Municipal Government Act, or the MGA. A viability review is meant to assess how a municipality can remain or return to a place where they are financially stable and self-sufficient over the long term. The information collected during a viability review process informs a viability report. Within that report, information will be clearly laid out to understand what actions will be taken to return Gibbons back to financial stability. There is no single standard scope or template for a viability report. However, these reports typically examine a community's governance, services, finances, and infrastructure to identify what changes would be required for the municipality to become viable again. Two options will be explored in this viability report. One, what it would look like if the town stays as its own independent municipality. And I mean that in a sense of what would future tax rates look like, service levels, governance, and more. And then two, the second option, what would happen if Gibbons dissolved and became a hamlet in Sturgeon County? This question will ultimately be presented to Gibbons residents as a formal vote after they receive the viability report. The results of the vote are binding in the sense that the minister must recommend the outcome of the vote to Cabinet for their consideration. In his letter, the minister indicates his staff have been asked to do this work under expedited timelines, with the report and public vote being finalized no later than spring 2026. Minister Williams calls this an ambitious timeline, and we would concur with that description. Considering under normal circumstances, the ministry acknowledges it usually takes up to a year or more to create the viability report alone. Municipal Affairs is asking the county to provide significant cooperation in this matter, share information, and participate in the efforts surrounding the creation of the viability report. So what exactly is the county being asked to do? Some of this is unclear as we simply have not received many answers yet, and there are still a lot of unknowns. What we do know is that the county will need to create estimates of what things could look like if Gibbons were to become our hamlet. This could include our assessment of how things like everyday programs and services would be provided within a hamlet setting, how local roads and buildings would be looked after, and how local costs and taxes might be determined. It would also look at if and how county and town staff could come together, how technologies and softwares would integrate, what local governance and representation could look like, and many other important details. Supporting an expedited viability review will require significant effort by Sturgeon County within very tight timelines, necessitating intensive, focused response from the organization. To meet these deadlines, some staff will need to pause or defer portions of their current work plans and redirect time and attention to activities related to this review. Given the information that is currently available, it is difficult to fully quantify any potential service level impacts that this work will represent. Focusing strictly on the work associated with the viability review, additional costs to the county are expected. However, at this time, we do believe they can be accommodated through existing budgets that were otherwise earmarked for ongoing intermunicipal projects. Costs might include things like engineering reviews, records audits, legal file review, and more. If needed, some funds could also be reallocated from other budgeted work, again, if it comes to that. There are two distinct motions in front of Council today for consideration. One relates to Council directing admin to participate in the work with municipal affairs and the town associated with the viability review. The second motion directs administration to begin assessing the potential implications of what will be identified in the viability report. While it remains uncertain whether the town will ultimately dissolve into Sturgeon County, the compressed timeline set by municipal affairs makes it clear that we need to begin preparing and addressing potential implications now, rather than waiting for that final decision and then having to scramble at the last minute to respond. Ultimately, it is up to the residents of Gibbons to decide on the future of their community based on the information contained in the viability report. Once they have the information, it is them who will decide to remain as a town or dissolve into the county. I haven't covered too much in the sense of what would happen if, from the county's organizational perspective, if the town were to dissolve into our municipality as a hamlet. I can share with Council, based on what we know right now, and just speaking very practically, that taking on a dissolved Gibbons would increase our resourcing demands. As I mentioned before, it would mean integrating bylaws, software systems and processes, assume possibly new or expanded service areas, coordinate the integration of a significant population increase, and more. You will also see noted within your RFD that if one municipality dissolves into another, the receiving municipality assumes all responsibility for the dissolved community's assets, debts, liabilities, services, obligations, and infrastructure, which obviously could significantly increase financial demands and risk. Looking ahead at the onset of this work, this is a very serious matter for Sturgeon County and for the residents who live here, as they will also be impacted by this decision. Of course, and most obviously, this is a very, very serious matter for the people of the town of Gibbons, their council, and town staff as well. While there are a lot of unknowns at this point, administration recommends taking this situation one day at a time. In looking at the immediate next steps before us in this larger process, the two tabled motions for your consideration today do bring momentum forward into starting to address the situation overall. With that, I will pause and do my best to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. LaValle. Any questions? What if we don't wanna? Yeah. No, I guess I will just say I appreciate some of the work that RMA has done and some of the papers they've done outlining the challenges of the current structure around dissolution and the minimal resources provided and the massive cost on the receiving municipality. As we can see, the range is between costs of 1.5 up to $18 million. Depending on unknown infrastructure liabilities. So not an ideal situation. Yeah, so we'll go for questions here, or did you want to speak, Mr. Peter, before questions? Go ahead.
And through the chair, and just further on the cost, I do want to just clarify to council that if the town ultimately continues as a town, we could be then liable to hold these costs. Like, these would not be costs that we would be subject to recoup. So like, that is a factor that for council and the public to consider. But at the same time, as our director just indicated, we are taking a prudent approach and ensuring that if this happens as indicated in a timely now manner, that we will be ready, and a commitment we would like to be able to make to the town and the residents are that the services that they enjoy, whatever the level of service that council approves, and that'll be captured in the document, then would continue on. So if this happens on Monday, on Tuesday they can expect services to be in place, and that's our obligation. So we have to be mindful of all those factors, and as the mayor indicated, we will be here to support a true-up of what the costs that we anticipated are with the debt, with the service obligations, with staffing in HR, and so forth. One of which that we won't know is the cost of a new or improved infrastructure. That is a concern to Sturgeon County, but we will be working to rationalize that in the months to come too.
Go ahead, Councillor Boissonnault.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So to administration, I guess, of the two motions we have, which one is the most beneficial and most or least impactful to us as a county, do you feel? What would be the sort of the opinion on that?
And through the chair, I would just clarify that each of the motions that you're referencing at the top of the report are important. The first would allow us or encourage us to engage with the province and the town and just to continue to collaborate on this, to share information, that. The second is to develop this document that we referenced. Like that would then come to council. Council would consider the options in that document and clarify to the public what the future would look like. That will then go to the public and the province as a part of that process. So to clarify, they're both important.
They're quite both important, okay.
Deputy Mayor?
Thanks for you. I would just ask both for administration's benefit and for our own benefit. You note in here that we may have to reprioritize non-essential work, that we have sort of clarity around what that is. Just because as much as we understand, I know we also have a tendency to go, oh, where is that thing? So I just want us to be able to be on the same page and be as supportive of the additional work you're doing as possible, and have you be able to call us on it when we go, where is that thing? If it was a non-essential, that was deferred.
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Toms, right now there is still an element of the unknown of what this will look like depending on how long it lasts. We do know that the initial timeframes are set at spring, but we haven't received any hard dates or milestone timelines from municipal affairs yet. So we may have to continue to adjust this as we go forward. But in looking at some of the initial workloads or work plans that may need to be adjusted over the coming weeks and few months, development and implementation of planned policy modernizations and new policy creation is one of the more significant pieces that will need to be paused. Oversight and coordination related to updating things like our new strategic plan and other elevated business planning work. There will be some strain on operational areas and our service managers because we're going to have to pull them away to a certain extent from their daily service delivery to help provide information and insight analysis into creating the scenarios of what it would look like and how we would accommodate that service within the hamlet, if that were to become a hamlet. One of the areas that is definitely of concern is the ICF and IDP work that is on the horizon. Sturgeon County has 16 ICFs to consider with a legislated deadline of early next year. So there's that work as well. And then just some, again, strained service delivery around possibly some advocacy work, our creation of briefings, committee support, and then just oversight on certain things, specifically within like communications and engagement services, corporate planning, and just my particular role within the executive team as well.
Mr. Peter?
And through the chair, and just to supplement quickly, I would also add that we anticipate as we continue to wade into the financials of the town, we do anticipate that there will be impacts on our finance team in a problematic time that they're already facing with new integrations and conversions of our own systems. So these are things that we're watching very carefully. And secondly, when I look out a bit and kind of depending on the outcome of this, like some of the back-end integrations, like through IT and other areas, are going to, you know, overwhelm our capacity. So these integrations will need to be supported externally. Frankly, as Mayor indicated, I expect millions of dollars will be needed to support this. And saying that, I do want to be clear to our staff and the public that in everything we do, we will be mindful about sequencing and phasing and doing things to maintain the integrity and the continuity of our services. You know, so all this is on our radar, and as indicated, we'll build this plan out to be considerate of all of our operational and back of house services.
I would just ask administration, as best as you can in a hurried situation, to start building a repository of information and arguments, to build a resolution, to renew the conversation at RMA around the need for more oversight from the province to respond to red flags in a timely manner. Because we are only going to see an increase of small towns struggling to remain viable with the downloading of responsibilities and inflationary pressures, even for those towns that are being governed and administered appropriately and legally. There is no magic wand, and I think there needs to be a stronger framework going forward as to what governance looks like going forward with new financial realities. And I would also just caution, I'm very concerned about the example of the Grand Cache for 10 years contributing $37 million to only assume that municipality in the end. I certainly hope the residents of Gibbons are going to be very realistic about the systematic habits in that community around governance and administration and what it has actually cost. And because it would be very challenging for us to have the expense of this work right now and then have them choose to stay independent. We're not reimbursed for these costs above, what is it, $450,000, which we know it will be more than that to go through this process. And in the end, to just kick the can down the road, down the proverbial road. So anyway, if anything comes of this experience, I guess anywhere that to avoid sunk costs, which would be at least Sturgeon County can have a learning experience to maybe provide some information to the province and other municipalities as to how we can request a better plan going forward in this, because this town never should have gotten to the point it is, and we should never be put in the position that we're put in right now. Even from a democratic position, for our residents to have absolutely no say in this is unconscionable. And with that, I don't see any further questions. Well, there's lots, but none that can be answered in chambers here today. If I can have a mover for the motions.
Me or Jason?
Good.
You can do this one.
Go ahead, Councillor Barry, if it's in front of you.
I got voted in. Yeah. Through the chair, that council agree to take part in a provincial viability review of the town of Gibbons and direct administration to share any needed information and work with the reviewers during this process.
Thank you. Debate? Are you just, are you raising hands to vote? Okay.
I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stang.
Through the chair, I'm definitely going to support this. As mentioned, I would much rather be at the table than on the table. So, I mean, we're already on the table, but at least we have a voice somewhat because, you know, like you mentioned, I'm already hearing it within residents within the neighborhood. You know, they don't necessarily want to pay the bill at the end of the day, but when it's forced down you, I would much rather have a say in it. So I'll definitely support.
Any further debate? Seeing none, those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimous. Second.
That administration use existing budgets and reprioritize non-essential work where possible, prepare an analysis of known implications in the town of Gibbons were to dissolve into Sturgeon County following the conclusion of the provincial viability review.
Debate, comments. As pointed out by Deputy Mayor, I'll just remind council and other departments who might be unaffected by this additional work and ask residents to be patient because we've done our budgets and departments have done their work plans and we've got the year in front of us planned out, which was not an easy year from a finance perspective anyway, just because of, you know, the millions that we're investing in modernizing the organization. So I know modern day service levels expect perfection, and we are going to try hard to do our best, but we are in an untenable situation, and so we'll ask for some best efforts and grace for one another, working through what we thought we were doing and as we pivot to what's actually happening. So with that, I'll call the question. Those in favor? And that motion has carried unanimously. Thank you. Well said. So I think we're going to reset. Sorry, Mr. Sopko?
Through Madam Mayor, we do have Valerie's here for item 6.3, if council wants to deal with this item while the RVA presenters make their way back.
Thanks. Yes, I was popping forward to financial system modernization, forgetting about 6.3. Mr. Chan, welcome.
Morning. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Matthew Chan, Budget Financial Planner. Today, I'm here to request that Council give 3 readings to Bylaw 1706/26, Amendment to the 2026 Fees and Charges Bylaw. As part of the Council budget meeting on November 5th, 2025, Council approved adjustments to the 2026 budget as part of the Comprehensive Budget Review. One item identified was the updating of internal service chargebacks from tax-supported departments to utility operations. The additional costs were adjusted as part of the 2026 budget. At the December 9th, 2025 regular council meeting, Council gave 3 readings to Bylaw 1696/25, the 2026 Fees and Charges Bylaw, which came into effect on January 1st of this year, and approved an update to the variable commercial wastewater consumption rate from $2.84 in 2025 to $3.35 for 2026. The full impact of the updated internal service chargebacks to utility operations identified through the Comprehensive Budget Review, however, was unintentionally omitted from the 2026 Fees and Charges Bylaw. Therefore, Bylaw 1706/26 proposes to amend the rate for variable commercial wastewater consumption from $3.35 per cubic meter to $3.43 per cubic meter. This is the only rate that administration is proposing to amend at this time. The financial impact of the proposed fee change is already reflected in the approved budget for 2026. As such, this amendment would align actual commercial wastewater revenue with amounts budgeted for 2026. Bylaw 1706/26 will take effect as soon as it is passed. User fee transactions after the approval of Bylaw 1706/26 will be made in accordance with the amended 2026 fees and charges bylaw. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Any questions? No, it's pretty straightforward. I thought we were going to go line by line through the fees and charges again. No?
Not this time.
Oh, gosh. Ms. Duquette changed shades there. Okay. If I can have a mover for the motion, please. Go ahead, Councillor Stang.
Thank you, through the chair. That was painful the first time, never mind the second time. That bylaw 170626 be given first reading, if I can just speak to the, I'll definitely support this. You know, from one document to another, those little administrative errors happen, and so I appreciate that someone caught it, and so thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Motion carried unanimously.
That bylaw 170626 be given second reading.
Those in favor? Passed unanimously.
That bylaw 170626 be considered for third reading.
Those in favor? And that is passed unanimously.
And finally, that bylaw 170626 be given third reading.
And those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chan. I'll now recess the council meeting. We'll shift into committee of the whole so that we can move on to our very patient 11 o'clock time specific item that's now taking place at probably 11:40 by the time we get to that point. So I'll release the chair and we'll have administration move us into committee of the whole.
Good morning. I am Deputy Mayor Kristen Toms, and I'm going to call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order for Tuesday, February 10th, 2026 at 11:40 a.m. First item is the adoption of the agenda, 1.2. Can I have a mover for the, or sorry, is there any changes, additions, or deletions to the agenda? No, seeing none, can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Thank you, Councillor Stang. I'll attribute that to you and call the question. All those in favor? That passes unanimously. Item 1.3, adoption of the minutes. Did anybody notice any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will ask for a mover for that. Councillor Barry, thank you very much for that. I will call the question. All those in favor? And finally, moving on to item 2.1, our 11 a.m. time-specific item, River Valley Alliance 2026 shareholder update presentation. I do have to apologize for us being extremely tardy this morning. You may have noticed that we have some, what I will gently term, exciting issues happening right now. And again, like I say, our profuse apologies for that. So please go ahead, and the microphone there, just so you know, if you tap the button, the red ring should appear. That lets you know that everybody can hear you. Thanks so much.
Well, good morning, Council. My name is Kristen Walsh. I am your program lead for Open Spaces, and I'm just here to introduce our speakers today. So the River Valley Alliance is here to share their annual presentation with us. They're a not-for-profit organization made up of 6 shareholder municipalities. Of course, Sturgeon County is one of those 6. And I present to you Christine Archibald, Executive Director of the RVA, and our new RVA Community Engagement Committee member, Don Galloway, here to present the annual update. Thank you.
Thank you, and no problem at all for the wait. I understand important things are important things. So thank you for allowing us to present today an update as one of our shareholder municipalities. I'm excited to come here annually and just let you know what we've accomplished in the past year and what our next year looks like. So first I will introduce Don Galloway. He is the most recent appointment to our Community Engagement Committee. Congratulations to Councillor Papadopoulos, who was our former appointee and now a councillor, so congratulations. So Don, did you want to introduce yourself at all, or are you okay? No, that's fine. Okay, good. Don's only been with us since November. He's only had the opportunity to attend one Community Engagement Committee meeting so far, so just getting to know the organization, but very engaged so far, so thank you for that appointment. We do have just a very quick presentation. I won't take more than 10 minutes at the most. Just to walk you through. So a little project overview, again, what's been accomplished in the last year, where the project stands today, how the final connection is being advanced, and then our outlook and next steps. Next. So just project at a glance. I know we have a couple of new councillors, I think, this year. And maybe you're not as familiar with the River Valley Alliance as an organization. So we are 6 municipal partners. So Sturgeon County, Fort Saskatchewan, Strathcona County, Edmonton, Devon, and Parkland County are our shareholders. Those municipalities got together in 2003 and incorporated the River Valley Alliance as a not-for-profit organization with a specific mandate to connect a regional pedestrian trail from Sturgeon County to Parkland County through all of those other municipalities along the river. I'm happy to say that as of 2026, we are 75% of the way there. And that was facilitated by a provincial grant of $50 million and a federal grant of $30 million that we received way back in 2012 and 2013. So those grants paid for 2/3 of the build of 75% of the trail, which has included 3 pedestrian bridges, the downtown outdoor elevator, lots of trailheads, washroom facilities, parking, but the trail itself as well. So that's where we stand today. And I think that's, unless there's any questions after, we can get back to these, but next. So what's been accomplished in the past year? So the Ashokan, which is Beaver Hill Bridge, opened between Strathcona County and Northeast Edmonton. So that's basically quarry across the river to Legends Golf Course in that area. That's what it looks like. That's still an artist's rendering of it, but that's pretty much exactly what it looks like. It has a nice S-curve. It goes around infrastructure that was already in the water from the wastewater treatment plant. It has landings, circle landings on both sides. It has rest areas with the flags in the middle. It has all native plantings around it. upgraded parking and washrooms on the Strathcona County side, and then full connectivity of the trail on both sides. So this bridge effectively connected 75% of the trail, so it was a big piece, an important piece, and we're happy that it was sort of our last major infrastructure project that we had committed our existing funding to. One of the other things that we did over the last couple of years, which I've spoken about a little bit, but just an update for those who maybe aren't aware, is we did an Indigenous-led trail naming exercise or consultation over 2 years to determine a name for the trail itself. So the trail name is Squitchiameskinau in the Cree language, gifted to us by Elder Jerry Saddleback, which means Beaver Hill Road. So of course you can see the beaver theme. Lots of beaver theme, Edmonton House, all of those beaver themes. The beaver for this region is it's one of the sacred animals of the Indigenous peoples in this area. So it is an important animal. Next. Okay, so why completion still matters. We have 25 kilometers left in the southwest of Edmonton. It is entirely within Edmonton. So the trail isn't connected fully end to end. That final link will unlock the regional value of the trail. This trail, yes, each piece is very important. Each piece is a strategic piece of the puzzle, but the overall trail doesn't unlock the full value until it's complete. So that is a very important piece to finish. We have, just to have that consistent user experience and the stewardship that's regional stewardship in each municipality contributing and reaping the benefits of your investment. That's very important. So that's where we are right now. And I think we can go to the next slide. So where the project is today, that remaining 25K, that's a circle of exactly where it is from Google Maps. You can see it stops with the border of Devon and goes to the West Anthony Henday Bridge in Edmonton. So completion of that portion will connect all 6 municipalities end to end, enable us to have consistent wayfinding, stewardship, and visitor experience along the entire corridor. Now, I'm happy to say that one of the recent developments, 2 recent developments, but I'll speak to one right now. We have been working with the City of Edmonton for the past 4 years, probably 5 years, really, really consistently, because that last 25K is within Edmonton, to become a priority within their budget cycle. So they have a new one coming up, obviously 27 to 30, that they'll be discussing this fall, but of course those conversations are already happening. So I'm happy to say that we are now in their internal process. Their urban planning committee on January 20th directed their administration to prepare a comprehensive report outlining opportunities, constraints, funding possibilities, phasing options for completing that last 25 kilometers. And that will then inform budget discussions coming up in the fall. So that report is due in June. We're working closely with city administration to make sure that it's very comprehensive and detailed, as we've already done a feasibility study. We already have preferred alignment that's come back from many environmental studies already done. We did fly the entire 25K with a LiDAR-equipped drone just last year, and that gave us amazing, amazing topography that we could then do little tiny reroutes so we know exactly where to go that's the least impactful environmentally and the most appropriate for the trail itself. So all of that work has already been done. We need to go into detailed design, we need to go into consultation, and we need to figure out the right-of-way land access because there are some private lands involved. But maybe next slide, we'll talk about. So yeah, that's where we are. We're aligning with the municipal capital planning cycle for Edmonton right now. And after that, we can align with provincial and federal funding programs, land access, and then that early coordination of preliminary work. The other thing that was kind of exciting for us was the province did give us $3 million to facilitate that work in the last 25 kilometers, and that's spendable to 2030. So that aligns with the city's budget cycle as well. So that was extraordinarily helpful on Alberta Parks side, and that will Edmonton would probably, I don't have that agreement right in front of me. I haven't had it yet from the province, just the verbal agreement, but I think that's going to require probably match funding from the city. So then if they put the $3 million into their next budget cycle, that gives us $6 million to work with, which will facilitate all of that preliminary construction work as we go into the next phase. Next. So this just talks a little bit about the sequence delivery over 26 to 27. We're doing the funding alignment land access piece. 28 to 29, preliminary design and consultation, and then 29 to 30, we hope to begin construction. So yeah, we've gotten some momentum over the last about 6 months, I'd say, just in ongoing meetings with the province and the city. So happy to see those two things moving forward. Next. So just a little reminder maybe of those of you who aren't aware, like what does the River Valley Alliance actually do? We're the coordinator across the 6 municipalities. We help to align the partners with priorities and funding. We are the ones that go out and get the funding so that we can pay for 2/3 of the trail build. We're always looking at risk management through early planning and collaboration and respecting municipal ownership and decision-making processes. There are councillors from all 6 of our municipalities that sit on our board of directors. Councillor Papadopoulos is the one that sits on our board right now. And so a lot of engagement from the municipalities ongoing. We meet monthly usually, so we always have feedback from the municipalities. They're very involved in the governance and the planning, the budget setting, all of that work. So definitely eyes on, hands on. Next. So the investment framework, we are still looking at that 1/3, 1/3. It's a proven funding model. It's about 24 million all in to finish that last 25 kilometers. We have 3 from the province right now. Hopefully the city will kick in their portion to move that preliminary design part in. And then we just need around another 18 million all in. So if you divide that by 3, $6 million provincial, federal, municipal ask. So it's not huge dollars we're talking about. I think it's very doable. We just have to have those conversations early and ongoing. And then we are looking at some private and philanthropic contributions as well. I think in this day and age, working so closely with all levels of government, we know that you have competing priorities. We know you have tight budgets. And so these asks often they're not seen as not important, but they're maybe seen as not a priority. So we need to maybe go out there and talk to corporations and philanthropic people as well to say, would you consider supporting with, a donation of $500,000 or $1 million or something? There's some naming things we can do for different infrastructure along the trail. So I think there's some interest there, and we're exploring that right now. Next. So just some outlook and closing remarks. Final Connection is hopefully actively advancing toward delivery. I think with those 2 steps, we're in the right place. The funding and preliminary work and construction is being aligned. We have clear accountability and ongoing reporting maintained through our board and committee structures and through my annual reporting and things like this every year. So I always like to say 6 municipalities, 1 river valley, 1 shared commitment. Let's finish what we started. So happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. Appreciate your presentation. I have to admit, I was contemplating whether my few spin classes would enable me to bike 75 kilometers of trail with any ability to walk over the next week, but who knows? Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor McLennan.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the presentation. I'm currently on the Athabasca Landing Trail. It had been relayed to me that you had a presentation at some point with that group. And what my question is to ask you to look a little bit into the future. I'm not suggesting you take the eyes off the prize of finishing. That for sure has to be a priority. But you had mentioned at a AGM what the future of your organization might look like. Is there a potential synergy or movement with your organization to work with the Athabasca Landing Trail in some capacity going forward, like after the completion? Like we'll be positive and say that it will be completed. Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, I think that the future is wide open. I mean, I certainly, from my perspective as executive director, collaboration and communication and just talking to each other about what the possibilities could be is how we got here in the first place. And that ongoing determined commitment to not give up no matter the hurdles and to always find a way through. I think that's key to our mandate and to what we're trying to do. I was able to have some really good conversations with some of the people that are on the committee that's spearheading that project. I was able to give sort of an overview presentation because there are a lot of similarities in what we're trying to do. as to how we kind of got our funding and how we got the municipalities to agree on a plan of action and how we actually moved that work forward. And I think that was helpful, I hope. And I'm always willing to attend those meetings or communicate or collaborate in any way I can. I think the plan of action, this is just one piece of the plan of action. So the plan of action actually has 3 or 4 phases, probably 4 at this point. And this is completing phase 2. So this initial 100-kilometer connectivity isn't where it stops, or it's not where it was meant to stop. We always looked at connectivity on both sides of the river and heading north for sure as one piece. Not as far as I think that committee is looking at, but why not connect the whole thing eventually? I think that would be an amazing thing to do. And I think Trans-Canada Trail also would be very interested in that. So I think there's certainly ongoing conversation, I think, is where we need to start. And certainly communication and collaboration and just helping each other in whatever stage it makes sense to help. And I'm always happy to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Natu.
Thank you for the presentation. Well, before I forget, is that a stock image or?
That's actually AI generated,
Okay.
but it is of the river
Because I was
valley.
like, that is definitely on my bucket list this summer if
That's actually
it.
it.
But I
That's
was like, I just don't, that
that's a
doesn't
picture.
look like.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it looks like on certain parts of the trail.
Okay.
Actually, in Lamoureux, that's, if you were to go there, that's about what it looks like.
Well, the shrubbery and the vegetation on the east side of the river is what didn't
Okay,
look
yeah,
right to
that
me.
big hill, yeah, probably. Yeah,
yeah.
no, absolutely.
Yeah.
But there are lots of people that have cycled it, the 75K. It takes, depending on your level of cycling ability, and if you have e-assist and those good things, around 3 to 6 hours. There's lots of planned stops along the way, but I always get the feedback, people have no idea what we have here. Like, it is such an iconic world-class trail. The fact that it flows through, yes, a major downtown, yes, tiny historical towns like Lamoureux, but also through old-growth forest beside farmers' fields with always the river right there in your view. Like, it is outstanding. So it's something we should be really proud of and so appreciative of, for sure.
I think we need a team building exercise this summer where we all will cost out what an e-bike is. 'Cause I don't think any of us are going to survive pedaling on our own volition. No quads. Maybe horses. That's better. I should know this, but if I did, I've forgotten it. When the infrastructure is built, is it then transferred to the ownership of the municipality? Okay.
Yes, it
Because I
is.
was just starting to think about when your projects are done, the life, as was alluded to, the life of RVA, what happens next? And then I started thinking about the infrastructure, and do we need to start putting away reserves for refurbishment and replacement, and hope these last longer than our sewer lines, is all I'm going to say.
Yes, exactly. And that's a wonderful question, and thank you for asking it. There is that kind of conversation going on in the background as to what the future of the RVA is after this connectivity. And like I said, this is only one phase of the perceived phases, and there has to be appetite to complete other phases, understandable, not to mention funding. But we'll see where we are when we get there. But I think something, and especially for the city of Edmonton now, because there's a significant amount of the trail within the city's borders, and one of the things they always hold up as sort of a reason to be hesitant about completing another 25K is maintenance, because that's a big piece, right? So perhaps, and I only put this on the table as food for thought, there's some type of regional trail funding, maintenance funding agreement that everyone chips in. It is interesting, the cross-border travel that residents do on that trail. When we are in, and we go to every municipality multiple times every year, we host events, we attend other events, we talk to people all the time. And we always ask where they're from. And there will be people from Fort Saskatchewan and Devon, there will be people from Devon and Fort Saskatchewan, and everything in between. So perhaps there is some kind of conversation, and those are conversations I'd like to have at the AGM level, because I think they are important conversations for the mayors to be at the table for going forward. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, any final questions? Okay, I seen it. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you for your infinite patience waiting for us to come along at this stage. I know we were really behind today, so.
Okay.
And I
I hope the
appreciate
rest
the
of your day
work
goes
you're
well.
doing.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the table here. Can I get a mover for that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Papadopoulos.
That the River Valley Alliance 2026 shareholder update presentation be accepted as information.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Okay, I see none. I will call the question. All those in favor? Excellent. That passes unanimously, and thanks again. Okay, moving on to item 2.2. Financial Systems Modernization Project Q1 2026 update. Ms. Duquette, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee members, administration, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Sabrina Duquette, and I'm the Manager of Corporate Finance and Treasury. So today we're just here for a simple update on the Financial Systems Modernization Project, Q1 2026. So moving to the next slide, this is just an overview of what we'll be discussing today, and it will be a combined approach between the project manager and I. So with that, next slide, please. So just to provide some context, as we do have some newly elected officials, this project was approved prior to you becoming council members. This was to replace the county's financial system, as the current system is end of life by end of 2028. We're modernizing the finance, the HR, payroll functions, and we're trying to manage as many changes as quickly as we can across the organization. So this would be to provide a scalable, secure, and cloud-based solution aligned with public sector best practices. And with that, I'd ask Mr. Ferrugia to introduce himself and take over the presentation.
Thanks, Sabrina. My name's Mark Ferrugia. Nice to see you all. I'm the project manager that's actually been engaged working on this project for the last 2 years, so very familiar with the life cycle of it. So the first slide here that I'll get into is the solution overview. So RSM Canada has been chosen as the implementation partner. And just for some background, RSM is actually a major global network of independent accounting firms. And they're actually the 6th largest in the world, with over 65,000 professionals at their disposal. So it's quite a large company. They do focus on mid-market customers like the county. So they've been a really great partner to have on board. The product they're implementing is based on MS Dynamics 365 and also Avanti. So MS Dynamics sits on the Microsoft Azure platform, which is already in use in the county, and actually Avanti is already in use as well. So the point here is that this solution, while it's net new in terms of its functionality, there's a lot of familiarity there with the base solution already within the county, which is really good from an onboarding perspective and also a sustainability perspective. As we'd expect, the solution is modern and cloud-based. It contains advanced financial reporting, budgeting, and project accounting functionality. There is significant embedded AI functionality as well. We won't be focusing on the AI functionality out of the gate. We'll be focusing more on base functionality, but it is something that we will revisit in the future of the project. Because it's Microsoft-based, there's obviously deep integration with Office 365 and Power Platform, again, both of which are in use throughout the county at this point. And just to mention that Avanti, which we're already using, is Canadian cloud-based HR and payroll platform. Next slide, please. Thanks. So in regards of the solution benefits, the first 3 points there have already been alluded to in a previous slide. So I'm just going to move on to the 4th point there, which is scalable for future county growth. So the Microsoft solution that's being implemented, it's actually one module of a broader base of Microsoft modules available. So the point here is that it's not necessarily a standalone solution. It's a solution that provides future scalability and future integration with other Microsoft products should the county decide to use those particular products in the future. And there's actually a diagram coming up on a future slide that will show that. As I mentioned before, just moving on to the fifth bullet point there, seamless staff adoption, leveraging existing Microsoft and Avanti environment familiarity. So training will still be required, but at least we have some base familiarity there that we can build from. And again, being Microsoft and a very open solution, the new solution will improve access to information for more effective customer service. And it's very important for us to note that the residents of the county are actually seen as important customers of this solution, just as much as the internal users. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mark. I'll actually take over this one. I just wanted to bring to Council's attention, especially the newly elected, that this is phase 1 that we're currently in of the project, which is for the core financial system, HR, and payroll. However, there is a phase 2. Phase 2 includes tax and utilities and cash receipting and bank management. So that part of the project wasn't included in this part, but I wanted to let you know that that one we are currently working on putting together the RFP for phase 2. At the time we went out with this, there were not any solutions that kind of embedded all of that as a best practice solution, including the Microsoft platform. When we go out for the next RFP, we're hoping to have seen some growth in that industry and possibly even ones that integrate quite well with our existing system. That system as well is the same system used for our core financials today, and it is end of life. So implementation for phase 2 would also need to be by January 1st, 2029, no later than that. With that, I'll pass it back to our project manager.
Thanks for that. And before we move on to the next slide, I mentioned earlier that there's a diagram coming up that shows how what we're implementing is part of a broader Microsoft set of solutions. So looking at the diagram on the right-hand side of this slide, if you look to the very right, you'll see a finance module. So that's the module we're actually implementing as part of this project. We're not implementing all of the other ones shown on this diagram, just that finance module. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. So this is the timeline and where we're at the moment. This timeline is a couple of weeks out of date, and it's based on the time when these materials were submitted to council. So essentially, if we just look at the table, we are currently finishing off the solution verification piece. So this is a piece where we've worked with both of our vendors to really dive deep into the requirements that were in the RFP. And the outcome of that is a better understanding from the vendors on exactly how we need the system configured to meet those requirements. And that's the next stage that we're moving into, which is the implementation stage, which actually we're starting this week. So the moral of this story is we are actually right on schedule. And this is the schedule that was developed at project kickoff in early September. And we're currently targeting a go live date of the 1st of January 2027. At this point, there's no indication that we will be missing that date. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is just a bit of a pictorial of what I mentioned earlier on what solution verification is. So we've actually been in this stage of the project since early October. It's been quite a lot of work. There's been many meetings between the project team and the two vendors. And it's great that we've gotten to the end of this now and we're moving into actual implementation activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the next steps. Again, these are a couple of weeks out of date. So finalised solution verification has actually been done. We're just awaiting final sign-off on that. Complete detailed system configuration and data integration. That's what we're actually moving into at this point. So for the next few months, we're going to be buried very deeply in configuration and data migration activities, and working towards being ready for testing and training with a broader organisation. Something else important to mention here is the second last bullet point there, organisational change management in progress. So we're actually just at the tail end of a procurement process to hire a dedicated change manager. Obviously, change management with projects like this is something extremely important. So they're really going to be coming in at a very optimal time of the project as we start configuration. So they'll be able to learn exactly what the new solution is going to look like and compare that to what current state looks like, and determine what the gap between the two is. And that's what the real focus of training and communication will be for the remainder of the project. Next slide, please. Over to you, Sabrina.
Thank you. And with that, just a financial summary similar to the last update. Budget authority is 7.9 million. Spent to date has changed slightly. Now that we have the implementation costs coming in and the resources seconded, we're seeing an uptake in the cost, but 2 million to date. And overall, the FSM project is within budget, current and projected to the end of the year, and even for phase 2. With that, I would welcome any questions, as well with the project manager, should you have any.
Thanks very much. Questions? I think we did a lot of questions. Oh, there we go, Mayor Natu, coming in at the last second for you.
Sorry, I'm maybe just slightly concerned over some of what we're seeing happen in other municipalities around funding approvals and bylaws and projects approved without necessarily listing where the funds are coming from. So I'm just wondering, in our financial system, what kind of a story or what kind of breadcrumbs do we leave, or checks and balances are you thinking about in that process to make sure that the dollars going out are coming from the accounts that were approved, and if there's missing information, that there's red flags to make sure that that trail of breadcrumbs is complete from the decisions made here to the check finally going to the person providing the service?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are really looking at that from a budget perspective of what you approved, putting that in, and then putting the controls in place. Threshold based, there's lots of options in the new system to establish that. And then the tracking of the costs as well. So if you put something through and your purchase requisition or your purchase order doesn't have that there, it doesn't allow you to move on. We now have capabilities in the system to have somebody enter something and somebody approve it. So some functionality we weren't using today were purchase requisitions and purchase orders. Those were all kind of done outside system Excel, and then the invoices were approved through the workflows against the delegation of authority as authorized by the CAO. Regarding the tracking, we've actually been spending a lot of time exploring that just in the past few years here, because the magnitude of the projects are increasing and the complexity of them as well. So we have some actually really good test scenarios of large scale projects, whether it be a capital or even one like this that I've kind of been managing from a project accounting perspective to test those. So there's more functionality to be able to use the system to do those types of things, and we have some good test cases based off of the last couple years and some even larger scale projects that Milad is doing out of his team right now. We're looking to kind of build it how we want it and then test it in the system.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I just add, I'm sorry, I
Yep, go ahead.
apologize through the chair, Madam Deputy Mayor. If I may just add that we are looking at bringing to council, I guess through to the committee, the Governance and Council Services Committee, a whistleblower policy, which is intended as an additional internal control and an avenue for people to raise any red flags should there be any improper or suspected improper behavior with regard to financial systems, accounting, and numerous other things as well. So we are certainly taking our internal controls and our fiduciary duty very seriously, and the stewardship of county resources quite seriously, and addressing them through a number of ways, including through the controls that the system, FSM system, will through the FSM project. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess there's a new and healthy level of paranoia based on some situations occurring around us. So does anybody have any further questions at this point? Okay, I see none. Councillor Busno, you got your, would you like to read the motion in? Excellent. I was actually going to volunteer you, just for fun.
That the Financial System Modernization Project Q1 2026 update be accepted as information.
Excellent. Is there any debate on that? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Perfect. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And moving on to item 2.3, Small Business Incentive Program update. I see we have the charming Mr. Morrissey here to. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, time is it? Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor, members of council. For the record, my name is Mark Morrissey, Director of Economic Innovation and Growth for Sturgeon County. Joining me is Leanne Mistel, our Senior Business Retention and Expansion Officer, and the person who's done essentially all of the heavy lifting in terms of development and implementation of this Small Business Incentive Program. Not sure why I'm presenting it. I think I drew the short straw. But she did all of the work related to this, so she deserves all of the kudos and the credit. So the intention behind the presentation today is to provide council with an overview of 2025 with recommendations going forward for 2026. So for 2025, after some initial, I guess, hiccups we can call them in terms of getting the actual process and technology to work for us as we had envisioned, we did open up applications in August of last year following council's approval of the funding and the policy. We did have a number of applications come in within those first kind of few weeks. The Economic Development Advisory Board reviewed those applications in September and November, as was determined by the policy. We closed applications in 2025. One of the things that we learned through this process and this timeline is that getting application packages ready and through their review and in front of the Economic Development Advisory Board in a timely fashion could be quite challenging. One of the things that did slow us down, of course, was making sure that applications were in compliance so that they did not owe the county any money, whether it be through utilities, fees, taxes, et cetera. Were they in good standing from a permit or a regulatory perspective? So making sure all of that was done and ready so that the application package that the advisory board was tasked with reviewing had already gone through a bit of an administrative review process. So despite our condensed timelines, we still had 19 applications, 13 of which were deemed eligible and were approved for a total funding amount of $53,341.84. This is of the $75,000 that was approved by council. And one of the things to note here is that county funding, the $53,300, did actually enable another just shy of $200,000 in private sector funding. This is business owners investing in their own businesses with the support of county funds. So a list of our recipients, as per the policy and the directive, which is to be made public. You will see the company who received the, and again, recognizing that this is not necessarily they received the funds yet, but they have been approved for, the program that they applied for, what their project was, and the amount that they received. So this is a summary of the 2025 successful applications. We're still awaiting final reporting for some of these, and they won't actually be paid out until final reporting is received. So because within the policy we reimburse the lower of either the actual costs or the agreed upon amount, some of these numbers may change if their actual costs ended up actually being lower than what was agreed upon. Feedback from the program from the applicants themselves has been overwhelmingly positive. Just a quick sample of what we've been hearing is available on the screen there, and we can share more with council if you're interested. But again, the business owners have indicated this was an absolutely welcomed and excellent program and has enabled them to actually move forward with a number of projects that they had been considering, but kind of were not able to move forward with at this time. So part of the Economic Development Advisory Board's role, in addition to reviewing applications and recommending approval is to provide interpretation of council policy and the administrative directive related to this program and how it's applied. They're also tasked with reviewing the program itself and making recommendations for areas of improvement. 2 areas that they've recommended for council's consideration are on the screen. One is that applicants be required to submit multiple quotes to verify costs. The other is that projects that utilize a local supplier or local vendor be eligible for a higher amount of reimbursement. The number that was provided by EDAB was 65%, but it could be higher than that, or it could be adjusted. In both of these instances, administration is not actually recommending that these changes be implemented. It's not an easy decision that we arrived at because we do see value in both of these recommendations. However, when we look at the amount of administrative work that this would create versus the kind of the outcome and the payoff at the end, it's difficult to say that these are justifiable. We also look at some of the policies that we have in place, particularly with the requirement to provide multiple quotes. The maximum amount available through this program is $5,000. Sturgeon County's own procurement practices and policies only require a single quote for procurements less than $15,000. So while this policy doesn't directly influence this, in alignment with that policy, because it is somewhat related, administration is not recommending this. And in terms of increasing the amount of eligible for a local business, this actually could run contrary to some certain trade agreements by favoring local businesses over others. While not a direct potential violation, it's just the risk is there. And again, it does kind of run contrary to our procurement practices of being open and fair and transparent. So administration is recommending, not recommending these be implemented at this time. However, if council does wish to implement them, we do recommend you refer this report back to administration, and we can come back at a council meeting with amendments to the policy as required. Other program updates which have been deemed to be administrative in nature to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the program are listed also on the screen here, and these will be adjust the program accordingly. The biggest one, of course, is the first one, and that is implementing an application window, which will allow more time for administrative review in the beginning, as well as kind of the financial reporting at the end to make sure that we receive all of the invoices required to verify these costs. We're able to supply them to finance in sufficient time so that we can ensure they have the documentation they're required for things like our audit at the end of the year. But as well, it just gives administration that much more time. Originally, we weren't recommending an application window, but when we look at how many applications we received in a short period of time last year, I don't know that an application window is actually going to impact the amount or the number of applications we receive. The others are really just about improving efficiency and effectiveness internal to the program. And allowing us to kind of flag those applications that may need a second review or another set of eyes prior to it actually going to the to the advisory board for recommendation. So our proposed timelines for next year is the applications will open later this month. We're going to keep them open for about a period of 5 to 6 months. To allow, and of course with this there will be a promotional campaign launch to create awareness. And then we will close applications kind of the June-July timeframe. And this will allow administration to prepare, do our own internal reviews to ensure compliance, prepare the application packages for the advisory board's review. And then, of course, that gives us the remainder of the year for businesses to complete that project and then provide us with their final reporting. And then we can make sure that we have all the documentation we need at the back end of it. And then, of course, programs would close around the November-December timeline, and then we would be back in front of council with final reporting. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thanks so much. I see Councillor Papadopoulos, and then I'll go to Councillor Stang, and then on down the line. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I have a couple questions. So with the incentive recipients that are listed here, the first one is a number company. Should that not have the company's name on it? Like as far as transparency is concerned, I see everybody else has their company name on there. My question is, how come the first one is just the number company?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Papadopoulos, essentially, the name of the company is coming from the agreements themselves. So while they may operate under a trade name, the legal entity that we have to enter into an agreement with is that numbered company. But it is certainly good feedback for us to take away that we can list the official business name as well as their trade name. So we can absolutely provide that data as a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. And so also, in regards to the applicants that are applying for our little incentive grants, that's what I'll call them, I suppose, are we making sure that these companies are permitted up to date and in good standing and in compliance with the county?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Papadopoulos, yes, absolutely. So we perform 2 compliance checks, one when we receive the application and a second one before we provide reimbursement once they've submitted their reports. And if we ran into a situation this year where because of the project they were proposing, that was going to run into a compliance issue. So what they were proposing to do with the county funds would require a change in permit. So we were able to communicate back to them that while you are now currently in compliance, at the end of this project, you won't be unless you submit your permitting. So we were able to kind of flag that for them. They were able to get permits and move forward. So we do 2 compliance checks for each application.
Councillor Stang.
Thank you. Do we need to send our condolences to Leanne for the additional workload? So, but I do appreciate the program, and I'm looking forward to the successes of it. And so, with that, just recently we had our Youth Advisor Council, and so one of the comments that came from the floor at that table was opportunities within a structure similar to that for startups, for youth initiatives, and mentorship through that. There seemed to be a really keen willingness to, have that mentorship and also that financial support for kickoff a startup business. So is that something that we could change within the policy to have so much money earmarked for a youth initiative, or what would you suggest to be able to hit that target, to be able to incorporate our youth into that opportunity?
Deputy Mayor to Councillor Stang, that's an excellent question. We certainly could explore policy changes that would kind of allocate or earmark amounts for youth or for youth-based businesses. At this time, I'm not sure I'd recommend it, simply because the time it would take to kind of formulate what those policy changes would be, actually enact the policy itself, we may look at delaying the program. To my knowledge, and I will review and confirm and provide council back with that information, I don't think there's anything in the policy that would prevent currently applications from youth. In fact, I think administratively and from an implication or an implementation perspective, we'd encourage that. But it is certainly something that we can take away and come back with some thoughts around. Entrepreneurship and startups are continuously, they're always the riskiest part of any business, and providing de-risking business is certainly something that we're looking forward to, and an outcome of these incentives. So I'll take that away, and we can certainly look at what options we can come back with or what thoughts we may have.
Actually, Councillor McLennan, then I go to Councillor Bresno.
Thank you, through the chair. I just would echo the same comment around finding a path to incentivize startups, youth startups, totally, but even just some conversation around startups, because that is such a challenging stage. The one thing I have a concern with is the definition of the small business and the single employee part, because there are a lot of owner-operator businesses that would hire contractors, for example. So they may only have one employee, but they could have multiple contractors. I'm wondering, why is it that we make that? I would keep the 25 or some limit to how big it could be, but I wonder why we don't have an opportunity for owner-operators to apply. Thank you.
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor McLennan, the definition of small business, there are multiple definitions out there. The province has one, the federal government has a different one. I think the federal government's definition is up to 500 employees, and from a county's perspective, that's probably a large corporation at that point. The options were provided with the policy as to what type of definition. I think for originally the definition provided was aligned more with the province's definition. I think at that time council opted to go with this one. So if there's interest from council in amending the policy to include sole proprietorships and single employees, administration would certainly look at making those amendments.
Thanks. Councillor Busno, did you still have a comment or question? No? Good. Okay, Mayor Natu, I will give the final one to you.
Thank you. Not so much as a question, but just support of the direction that you're suggesting. As far as asking grants or giving grants and then being very specific about procurement isn't something we've done in the past. And I don't think we can just start picking one grant to request procurement practices that aren't aligned with our current policies that we operate under. I think it's overly prescriptive. Do I agree? Overall, our procurement policies should favor local, and I think we need to find a legal way to do that without being offside with agreements, or just decide, throw caution to the wind and shop local and let the dominoes fall where they may. But just appreciate your consistent application and understand the desire of that economic development board making that request. But I think it would just not be equitable with how we administer any other grant to any other community group, and it would be highly problematic to start becoming that prescriptive. So thank you.
Thanks, and I just have a quick one, and I'm not sure if I missed it. I was kind of looking back to see, because normally you would put something in that. We only gave out 53,000 this year. That leaves a little bit left. So does that transfer through to next year, or is it just absorbed elsewhere?
Through you to Deputy Mayor, no, under the practices and the policy, any unused funds are just go to general revenue as a surplus.
Thank you for that. I figured you would have it in there, and I did take notes on my agenda this time, but apparently, like in high school, I've only gotten a 95%. So thank you very much for that. We do have one agenda, my apologies, one motion. I know what I'm talking about at this point. Can I get a mover for that motion? Thank you very much, Councillor Busno.
That the Small Business Incentive Program update be accepted as information.
Thanks very much. Is there any debate on that? Okay, seeing that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That does pass unanimously. Thanks again for your time. Very much appreciated. And now we have the final motion to close out the committee of the whole. That is adjournment. Thank you very much, Councillor Barry. I'll attribute that to you. I happened to be looking to the right at that time, so all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
4 and 2.2 of the Municipal Government Act and the Sturgeon County Procedure Bylaw. This public hearing is an opportunity for affected parties to provide input to Council regarding Bylaw 1674-25 to close a portion of Road Plan 1408 CL, otherwise known as Range Road 230, within the southwest corner of 75622 west of the 4th Meridian. I will now take a moment to remind all attendees of some important meeting protocols. If you wish to formally address Council, our staff would be happy to guide you on how and when that can take place. If you did not pre-register to speak, please add your name to the sign-in sheet at the administration's desk. And we welcome differences of opinion here. Healthy discussion is a part of good governance, but let's keep our words and our tone courteous and productive. Please avoid talking, clapping, or making noises. It could interrupt or distract from the proceedings. Please take a moment to silence your electronic devices so we can maintain everyone's focus. As chair and in keeping with the county's procedure bylaw, I'm responsible for maintaining order and ensuring respectful environment for all participants. If disruptions occur, I may intervene to help keep us on track. Thank you for your cooperation and for continuing to meet the environment, or for contributing to a meeting environment that reflects the civility, respect, and community spirit that we are proud of here at Sturgeon County. For those of you in council chambers today, the emergency exit is through the chamber doors, of which you entered through, and then exit out the front doors of the building, heading to the muster point at the east end of the south side parking lot. The washrooms are located in the hallway just outside of council chambers. If you are attending in council chambers, please approach the podium when I call on you and ensure that the microphone has been turned on. Written submissions will be accepted electronically up to the close of the public hearing. I will now review the process for this public hearing. It is recorded and minutes will be prepared. Administration will provide a brief overview and summary of the application, and then members of council may ask clarifying questions of administration. As this is a county-led file, there will be no applicant presentation. Then council will hear from any registered speakers who have added their name to the sign-in sheet at the administration desk since arriving in chambers, and each will have 5 minutes to speak. Any written submissions provided in advance of the publication of the agenda are included in the agenda package. After the registered speakers have provided input, council would take notice of written submissions received after the publication of the agenda. The legislative advisor will read in the name of each person making a written submission and identify if that person is in favor or opposed to the proposed bylaw. All written submissions received after the publication of the agenda will be made available to members of council and posted on the county website where public will have access to them as well. Council will then either recess or adjourn the public hearing. Administration, please introduce yourself and provide an overview of the bylaw.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, members of administration, as well as members of the public. For the record, my name is Kyle Scholey. I'm the Senior Planner for Land Management with Sturgeon County, and I will turn it over to Jordan to briefly introduce this item.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Widmer. I'm the Municipal Lands Coordinator with Development Engineering and Land Services. This afternoon, we were pleased to introduce and speak to agenda item 5.1, the public hearing for the proposed bylaw 1674/25 to close approximately 100-meter portion of Road Plan 1408 CL, known as part of Range Road 230. First reading for this bylaw was granted by Council on November 25th, 2025. Next slide, please. This subject site is located east of Gibbons in the east central part of the county as shown here. Next slide, please. This portion of Range Road 230 is accessed off of Highway 643 and is a non-through road which forks and dead ends immediately adjacent to the Sturgeon River. Next slide, please. The surrounding land uses are agricultural. There's also a country residential area structure plan, Sierra Ridge, to the west, which has been in place since 2009. Next slide, please. Road Plan 1408 CL was surveyed in 1922 to allow Range Road 230 to follow the contour around the Sturgeon River. The migration of the river over time appears to have caused the road, as currently constructed, to encroach beyond the southeastern boundary of the road allowance into the privately titled land of the southwest of 75622 west of the 4th. This means that the southeast of 12 no longer has legal and physical access to their property. Indeed, this portion is utilized solely as a private driveway for residents on the southeast of 125623 west of the 4th. The former landowner of the southeast of 12 has a development agreement deposit on file with the county, which has been leveraged to cover the costs of surveying and advertising of the road closure bylaw public hearing. Next slide, please. The closure area could be consolidated into the southwest of 7. In this case, this will involve registration of an access easement to preserve legal access to the southeast of 12. This is administration's preference. Alternatively, it could be consolidated into the part of the southeast of 12, but this would also require a subdivision or boundary adjustment to be made to the southwest of 7. Discussion with both landowners will continue, and regardless of the ultimate solution, legal closure of this portion of the road allowance is a necessary step in resolving this issue. Next slide, please. In terms of strategic alignment, the public is being provided an opportunity for input through this public hearing process, thereby contributing to collaborative governance. And under these sections of the Municipal Government Act, a municipality has the direction, control, and management of all roads within the municipality. A municipality may close a road by bylaw, subject to a public hearing and with the approval of the minister, and a municipality may dispose of land at market value without advertising. Next slide, please. In the lead up to today's public hearing, notice was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks in newsprint, the weeks of January 28th and February 4th. In addition to direct mail sent to 16 unique landowners within 800 meters of the subject site, as well as online and in social media, and a roadside sign was placed nearby. At the first reading of this bylaw, several questions were raised, which I will briefly seek to address now. First, this proposed road closure is intended to address a legal and physical access issue for part of the southeast of 12. It is not associated with the potential country residential development of the adjacent quarter. Secondly, the county does currently perform minor maintenance, such as occasional graveling and grading along this segment of road. Next slide, please. Following the public hearing, the bylaw will be sent to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors for endorsement prior to returning to Council for consideration of second and third readings, likely to occur sometime in the second quarter of 2026. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. That concludes administration's presentation, and we would be happy to entertain any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. What a beautiful location, I just have to say. Any questions of council to administration?
Seems like a no-brainer.
16 landowners contacted. I don't see any letters. Has there been any concerns shared with administration by area landowners?
Thank you for the question, Your Worship. Administration has spoken with a handful, and by a handful I mean 1 or 2 landowners who are curious about what the road closure meant practically. But after having it been explained in a way verbally beyond what's printed in the advertisement, no concerns or anything of that nature persisted. So no, I guess is the answer.
And so the county had been maintaining that road up to this point, just to clarify? And the residents are aware that then they would be responsible for that maintenance?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Berry.
Through the chair. So to the southwest of that, that's that Sierra Ridge. All right. Now, there's a big traffic issue trying to, if that was to go, believe me, there's no talk about it going, or I haven't heard anything anyway. But there would be access and, and getting out of there. Like that is not an option going that way?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. I suppose my response would be that if a developer were to come forward with a realistic plan to utilize the government road allowance that actually continues to be present, the grid road allowance. That would necessitate the use of at least one bridge structure, probably two, regardless of this closure. And so administration always entertains proposals that are brought forward, but from our perspective at this time, it's not the most realistic. So without any prejudice to any future proposal, if it were to come forward, there's probably a simpler, more feasible, financially feasible solution than this.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, and plus 643 is a menace to get on there as well. So, okay, perfect.
Thank you. Just confirming no registered speakers?
Through Madam Mayor, we did not have anyone register to speak. There's some members of the gallery that may wish to address council following the presentation.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody jump up and rush to the mic, so I think we're okay. Okay, well, I do appreciate you taking time to join us today. Okay, could the legislative advisor read into the record the names of persons who provided written submissions after the publication of the agenda package and identify if those persons are in favor or opposed to the bylaw?
Thank you. Through the chair, there have been no written submissions.
Thank you. Final call for questions of council to administration. I am seeing none. Once the public hearing is closed, council is unable to receive any further written or verbal submissions. So is council satisfied that the information received enables us to make a decision on this matter? I'm seeing heads nodding. So thank you for those of you attending today with respect to this matter. I will declare the public hearing closed at 1:19, and we'll now move on to other items on the agenda. Thank you. Our next time-specific public hearing isn't until 1:30, so we've got 10 minutes to work our way through remaining items on our agenda. I see Mr. Yanu was in the room. There you are. Thank you. I hate those computers. I can't see anybody in the first two rows. 7.1, the Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan, coming out of my motion at the last council meeting. Mr. Yanu, thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm Jeff Yanu, Manager of Utility and Waste Management Services. I'm here this afternoon to speak to Madam Mayor's January 27th, 2026 Notice of Motion regarding the preparation of a Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan, as well as the offer for temporary administrative support to the Capital Region Northeast Water Services Commission. There are three motions in front of council today. The first is that administration prepare a Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan for council's consideration to be completed by Q2 of 2026. The next motion is that up to $200,000 be allocated from the Heartland Investment Attraction Reserve to support the development of the plan, and that administration provide temporary administrative support to the Capital Region Northeast Water Services within the county's existing organizational capacity. As council is aware, activity in the Alberta industrial heartland continues to grow, and with that growth comes an increasing need for reliable potable water to support both industries that are already operating and the future projects that are on the horizon. Today, Sturgeon County receives its potable water supply for the industrial heartland through the Capital Region Northeast Water Services Commission regional transmission system. While the existing system meets our current needs, it does not provide a clear long-term picture of how the county can support continued industrial expansion over the next 25 to 50 years. A Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan will help administration understand long-range outlook, what infrastructure may be needed, what partnerships needed to strengthen, and what steps will best position the county for sustainable industrial growth. The plan would look to help to understand future water demands, evaluate a full range of servicing options, including infrastructure needs, system capacity thresholds, water licensing, pipeline costs, and any rate implications. The plan will also look closely at partnership opportunities, including how we can strengthen collaboration in the region and ensure we are aligned with economic development and investment and traction goals. Ultimately, the goal would be a more comprehensive picture of the county's long-term strategic servicing needs in the heartland and will help administration provide informed strategic opportunities to council. Administration is recommending carrying a budget up to $200,000 for this work, funded from the Heartland Investment and Traction Reserve to secure the required expertise. A long-term strategic water plan will provide better clarity and predictability for industry, helping investors make informed investment decisions. It also supports more coordinated planning with regional partners and the Northeast Water Commission. Lastly, in reference to the last proposed motion regarding temporary administrative support to the Commission, the Commission periodically needs assistance with meeting coordination and documentation. Administration believes that it can provide this support within our current staffing capacity. In doing so, helps reinforce strong regional relationships and effective governance. In closing, administration believes the Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan will support the long-term growth of the county's industrial heartland. The plan will provide clarity, analysis, and partnership opportunities needed to guide future decisions about potable water servicing. All three proposed motions support plan growth and ensures the county remains competitive, coordinated, and well-planned for the future. It's with this information, administration is happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Yanu. I'll start with quick draw, Councillor Stang, and then I'll go to Councillor Berry.
It's just because the hamster on my wheel turns a little quicker, I don't know. Through the chair, I just have one more so on just understanding this scope. This scope of work in general is very important, especially with everything that we have going on. I do have a concern about capacity, knowing what we just approved earlier today. So that is a concern. So do you feel that that work will still be able to go through in the timelines that you're recommending?
And pardon me, I probably should have maybe made some remarks, but I appreciate Jeff doing my homework for me. I sit on the Water Commission. There's 6 members of that Water Commission. 2 have made application to withdraw, and 1 is currently going through a viability review as to whether it's going to remain a solvent operation. So things are changing, and we need to make sure that we have a solid understanding of the implications and a plan that fits our needs as a municipality and gives us opportunity to consider the control necessary to make sure that we're charting a stable future for Sturgeon County with something as core as water. Mm-hmm. And so I think even though it is a challenging time with respect to administrative resources, it's also a very important time for us to understand the implications of what's at play on a matter like this. So as they go through the work plans administratively and decide what is not urgent and what is urgent, I would say that this is an urgent matter that does need to be resolved, so that we're prepared for the decisions that are coming forward. So those are just my remarks there, and it looks like Mr. Peter has something to add.
And through the chair, I think administratively we concur with the urgency that the mayor just characterized, and I would say that we are mindful and cautious on the capacity issues that we have here right now. But to looking at our general manager and our manager, I know that we have a plan internally to accommodate this. This is in the context of intake development. This is in the context of a major industrial attraction, which the manager himself is involved in. And I think just as we go into the future, the way I would answer the question is we will be looking at all areas of this organization. and ensuring that we have the capacity to ensure that we move at the speed of business and that we get initiatives like this in place, that we have the clarity on the future. And I think that's what I think is so important, that we have a roadmap now for the future, and we will make that a priority in the organization.
Also, just for clarity's sake, between the second and third motion, the second motion for $200,000 is around attaining potentially outside support, or is this all internal? Because I understood that maybe there would be an independent party involved.
So to the chair, yes, it would be bringing in a consulting expertise that will help us navigate the waters, yeah.
And then I will just add for further detail on the third motion, where we're talking about using existing capacity in the organization to support temporary administrative support. I had asked at a meeting in December, because we're challenged to have information that public should have access to put up on the website in a timely fashion with respect to budgets and motions and work underway. And that need for public transparency was not being met under current work plans. So I asked the other larger contributors and customers, being Strathcona and Fort Saskatchewan. I shouldn't say customers, because Strathcona actually doesn't use any water anymore. They just happen to own one of the lines. Nonetheless, organizations that had the capacity administratively from a communication standpoint to support getting the information out. So I wouldn't necessarily expect someone coming to those meetings to be only Sturgeon County, but I have asked that there be a rotation of other municipalities to help take the minutes, help get them prepared, shared, follow up, and make sure that there's assistance and accountability on getting that information posted to the website in a timely fashion.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the additional. My main concern was just considering what we passed earlier, and not to say that this isn't 100% top priority to protect our own interests, but I was just concerned about capacity. So my second question is on the scope of it too. Does that include, I know there's a lot of irrigation, you know, from the river up type thing. Does that include, I know it's not potable water, but does that include just the information side of it through that work?
Through the chair, irrigation is actually something that we're investigating through our process water intake, and definitely something I'm working through on our agriculture master plan as well, as some of the key items that were identified through there regarding water and irrigation use. So absolutely that will be captured, but for this particular one, it's just focusing on like potable water and its ability to be provided through to the heartland. Yeah.
Councillor Berry, go ahead.
Thanks. Well, one of the questions was asked already. I see a potato farmer out there, so I'm sure he was interested in that. But so you've always mentioned about a looping system to help with the, you know, heartland potable water. This is what you're talking about, right? The design of it and or no?
So through the chair, the looping system is definitely something that's being considered as part of our existing potable water system. This is more strategic in terms of water allocation, you know, some analysis on where strategically we want to put additional pipelines. So the looping one really meets the needs of today, but this plan will be more strategic, almost like a 25-year plus plan. Yeah, to really see how we grow out the industrial heartland.
Okay, you threw me off with the heartland because that was what we always talked about, is adding a looping system in there. Okay.
And through the chair, just to supplement, Councillor, we are advancing that to loop, like currently, you know. So, and we can talk to Council about how that's happening, but we are advancing that. And the way I interpret the motion that the mayor is making here is that we do look at the strategy of the future. You know, so what are our memberships? What are our partnerships? Where do we need to invest in new infrastructure, possibly in partnership with others? And then what would that then look like? ultimately, the goal, as I interpret this motion, would be to ensure the competitiveness of the county for decades to come. And so that's I think, how I interpret this, if that is the intention of the mayor.
And just also keep into consideration, as the water infrastructure currently operates in the region, you've got residential and industrial draws off of that system. And because there's industrial draws off of the regional system, it inhibits their access to Water for Life grants. And so we also need to keep in mind, with continual downloading and fewer dollars, we certainly don't want to structurally create more impediments to municipalities and commissions accessing government grants. So looking at your infrastructure, are there ways we could maybe shift things to be able to access the maximum amount of government dollars as possible as well? Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Jeff. If I could have somebody on my behalf move these motions, I'd appreciate that. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, that administration prepare a Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan for Council's consideration in Q2 2026, focusing on potable water access and distribution within Sturgeon County's industrial heartland. The plan shall reference current state and strategic options with evaluations including but not limited to infrastructure, access and licensing, rates, investment certainty, regional partnerships, and the county's long-term interests overall.
Thank you. I'll open it for debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Second motion, please.
Through you, that up to $200,000 be allocated from the Heartland Investment Attraction Reserve to support the development of the Heartland Strategic Potable Water and Partnership Plan.
Thank you. Any debate? No? Those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
And through you, that administration offer temporary administrative support to the meetings of the Capital Region Northeast Water Services Commission and within the existing capacity of the organization.
Thank you. Final call for debate. Seeing none, those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Council, for your support on that. And thank you, Mr. Yanu. We're now at 1:34, so we can move on to our next time-specific item, which is public hearing on bylaw 1693-25. So I will call this public hearing to order. I'm Mayor Alana Nachu, and I will be the chair for this public hearing, so please direct all questions and comments through me. This public hearing is proceeding in accordance with Section 216.4 and 2.2 of the Municipal Government Act and the Sturgeon County Procedure Bylaw. The public hearing is an opportunity for affected parties to provide input to Council regarding bylaw 1693-25 to close and align portions of Township Road 553A, Boysdale Road, and Range Road 222A, Lamoureux Drive. I will now take a moment to remind all attendees of some important meeting protocols. If you wish to formally address Council, our staff would be happy to guide you on how and when that can take place. If you did not pre-register to speak, please add your name to the sign-in sheet at the administration desk. We welcome differences of opinion. Healthy discussion is a part of good governance, but let's keep our words and tone courteous and constructive. Please avoid talking, clapping, or making noise that could interrupt or distract from the proceedings. Please take a moment to silence your electronic devices so that we can maintain everyone's focus. As chair and in keeping with the county's procedure bylaw, I am responsible for maintaining order and ensuring a respectful environment for all participants. If disruptions occur, I may intervene to help keep us on track. Thank you for your cooperation and for contributing to a meeting environment that reflects civility, respect, and community spirit that we're proud of here at Sturgeon County. For those of you in council chambers today, the emergency exit is through the chamber doors and then exit out the front doors of the building, heading to the muster point at the southeast corner of the south side parking lot. Washrooms are located outside the hallway, just through chamber doors. If you're attending in council chambers, please approach the podium when I call on you and ensure that the microphone is turned on. Written submissions will be accepted electronically up to the close of the public hearing. I will now review the process for the public hearing, which is being recorded and minutes will be prepared. Administration will provide a brief overview and a summary of the application, and members of council may ask clarifying questions of administration. As this is a county-led file, there will be no applicant presentation. Then council will hear from any registered speakers who have added their name to the sign-in sheet at the administration desk since arriving in chambers, and each will have 5 minutes to speak. Any written submissions provided in advance of the publication of the agenda are included in today's agenda package. After the registered speakers have provided input, council will take notice of written submissions that were received after the publication of the agenda. The legislative advisor will read the name of each person making a written submission and to identify if that person is in favor or opposed to the bylaw being proposed. All written submissions received after the publication of the agenda will be made available to members of council and posted to the county website where the public will have access to them. Council will then either recess or adjourn the public hearing. Administration, please introduce yourself and provide an overview of the bylaw.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, fellow administration, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Jordan Widmer, and I am the Municipal Lands Coordinator with Development Engineering and Land Services. This afternoon, we were pleased to introduce and speak to Agenda Item 5.2, the 1:30 p.m. public hearing for the proposed bylaw 1693/25 to close portions of Township Road 553A, also known as Boysdale Road, and Range Road 222, also known as Lamoureux Drive. Council granted first reading for this bylaw on January 13th, 2026. Next slide, please. The subject site is located southeast of Gibbons, immediately east of the Hugh Haven and Riverside Park subdivisions in the east central part of the county, as shown here. Next slide, please. There are 3 portions of undeveloped road allowance proposed to be closed as identified in blue here. The CN rail line passes through all 3 parts. As the 2 roads are currently constructed, a significant portion of both of them do not follow the legal road allowance and instead encroach across private land owned by CN Rail. As such, the proposed road closure will be completed in conjunction with a land swap with CN Rail to secure the land required for the 2 roads in addition to an environmentally sensitive area around the Sturgeon River. These lands are shown in red here. Currently, a license of occupation temporarily grants the county access to the CN lands for the purposes of constructing and maintaining the road. Next slide, please. In terms of strategic alignment, this proposed road closure and associated land swap will contribute to mitigating the issue of county roads encroaching across private lands. As well, through this public hearing process, the public has been provided an opportunity for input, thereby promoting collaborative governance. Under the Municipal Development Act, a municipality has the direction, control, and management of all roads within the municipality. A municipality may close a road by bylaw subject to a public hearing and with the approval of the minister. And a municipality may dispose of land at market value without advertising. Next slide, please. In the lead up to today's public hearing, notice was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks in newsprint, the weeks of January 28th and February 4th, in addition to direct mail sent to 19 unique landowners within 800 meters of the subject site, as well as online and in social media, and a roadside sign was placed nearby. At first reading, a few questions were raised, which I will seek to briefly address now. First, the county would be paying CN Rail a sum of $43,962 for the net land transfer, as the county would be obtaining proportionally more land than CN would be receiving. And secondly, this land swap also provides an opportunity for the county to secure environmentally sensitive lands adjacent to the Sturgeon River, in addition to the future access to the bridge file for future maintenance. Next slide, please. Following today's public hearing, the bylaw will be sent to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors for endorsement prior to returning to council for consideration of 2nd and 3rd readings, potentially to occur in the 2nd quarter of 2026. Next slide, please. Thank you. That concludes administration's presentation, and we would be happy to entertain any questions at the appropriate time here.
Thank you. Any questions?
I guess just more of a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. We've been navigating a lot of road closures through that whole little area. So just to be clear, if we could go back to the map, please. The red is that the red portion that is road, is that a constructed road? It's really hard to tell from this picture, so, because I do see that there is some sort of road in there, so we're just realigning the road coming up, is that correct?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, that is correct. The currently constructed road is lying underneath what's shown on red on the roadway portion there.
Okay, so we are realigning what is there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And was this at our impetus or CN's?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it was at our impetus there.
Explains why we're paying for the engineering and et cetera. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing no further questions. And still no registered speakers? Seeing none, okay. And could the legislative advisor read into the record the names of persons who may have provided written submissions after the publication of the agenda package?
Thank you. Through the chair, there have been no written submissions.
Okay, thank you. Do members of council have any final questions? Seeing none. Members of council are comfortable with closing the hearing then? Because once the public hearing is closed, council is unable to receive any further written or verbal submissions. And council is satisfied that they have received enough information to make a decision. So I will declare the public hearing to be closed at 1:43 and thank those of you in attendance today for your concern on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Weidman.
Thank you, Jordan.
And next time specific is at 2 o'clock. Let me just, we can probably move through. I see Mr. Adosefo. We'll move on to agenda item 7.2.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council and the public. For the record, my name is Max Edusafo, Director of Transportation and Engineering Services. Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'll give a brief background to the item, and I'll invite Councillor Berry to add any additional information he may want to add to this item. This background responds to Councillor Berry's notice of motion from the January 27th regular council meeting regarding potential safety improvements at the intersection of highways 38, 643, and Township Road 570. This is a provincially controlled intersection with stop control on the eastbound and westbound approaches. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors completed an infrastructure and field review in 2025 and found that the geometric design met current provincial standards. They, however, noted that a slightly shorter northbound right-turn deceleration lane, but concluded it didn't pose any concerns at that time. Traffic volumes through this intersection are deemed moderate, with notable heavy traffic, particularly on the Highway 38 and 643. The highest turning movements is westbound to southbound left turns. Annual average daily traffic ranges from 310 vehicles westbound to 810 vehicles southbound. The total volume going through this intersection is 2,570. Existing safety measures at the intersection include stop signs, rumble strips, stop ahead signage, pavement markings, lighting, and a flashing stop sign on Highway 38 eastbound approach. ATEC, that's Alberta Transportation Field Review, found no deficiencies related to sidelines, signage, or pavement markings, or observed near-miss activity at this intersection. In terms of administration's role and current actions, ATEC is fully responsible for planning and implementing improvements on the provincial highway network. Administration meets monthly with ATEC and has brought this item to their attention. We'll continue to advocate for a safe. We'll continue to advocate through this intergovernmental channel, particularly as traffic volumes and safety concerns evolve. With respect to financial and operating implications, there are no immediate financial impacts associated with the recommended motion. Engagement will be handled within existing operating budgets and staff resources. Any future costs related to physical improvements will come back to council for consideration, subject to further analysis and funding availability. No changes to staff priorities or service levels are anticipated at this time. With ATEC being the primary stakeholder, no formal public engagement has occurred to date. Should future improvements be identified, administration would assess the need for public input. Communication will continue through our existing monthly meetings with ATEC, and updates will be provided back to council. No identified legal risk or regulatory risk have been identified at this time. Engagement at this point does not commit the county to capital works or jurisdictional changes. Next steps, if the motion is supported by council, administration will formally engage ATEC on opportunities to enhance safety at the intersection. We'll report back to council with updates from those conversations with ATEC, and we'll identify connections to any existing and planned initiatives within the county or at the provincial level. Also, practical options for council consideration will be brought back for consideration. Alternatives we considered for this notice of motion was: one, we could take no further action. The intersection would remain as is and will not change. There is also the option for a county-led engineering or safety intervention. This could duplicate provincial responsibilities and may require unbudgeted expenditures and provincial approvals. In closing, council, the recommended approach allows the county to advocate responsibly, respect jurisdictional rules, and keep council informed without committing resources prematurely. With this, with your permission, Madam Mayor, I'll hand it over to Councillor Berry for any further comments you may have on this item.
Well, we need, if there's going to be hauling of sand to that new mine area, we need lights there. And I don't think that's an option, to be honest with you. You know, the whole sand industry is booming right now. So even processed sand coming through that area, those trucks will be even more. So without even a new pit, there'd be more traffic coming through there. ATEC, you know, probably doesn't know that, but that's going to happen. Then if you have a pit open there, you have trucks going back and forth using that. So if you had 50 trucks going, you know, 4 or 5 trips a day, how many is that? 200 trucks going through that intersection? You know, big, you know, semi-trucks. So I would say, you know, option 2 if I have to decide right now. But we got to do something. We're fortunate that the haul didn't happen this February like it was supposed to. It's going to be pushed back till fall, which is a good thing because we could get things lined up. And if we have to use the Heartland and you know, investment fund to fund it, maybe that's a good idea. I don't know if that'll be supported, but I would do something. But honestly, I cannot think of, you know, that haul route not having lights. So if I have to pick the 2 options, it'd be number 2.
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor, just for awareness, we've provided a traffic impact assessment for the future haul to ATEC for further consideration. So that information has been provided to ATEC.
Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Stang.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor, actually to Councillor Berry. Would you contemplate, I know your preference is to get on it and throw lights in, but would you contemplate just putting a time deadline for hearing back from the province doing the advocacy first? Just because I'm highly cognizant of the amount of money that we are currently spending as a result of some decisions related to the province. So as noted, would you contemplate giving a time deadline for that advocacy to pay out prior to moving on to that option 2?
Well, the time deadline is that you know, pit haul, you know, like they're going to be having a new pit in the Heartland. They're going to use that route. You know, that's the time that I need lights there. It's not $1 million, I don't think. I don't think it's very expensive to put lights there. I don't want to put a number there, but it's, I don't know, there's funds that are available, you know, in reserves. I think we could use something like that.
I'm going to go to Mr. Peter before going to Councillor Stang.
And thanks, just through the chair and for the councillor, I think the councillor and I have talked about that that hauling in the season we're in right now will be wrapping up here shortly. So that's a reality. The pit that he's referencing would be coming online, in the months and years to come. So I think what we would do then is, as a part of these options, we would characterize what the timing is of all these investments and all this traffic that we're referencing. And secondly, we can identify what would happen if the municipality were to invest in that. What would it look like? Like, what would the standard be? And I think that would also then speak to what the deputy mayor had referenced. So we can characterize all that in our answer then back to council, and then you can judge the worthiness of an investment either by the municipality or waiting on the province to clearly answer our ask.
And potentially, the miner, the company using that haul route, they might be involved with that too. So there's a third option there too.
Councillor Stang?
Thank you. It's getting a little tiresome picking up the slack for the province's responsibilities. But my question is to administration on the advocacy. I know every opportunity we have that we sit in front of any minister, we talk about the safety and advocacy of Highway 28, Highway 2, Highway 37, all of them, Highway 44, all of those major impactful intersections and roads. So if you can just summarize how much advocacy locationally that we're giving to the province, and I fully respect Councillor Barry's concern, because Lily Lake Road and Highway 28 is concerning because of all the sand and gravel activity north. So we are advocating extensively and we're not seeing any results. So what can we do?
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Stang, I'll take her first go and I'll welcome Mr. Peter and Mr. Seabrook to add to it. So at our level on the transition engineering side, we meet with the area divisional director every month. And in terms of the volume of the list of items we're advocating for, as you're fully aware, the whole corridor of Highway 28, Highway 28A, 37, we have multiple locations on that corridor that need being looked at, and we actively advocate for improvements to it. Now, specific to potential future improvement to 643 and 38, the advocacy route will be with the planned work for 28 within that corridor. This could be a great opportunity to tag on a safety assessment for a corridor that we know is going to see a lot of industrial growth and activity, and potentially with that review that they have planned for this year, incorporate that location specifically and look at it. And maybe we can get some cost implications of what that potential future solution will look like through that route. So again, we have multiple locations on the list that we're advocating for. And Sturgeon County, as you know, we have a wide provincial network, and our residents are impacted by every deficiency that is identified on this network.
Go ahead, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Mr. Peter, go ahead.
A quick supplement through the chair. That's a great answer, and I think I just want to emphasize that this council has directed administration in the past to up our game when it comes to advocacy, and we're doing that. So as indicated, we now meet regularly, and we are uber clear now that these are the corridors that are problems in Sturgeon County. So we're out there doing that, and the only other component I wanted to clarify is that as we see new investment and as we see the new TIAs get generated and the traffic impact for the public to understand, traffic impacts are then shared on to the province, and then we, as indicated, we look at those corridors like on 28, which we're seeing a lot of challenges right now. So all then integrated into our advocacy with data and reality.
Councillor McLennan, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just looking through the background context, and it does highlight that it is a provincially controlled intersection. like, I can definitely appreciate Councillor Barry's concern, but practically speaking, like, we can't put up stoplights. Wouldn't we be exceeding our jurisdiction? But is there a way then, is there a way that it could be put on Sturgeon County land that wouldn't exceed our jurisdiction? Thank you.
Thank you. Through Madam Mayor to Councillor McLennan. So there is a T intersection, and the highway right away would be where we would need to place the implement if we decide to go down that route. With any highway appliance that you install, we would need a proximity agreement approved by the province. So if we decide to go down that route, the province will have the choice to say yea or nay, and there are times where they've said no, they don't want any lights on highways. So ultimately, they will decide and approve that request.
Might add, it did save some lives on highway too.
And then just to follow up, if I may, through you, Madam Mayor, then we could, in theory, I imagine, and I'm just speculating, that the province would be more amenable if we were going to pay for it. So if we were to decide to fund it, they would ultimately approve, but probably would be more likely to be approved if we were to fund it. Am I right on that?
Thank you, through Madam Mayor, to Councillor McLennan. I cannot, at this point, speak to whether they'll be amenable to approve it, but where we've demonstrated cost-sharing opportunities, I'll give an example of 544 going into Pro North when it was still in Sturgeon County jurisdiction, and they were doing works on Highway 2. County opted to cost-share to improve that intersection for access into Pro North, and that was favorable. They tagged that on to the project. So whenever there are opportunities to, I don't use the word offload some of that accountability, there is willingness to more or less come to the table.
I will add, they did not take us up on the offer on Highway 28 and 37, because we would have loved to have given some more money and had some input on the engineering there. So I don't know what the rationale is for when they listen and when they don't, but I know just from other requests along Highway 37 around Calahoo, there's been multiple requests for speed limit reductions on some dangerous corners, and I don't think those ever came to fruition, did they?
That's through you, Madam Mayor. They did a review and they didn't see the need for that, but there's also that 275 and 37 that we are advocating for an intersection improvement on there too.
Okay, well, we have a number of deadly intersections in the county, and if we don't want to spend money on traffic lights, et cetera, potentially considering broader speed reductions at intersections would at least save some lives, and that doesn't cost too much money other than putting up some new stop signs. But I also appreciate the division councillors offer to dip into the Heartland reserves, which are there to create safety for the community and the passers through. So I'm not sure how long we're going to wait to make a decision. I think there's some time before those hauls start. And maybe we'll see what luck we have at the spring RMA convention with the Minister of Transportation. But I have had several indications that this next budget will be an austerity budget, that departments are going to see between 10 and 20% cuts across the board. So I'm not seeing a large cash injection of road projects, although we're seeing an overpass out here. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. So appreciate the tough spot. So, Councillor, are you going to be putting forward the the option, or are you going with administration's recommendation? Do you want to read that into the record then, please, sir?
All right. through the chair, the administration engaged the government of Alberta on improving the intersection at Highway 38, 643 and Township 570, and bring back updates, connections to existing initiatives and options to council in Q1 2026.
Thank you. Any more debate or whining? I know, it's more problems than solutions when it comes to the roads here. I'll call those in support, and that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Adesefo, and thanks to Councillor Barry for bringing forward that motion. We're only 2 minutes behind, so that bodes well. Mr. Sopko, you look like you have something to say. You're pouncing.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. We do have some guests that have arrived recently and would just want to give the opportunity for them to register to speak. So if we could just have a brief 5-minute recess to do so, please.
Okay, we'll take a comfort break, and we'll encourage any folks in the galleries that would like to speak to please approach the administration desk and put your name down, please.
Got some Kleenex over here. More than one. That's a good boy, Jaggers.
Hi there, I'll ask you to please mute yourself until you're called upon to speak. Thank you.
See where I'm nice to meet, but
Call the meeting back to order at 2:12. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, so I will call the public hearing to order. I'm Marilyn Natchu, and I will be the chair for the public hearing, so please direct all comments or questions through me. This public hearing is proceeding in accordance with Section 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act and the Sturgeon County Procedure Bylaw. This public hearing is an opportunity for affected parties to provide input to Council regarding Bylaw 1701/25, which proposes to amend the land use bylaw to redistrict a portion of Northeast 135425 west of the 4th Meridian from Ag District to R7 Transitional Valley Residential District, C3 Neighborhood Commercial District, and PU Public Utility District, and POS Public-Private Open Space District. I will now take a moment to remind all attendees of some important meeting protocols. If you wish to formally address Council, our staff would be happy to guide you on how and when that can take place. If you did not pre-register to speak, please add your name to the sign-in sheet on the administration desk. We welcome differences of opinion, and healthy discussion is part of good governance, but let's keep our words and tone courteous and constructive. Please avoid talking, clapping, or making noises that could interrupt or distract from the proceedings. Please take a moment to silence your electronic devices so that we can maintain everyone's focus. As chair and in keeping with the county's procedure bylaw, I'm responsible for maintaining order and ensuring a respectful environment for all participants. If disruptions occur, I may intervene to help keep us on track. Thank you for your cooperation and for contributing to a meeting environment that reflects civility, respect, and the community spirit that we're proud of in Sturgeon County. For those of you in council chambers today, the emergency exit is through the chamber doors and then exit out the front doors of the building, heading to the muster point at the east end of the south side parking lot, and washrooms are located in the hallway just outside of council chambers. If you are attending in council chambers, please approach the podium when I call on you and ensure that the microphone is turned on. Written submissions will be accepted electronically up to the close of the public hearing. I will now review the process for the hearing. This is being recorded and minutes will be prepared. Administration will provide a brief overview and summary of the application. Members of council may ask clarifying questions of administration. Next, the applicant will be given the opportunity to speak for up to 15 minutes on the matter. Members of council may ask clarifying questions of the applicant. Then council will hear from any registered speakers who have added their name to the sign-in sheet at the administration desk since arriving in chambers, and each will have 5 minutes to speak. Any written submissions provided in advance of the publication of the agenda are included in the agenda package. After the registered speakers have provided input, council will take notice of written submissions received after the publication of the agenda. The legislative advisor will read the name of each person making a written submission and identify, I think we have a number of written submissions today, so we'll probably just aggregate the number for and the number against, and then post all of the written submissions on the website so that the public will have full access to the information provided and the names of those who submitted. All written submissions received after the publication of the agenda will be made available to members of council and posted to the website where we will all have access to them, as well as the public. Council will then recess or adjourn the public hearing. Administration, please introduce yourselves and provide an overview of the bylaw.
Good afternoon to council, colleagues in administration, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Rebecca Shapansky, planner with Current Planning. Today I'll be speaking to Century Hills Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Bylaw 1701/25. Invista Consulting, on behalf of the landowner, has submitted an outline plan in support of their redistricting application to facilitate a residential multi-lot subdivision of approximately 30 hectares. The parcel is bound by the Tuscany Hills subdivision to the north, Range Road 250 to the east, North Point subdivision to the south, and the Sturgeon Valley South Area Structure Plan, Planning Area 1, to the west. The Sturgeon Valley Core Area Structure Plan identifies this parcel as Valley Core Reserve. The intent of this designation is to allow for residential development within the range of 2 to 20 dwelling units per net residential hectare. This is the second time the applicant has pursued a redistricting application for Century Hills. The previous application contemplated 280 lots at a proposed development density of 17.2 dwelling units per net residential hectare under previous bylaw 1648/24. The Century Hills Outline Plan proposes a predominantly residential neighborhood comprising a full build-out of 246 lots at a reduced development density of 14.9 dwelling units per hectare. With the assumed average household size of 3.16 people, the projected population for the plan area is to be 777. A future commercial area is proposed along the frontage of Range Road 250 on the east side of the plan. The land use concept would facilitate a residential neighborhood with open park spaces and a small-scale commercial lot to the east, as I just mentioned. Properties that border existing residential development would have larger parcels with a minimum width of 25 meters to accommodate homes with larger lots and therefore a lower development density. Smaller parcels would be in the interior of the development, comprising most of the proposed housing within the outline plan. Amendments to the proposed development from this submission to last submission include straightening of the main collector road to provide a better connection to Planning Area 1 of the Sturgeon Valley South Area Structure Plan, and changes to the residential layout and local roadways within the western half of the plan area. The consultants will speak to this further within their following presentation as well. The land use concept would facilitate a neighborhood with open park spaces, potential for small-scale commercial, and a mix of single-family dwellings. With regards to staging and required infrastructure, there are 4 development stages that have been identified, with development commencing in stage 1A within the northeast of the plan area, moving on to stage 1B, then west to stages 2, 3, and 4. Absorption of the parcels and the advancement of development through different stages is always subject to market demand. The plan area is currently unserviced by municipal infrastructure. Shallow and deep utilities will be required. Connections to existing infrastructure in Tuscany Hills will also be required. Sanitary sewer will be fed by gravity to the existing lift station in Tuscany Hills and then pumped through the existing force main along Range Road 250 to the Aero Utilities gravity sewer trunk. The lift station can support an additional flow rate of 3.4 liters per second before upgrades to the lift station are required. This spare capacity is to be utilized by Stage 1A, which will consist of approximately 50 parcels. Future upgrades to the lift station will be required and will be secured through development agreements required by any future subdivision proposals and will be necessary to support further stages of development of Phase 1B onwards. Servicing of future phases will be from the proposed water line that is intended to run through the parcel and service the Sturgeon Valley South area. Water servicing will include a 400 millimeter water main that will be located on the collector road right-of-way and will serve both the subject lands and Planning Area 1 of the Sturgeon Valley South Area Structure Plan. Once the water main is optional, it will allow for commercial fire flows and the potential for the proposed neighborhood commercial parcel to be developed. Additionally, it will provide a critical piece of infrastructure to the future development of Planning Area 1 within the Sturgeon Valley South. The county anticipates the design work on this water main will commence in 2026, with construction to occur soon thereafter. As the water main will be located within the collector road right-of-way, it is proposed that Stage 1A will initially be serviced by the intersection of Range Road 250 via Toscano and enter from a stubbed connection north via Toscano. Ultimately, the main intersection serving the proposed development will be located directly off of Range Road 250. However, the staging of these infrastructure improvement recognizes that construction of the water main prior to the construction of the road will reduce throwaway costs It also recognizes that costs associated with constructing municipal infrastructure need to be staged so that it is not financially burdensome to the developer. The county's general municipal servicing standards, allow for 20 parcels to be serviced with a single access. Beyond this, a secondary emergency access will be required. This emergency access will also be located via Range Road 250. Stormwater will be collected via piped system and stored in an on-site water management facility, which will connect to an existing facility located within Tuscany Hills. The construction of the on-site stormwater management facility will be constructed as part of the initial stage 1A. During the January 13th regular council meeting, council questioned the rationale for the developer dedicating 8.67% of the land as municipal reserve and providing the remaining 1.33% as cash in lieu. For clarification, the Municipal Government Act permits a municipality to obtain up to 10% of land to be subdivided through the dedication of municipal reserve to support public infrastructure such as parks, schools, and recreational areas. In situations where dedicating the full 10% of land is not practical or beneficial, the developer may instead provide the remainder as cash in lieu, which is the monetary equivalent of land not dedicated. Cash in lieu MR funds may be used by a municipality to acquire public lands, develop or enhance parks, build or upgrade recreational facilities, or construct and improve trails. Administration we see that the land dedication proposed within the development is sufficient and that cash in lieu component can be used to supplement the open space network elsewhere within the valley. The outline plan proposes, as via bylaw 170125, a mix of uses comprised of the R7 Transitional Valley Residential District, the C3 Neighborhood Commercial District, Public Utility Lot District, and the Public Open Space District. Again, a total of 246 residential units are proposed to be developed at a development density of 14.9 dwelling units. With regards to previous public engagements, as previously stated, this is the second time the applicant has pursued this redistricting application. The previous bylaw was contemplated on the following dates: April 4th of 2024, September 24th, 2024, and November 12th of 2024. At the November 12th regular council meeting, council approved stage 1A of the Century Hills outline plan and directed administration to work with the applicant to reflect a need for the proposed lots to match with abutting existing lots and for a maximum development density to be complementary to the most recently approved Sturgeon Valley Core neighborhood. To be clear, this bylaw 1648-24, never received second reading. At the January 13th regular council meeting, council rescinded motion 107-24, the motion that gave bylaw 1648-24 first reading. In doing so, council was able to consider first reading of bylaw 1701-25, which we are discussing today, without being encumbered by the previous proposal. With regards further to engagement history, the landowner and Investec Consulting have hosted the following engagement sessions. The first mail out occurred in November of 2021 with 159 postcards. Initial open house occurred in December 2021 with 33 residents in attendance. Second mail out notification occurred in April of 2024. We had roughly 1,300 postcards sent, and the second open house occurred late April 2024 with 51 residents in attendance. With regards to today's public hearing, this was advertised in accordance with relevant legislation and county processes, including the January 29th and February 5th editions of the St. Albert Gazette. Other methods of communication included on-site signage, county social media, and postcards mailed to all Sturgeon Valley residents, which was roughly 2,300 postcards mailed. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have today. We also have representatives, I believe, in person and online with InvizTech Consulting. So between all of us, hopefully we can answer your questions.
Thank you. Any questions of council to administration? Go ahead, Councillor Papadopoulos.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious, when we have country residential flanking either side of this parcel that we're discussing to be rezoned, how is it called transitional?
Through you to Councillor Papadopoulos. So within the land use concept, which I can pull up again for you in just a moment here, the land use concept does propose larger lots to be more of that transitional development to the parcels to the north and the south, and this would require those parcels to be wider and of a greater area than the smaller proposed, more dense lots that are located further inward of the outline plan area.
Thank you. I understand the definition of transitional. My question is, how did we come to this idea that this particular parcel of land is to be considered transitional when it's in between two country residential subdivisions? Would backing not mean it should be country residential zoning to start with? If it was to change from agricultural land, say.
So through the chair to Councillor Papadopoulos, the premise for the Sturgeon Valley Core Area Structure Plan, as well as the Sturgeon Valley South Area Structure Plan, was determined back in September 2021 when they were both adopted. We both know that those plans were developed under the overarching Edmonton Metro Regional Growth Plan, which drove the density requirements of this area. So the plans which were put in place by the county spoke to those densities which were in place at a regional level. It was the then council's prerogative to determine whether or not to adopt the plans as presented. And administration did try and take into consideration some of the concerns about having high residential development backing onto existing residential developments. And that was the reason why we put in some of the regulations, which actually not only brings forward residential developments in the new areas and therefore away from the existing residential developments, but we also put in place, as Ms. Shapansky mentioned, the ability to have 25-meter wide lots, which is required of all R2 lots within the Sturgeon Valley. So when new development, if this is to proceed, if new development comes forward, if it backs onto existing residential developments, those lots will be required to have 25-meter frontages as the existing residential development does. So that's kind of how it all came about, and I hope that answers your question.
Just to follow up, actually in this outline plan, the largest lots have a 12-meter setback. Is there a reason that is, if it's supposed to be 25?
Are we talking, sorry, there's 25-meter wide frontage for each lot, or are we talking about 12-meter setback from the front property line? So are we talking about the width of the lots, or how far back the houses are from the street?
Well, my understanding was, sorry, because in my printed agenda package, this page was actually missing, whereas on my iPad it existed. So it was actually section, I believe it was, sorry, I just had a question. It was section, bear with me here, I have a lot of notes. Okay, let me come back to that when I find which article I'm referring to. Sorry about that.
Are you just wanting to compare country residential widths and setbacks to this new development?
Yeah, I just want to know what the different here setbacks.
Setbacks are different.
Sorry, what's that?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So it was section 5.4.6 setbacks. So the setbacks, it states, should be 12 meters. Is that correct on the larger lots?
Through the chair to Councillor Papadopoulos, we're just reviewing the land use bylaw just to check that that is correct, and we'll provide a response.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask with that is, on this plan, though, the setbacks are 4.5 meters. And I'm just curious if that's...
Is that side yard or front yard? Because there's two setbacks. I know there's two setbacks. There's front yard setbacks and side yard setbacks. And I think where there's a 12-meter front yard setback, there's a 5-meter side yard setback. I can't remember the 5, but I do remember, I can't find those numbers, but I do remember reading them in the outline plan. Because I remember thinking it's about half of what the larger estate lots have had. But anyway, so is that your questioning is if this is transitional, why are the setbacks half of?
If it's like backing like.
If it's like backing like. So I think that's a question for the developer potentially. Like backing like is a lot size selection and a envelope, building envelope comparison.
And through the chair, I think that would be correct. We will engage the developer to ensure that they speak to that. And secondly, I think that our team will clarify for council here momentarily also that question. So if we could just have a few moments, I think we're going to be able to clarify that in the LUB.
Yep. Thank you. So just to supplement that answer, so the R2 district, which is the Tuscany Hills, so they require 25-meter wide lots, but the house is required to be set back a minimum of 12 meters from the front property line. What we've done with the R7 district is have a lower front yard setback, so the house is actually closer to the street. So that distance between the back of the new house and the back of the existing house is actually increased. If we were to do R2 to R2, you could actually have those houses closer together. So the new R7 district pulls the house closer to the street and increases the distance to any existing residents.
Any further questions? Councillor, sorry. Okay, I guess you've been waiting a while then. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks through you. Actually, this is a brief one just for administration. And just recollecting back to the sort of public engagements with respect to these. I know that there was real concern about the access point if this development goes forward being the one off of Via Toscano. Is the county able to mandate them using a secondary access off Range Road 250 for construction during that phase 1 phase, or is that solely up to the purveyance of the developer to access via there?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Toms, I think the developer's consultant can probably speak to this a little bit more during their presentation. In regards to the county's GMSS, any development which has more than 20 units has to have an emergency access. So that the initial stub in from Via Toscano has been proposed to be utilized for the first phase of development, with the main approach from Range Road 250 to be constructed at a later time. And the reason for that is that 400 mil water line has to go into that collector road right of way. So it's just reducing throwaway costs. So yes, that approach off Range Road 250 is going to be the main approach for the developments, but that is only to be constructed after the water line has gone in. Otherwise, they're going to have to build a road, rip it up, put the water line in, build the road again. So it's just reducing those throwaways.
And if I may, I do have our trusty engineer online, and he does say that they will be constructing a temporary access along Range Road 250 for construction of Phase 1A, and then also for that emergency access portion. So hopefully that helps.
Go ahead, Councillor McLennan.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Question is, what are the densities of Tuscany Hills and North Point? I apologize if it's in my package somewhere. I just couldn't find it.
Yes, through you to Councillor McLennan. We have those statistics in the wings, so let me find it and I'll get back to you.
And another question, if I may. I'm just wondering, like, I know I have the neighborhood area structure plan in a different document, but I'm wondering, can you tell me where this potential development would be in relation to the neighborhood area structure plan?
Yes, through you to Councillor McLennan. It's just northeast, actually, adjacent to Planning Area 1, and I can pull up a picture of that quite quickly for you. With regards to your first question, the densities. Tuscany Hills is a density of 4.4 dwelling units per residential net hectare, and North Point is 1.15. It's very low. Yes, absolutely. Tuscany Hills is 4.4. North Point is 1.15.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Drew. Sorry, since you happen to have your densities up there, just curious, so the subdivision that's to the north of the currently developed Tuscany Hills, can you please tell me what the density of that one was?
Absolutely. And I apologize, I don't have the Excel spreadsheet. I just have a little planner messaging me, but I'll get you that right away.
Thank you very much.
And I do have my screen available to share, Councillor McLennan. I will share this with you right now for where this is located in with regards to the Sturgeon Valley South Area Structure Plan.
Sorry, thanks, through you. While you're having a look at that, can you please tell me too, the subdivision which I've just asked about, and I can't recall which one it is, that's directly north of Tuscany Hills. Can you tell me whether the line of houses that's matching up to Tuscany Hills is like meet like, or whether the older subdivision has larger lots than Tuscany Hills does?
You have very good questions. We're just trying to pull up all the information for you.
Which I thought, I'm just curious as to sort of the, how it lines up over there, as well as what the average lot size was in that one older subdivision.
So just to ask clarification on that question, so Crestview Heights would be the subdivision to the north of Tuscany Hills. Okay, we will get a response.
Judging from this map, it's probably about half, so I don't think backing onto was historically a thing, but. Councillor McLennan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I think you had it up there. Was it the NASP was that area in the yellow to the west? Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. I've got some just clarity on what we could do to reconsider the entrances that we see. Because right now, with the outline plan as it is, it shows a third entrance heading north. Can we get the map up on the, it's just easier for people to be able to refer to. Figure 7 would work. The northwest corner of the development shows a connection to a road that connects to Villa Colina. And I just wonder why we would be taking a neighborhood to the south and offering the opportunity for traffic to be routed through an existing neighborhood that has no sidewalks. I would like to know what we can do to suggest that a developer remove that second. It's one thing to have an entrance exit closer to the collector road, but I would have issue with having that much traffic invited into an existing neighborhood that's not designed for it.
Yes, through you, Mayor Nachi, we will defer our question to Chris Krath. He will be joining us quickly just to respond to your question. And just for background information, Councillor Toms, we have Crestview Heights at a density of 1.67 dwelling units per hectare.
And if I can just supplement that answer by saying the average parcel size in Crestview Heights is just shy of 1.5 acres, whereas in Tuscany Hills it's just north of half an acre.
Sorry, Councillor Papadopoulos, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you, through you, Madam Mayor, so between Crestview Heights and Tuscany, is there any natural forestation or ravines or natural boundaries that separate the subdivisions so they're perhaps not exactly backing each other? Like, is there a natural barrier per se?
Yes, through you to Councillor Papadopoulos. We can pull up our maps right now to take a look at that for you, and I'll let you know.
Okay. Mr. Krath has his hand raised. He has an answer for us.
Hi, good afternoon. Through the chair, the second access to Via Colina, there's only one entry and exit within the Tuscany Hills subdivision. So this provides some connectivity for vehicle circulation. We don't foresee a lot of traffic going northbound into Tuscany Hills. What we see is an opportunity for residents in Tuscany Hills to head down southbound, as that main collector road through Century Hills will be connecting with the future 127th Street. So it's another opportunity to get traffic rerouted westbound and onto 127th Street, opposed to having an exit through the main entrance of Tuscany Hills and then circle back around through Century Hills.
It was just a wild guess. I think they'd rather drive a little further and have fewer cars. Just putting that out there. But thank you for the rationale, Mr. Krath.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I see no further questions of administration. So I'll now ask the applicants. We have Stephen Yu, Manager of Planning. Rob, I'm not going to try to say the last name. Dolivote, I'm sorry, I don't know if that's right. Senior VP, Scott Mackey joining virtually, who's the Executive Vice President of Invisitech. Please approach the podium and begin your presentation. You will have 15 minutes. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Stephen Yu, and I'm a planner with Invista Consulting. I'm joined here with Rob Dolivet, who's here in person, as well as Scott Mackey, who is available online. Oops, oh yeah, that worked, okay. To provide everyone with a little bit of background, but Mr. Pansky has already done a really great job on this. Century Hills has been under consideration for about 15 years. An earlier 79 country residential lot proposal was rejected by the former Capital Region Board in 2012, and the lands have remained undeveloped for nearly a decade. Next slide. In 2021, the county adopted the Sturgeon Valley Core Area Structure Plan. With this change in policy, the project was reinitiated and returned to council in 2024, where stage 1A of the outline plan was approved without any redistricting. Next slide. Following the public hearing, council directed administration and the applicant to go back to look at reducing the densities. An application was prepared, next slide, which, oh, there was one more before that, sorry. Which is here before you today. Now, next slide, thank you. Century Hills is located in the Sturgeon Valley area. Next slide. Within the southeast edge of the Sturgeon Valley core area. Next slide. And directly north of the Sturgeon Valley South area. This location is important as the Valley Core ASP establishes a maximum density, while the Valley South Area Structure Plan establishes a significantly higher minimum density. Next slide. Zooming in on the plan area, next slide, we have Tuscany Hills to the north, next, while to the south, next more, is North Point. Century Hills therefore functions as a transitional area between the existing country residential development and the future urban development to the south. It is required to balance between the existing local conditions to the north and south, as well as considering the future policy context adopted by council for the areas to the south and west and to the east. Next slide. One more, thank you. As part of the outline plan, 2 open houses were held, one in 2021, next slide, and 2024. While some residents expressed support, we heard from many, and they are here as well today, who have raised concerns, particularly regarding density, compatibility, and traffic. Next slide. In response to council's direction and public feedback, the land use concept was revised. Changes included expanding large lot transitional residential in the northeast corner, matching lot lines to Tuscany Hills, and realignment of the collector roadway to reflect the approved Valley South Neighbor Area Structure Plan. Next slide, please. These changes contributed to reducing the overall density from 17 to 14.9, a reduction of approximately 41 homes. Next slide. However, not all the concerns could be accommodated. Further density reductions were not feasible due to the infrastructure requirements of developing at an urban standard under the GMSS. Alley-loaded lots were retained to support safe access from the collector roadways, and the north-west connection was maintained for servicing and to provide emergency egress for Tuscany Hills. Next slide. So while acknowledging that some residents will still oppose this, the revised plan represents a balance between the local concerns and the county-wide policy objectives. Next slide. This application proposes a reduced density of 14.9 dwelling units per net residential hectare, bringing it between the amendment area of Rivers Gate and the maximum density permitted under the Valley Core Area Structure Plan. Next slide. This reduction is achieved primarily through increasing large lot transitional residential, developing at approximately 8 dwelling units per net residential hectare, and locating them along the perimeter of the site to provide a softer transition to the existing country residential. This also reduces the amount of small lot transitional residential lots that are developed at a higher density. Next slide, please. Public utility lots are also located along the north and southern boundaries, providing further servicing functions while also further buffering adjacent neighbors. Next slide. The context of Century Hills development is similar to that of the Adrossan Estates in Strathcona County, being located adjacent to existing country residential. However, unlike Century Hills, Drawson Estates is developed at a higher density, does not include public utilities to buffer between the neighborhoods, as well as did not propose matching, lot matching on the larger lots. Next slide, please. A key concern raised was potential shortcutting, and we just had this you guys just had this discussion through Tuscany Hills. Given the single egress from Via Toscano, the northwest connection is required at a minimum for emergency access, ensuring neighborhood safety due to the pipeline. However, the developer is open to having bollards there and limiting public access to that roadway if that is council's desire. As you can see, though, the closest lot, if this road was public, would still have a shorter route going through the Century Hills neighborhood than cutting through Tuscany Hills. Next slide, please. Municipal Reserve was identified to be located centrally in the neighborhood and dedicated through a mix of land and cash in lieu. Any amenities provided would be the responsibility of the developer, who is currently considering two possible options, either an active or passive programming, while cash in lieu supports improvements to existing park spaces countywide. Next slide. 2 seasonal wetlands were also identified within Century Hills, but received Water Act approval by Alberta Environment due to their low viability. Compensation to remove these wetlands has been paid, which will be used to retain more viable wetlands in the area. Next slide. Neighborhood commercial has also been maintained to provide local service uses. While we heard from residents who opposed to the commercial, those who did express support were looking for small, locally oriented businesses that reduce the need for longer vehicle trips. Next slide. Another key concern was adequate fire flows, which has been a major concern for other outline plan proposed in the Valley Core. Century Hills is supplied by the Allen Ridge Reserve, which provides adequate base pressures. However, upgrades will be required to support the ultimate build-out of Century Hills, as well as the future Valley South area, and may also benefit Tuscany Hills in the future. Next slide, please. As we've seen from our neighbors, the Edmonton region is growing. Within the Valley Core, there are limited undeveloped residential lots remaining, underscoring the need for well-planned growth areas. On average, small lots are being assessed at around half of that of country residential lots, providing an affordable option for young families. Next slide, please. Importantly, the county's municipal development plan prioritizes the preservation of agricultural land. Century Hills proposes approximately 246 homes across 16 hectares of residential land. To develop the same amount of homes at a density similar to Tuscany Hills would amount to approximately 80 homes. This would require more than 50 hectares of additional residential land to be taken out of production, or 3 more Century Hills developed at that density, directly impacting the county's efforts to preserve productive agricultural land. While the proposed density is not desired by all, it is necessary to accommodate growth while minimizing the amount of valuable farmland lost. Next slide. In closing, the Century Hills Outline Plan conforms to the Sturgeon Valley Core ASP and incorporates the changes heard from the public and council where feasible, reduces potential previously approved density, improves transitions to adjacent neighborhoods, and provides community amenities. It also provides a necessary secondary egress for Tuscany Hills and long-term agriculture preservation in other parts of the county. Next slide. Thank you, and we'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. I'm going to start far right and work my way over just so I keep track. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks for you, Madam Mayor. So I want a couple of questions for clarification here. So you did note the history that initially this subdivision, they attempted to bring it through what was then, I believe, the CRB board and were declined. And you do note a little bit about farmland and sustainability. But when you were advising that you didn't propose country residential, you cited GMSS standards. Can you please go further into explaining the numbers on that? Because I know I've heard a lot from developers over the course of the last 5 years. And their explanation for that was not GMSS standards, or that was only a modicum of it. So could you please go a little further into that answer?
I'm going to defer that one to Scott, who's online, to answer that one.
I apologize. My camera isn't working, but just in response, the GMSS standards require a much greater level of infrastructure. A rural cross-section versus an urban cross-section requires, so the urban cross-section has sidewalks, curb and gutter, underground stormwater management systems, street lighting, those sorts of things. Whereas in the rural cross-section, where it's typically ditches that are handling the conveyance of stormwater, as well as is the case in Tuscany Hills, lower water pressure lines for domestic water and those kind of things. And so the additional costs associated with the infrastructure on a per lot basis is significantly higher than what a rural community would have, where you would have potentially septic fields or septic tanks, water cisterns, those kind of things, where each of the lots might receive more of their services as a site versus the overall neighborhood services provided through an urban system.
Can I ask, so based upon, I guess, your projections and numbers on infrastructure in the ground, which, you know, most people are not looking for homes with cisterns anymore, what would the average cost for, say, a country residential sized lot in this area of 0.5 acre, one of your largest proposed lots in this acre, what would the average price of that be? And one of your smallest size lots, what would the projected average price of that be for sale?
Just pulling numbers off the top of my head, but the average cost of the larger lots in the Century Hills plan would probably be about half of what it would be for the country residential lots. And with some of the smaller lots, the ones in the heart of the plan area, probably down to a third of what the cost of the larger country residential lots would be.
Sorry, so I think I need a number. That was extraordinarily vague. I'm looking for you to say a larger lot in this area would cost $500,000 to buy. A smaller lot would cost $400,000, just so there's some context.
Yeah, and I can throw some numbers out there. So some of the vacant country residential lots are selling for $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 or more. Lots in this area would likely, some of the bigger lots might be in the 500 range, and the smaller lots could be down as low as 250 or 300.
Thank you.
Councillor Papadopoulos.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Can you please go back to your slide where you were explaining how many lots are for sale in the Sturgeon Valley? So I'm curious where you got your numbers from, because I had some independent studies done over this situation, and my numbers are a lot different than that. So I'm just curious if these are for 2025, or what's your, what is this based on? Where did you get the numbers that you came up with?
Through the chair to Councillor Papadopoulos. The numbers here are reflecting the undeveloped, not for sale. There's the ones that we looked at that have not been developed upon yet. They may have been purchased already by a builder, but they have not developed a home on the property yet.
So they are sold, they're just not yet built out?
Correct.
Okay, and then just sticking on this subject about availability in the valley, there were 2 lots sold in 2025, half-acre lots. One was, so 0.5 acres. One sold in 3 days for $799, and the other one sold in 8 days at $650,000. So my point in saying that is there is a demand for the lower density, and that's just my point with making that statement.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stang.
Thank you. I have actually 2, and one of which you've answered in part through Councillor Tom or Deputy Mayor Toms. I'm just trying to rationalize. I think of my children. How do they afford a place that just buying the lot, not including, the build out at $600,000 to $800,000? That's just not feasible. I feel for that generation, I truly do. But my question is, when you're talking about GMSS standards, we're also talking about, crime came up as a primary concern for a lot of residents, but how was that addressed through your GMSS standards within your plan? We talk about lighting and tree placements and whatnot. So if you can speak to that, because crime is a growing issue within the rural communities. So if you can speak to that, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Sting, I might also pull up Rob on this as the engineer because he would be more familiar with the GMSS standards. But from the planning point of view, what we ended up doing was, I think that's part of why we try to limit as many of the things that we did, such as with the laneways on here, because we understand that is where people in the city see a lot of crime is through lanes. And that was one of the concerns that we had heard from residents when we did open houses. So we did try to do what we could do to limit the types of orientation that would create avenues for crime. However, also looking at what the GMSS standards offer in terms of having that ability to have lighting along that collector road is going to be able to create that visibility, and having those houses facing onto that road is creating those eyes on the street that will help create a little bit more sense of community and safety within that main corridor that's going through this neighborhood. Rob, I don't know if there's anything you want to add from the engineering point of view?
Hi, Rob Dull with Invistec. We would just follow the amount of luminaires for lighting is actually outlined on requirements in the standards. So we would hire a power sub-consultant who designs to meet your standards. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions?
I'll have more later.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Toms.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. Mine's also with respect to the plan. I'm 6.3.4, and I'm not sure because you had your engineer up here, it just struck a chord. It notes specifically within that, with respect to the commercial site that you're proposing, that it is sensitive site design for commercial to minimize impact on adjacent land. What does this mean? Does it mean there's a fence between the residential and that? How is it designed sensitively? It says it is and doesn't say how.
Okay, through the chair to Deputy Mayor Toms. The land use bylaw would definitely, the C3 district will be the avenue where those implementation measures would come in place. They take in consideration the adjacent land uses when someone comes in for a development permit. They consider setbacks. They consider the privacy screening requirements that go in with that development permit to ensure that any adjacent neighbors are screened and protected and are transitioned accordingly. So that, you are correct, that could include fencing, that can include a large setback, that includes landscaping, that includes orientation of the building and parking lot, where that waste bin is going to go. All those things are considered and directed from the county's land use bylaw when a development permit would go in for that site to ensure that the adjacent neighbors are mitigated from any impacts from that development.
Additionally, through you, Madam Mayor, it states within your section 8.5 on transportation and traffic calming that it may be considered traffic calming, essentially. Can this be changed? Because I can tell you, regardless of whether this gets approved like this or at 5 units a hectare or 2 units a hectare, there's traffic calming issues. So as opposed to having that as a may be considered, can you revise it to say shall be included?
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Toms. That would be an amendment through council would make. If council is expecting to see that from a may to a shall, then that is a revision that they would have to motion forward. We are no longer able to amend the plan anymore at this point at the public hearing. But yes, if that is council's direction, that would be what council would direct.
If I can just add to that, may I? So I do think that the issue here is whether the traffic calming is required, and that the challenge is that the nature of traffic calming is it tends to respond to traffic conditions. And so if there are traffic issues or traffic calming requirements, then we would work with the county to ensure that those were implemented.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I can tell you 100% within my areas that are at about 3 to 5 units per hectare, there are traffic issues within them. So any density of any kind requires traffic calming.
Can I get some clarity? I've lost track whether this road is a straight through or whether there's a bit of a curve in it.
So the original design of the road, based on discussions we had with county administration, had a curve in it, and curves tend to slow traffic down. If visually they see a long straightaway, vehicles will tend to travel faster. When the area to the planning was done for the area to the west, they had identified the extension of this collector road and on a slightly different alignment. As well, there was concerns about the curves in the road as it pertains to the 400 millimeter water trunk. And so the road in the new land use concept was straightened out to A, accommodate that water trunk, but also B, to align it with the plan that council approved to the east, I believe in September of 2024.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mackey, there's been the letters submitted by residents. There's requests for information that's held within the reports. Often it says, under separate attachment, they're not published. Can you explain why your reports, whether it be on water, wastewater, why those aren't necessarily part of public documents? And how people can find that information?
So typically technical reports are reviewed by the county's administration. They would review them, they would have the technical experts that would have the knowledge and the skills to be able to review those. They're not, I don't believe I'm aware of any municipalities that have these attached to sort of the public documents. And part of it is because having someone reviewing those documents that doesn't necessarily understand the technical details, there may be some misunderstandings. Administration is competent, they're experienced in this, they understand the county standards, and they're in the best position, I think, to review them and to provide recommendations to council and the public in terms of the conclusions in those reports.
So this question is directed towards you and administration, whoever wants to offer an answer. For residents that have concerns and that potentially do have a deeper background and understanding and need some level of comfort, how would they access that information? Who should they contact if they would like to see that information or have it explained to them?
So, Madam Mayor, maybe I can just touch on that. So we are changing our application forms to make it very clear to applicants, whether it's an outline plan or a subdivision or a rezoning, that any information that is provided to the county will be considered public unless there are privacy legislations that allow them to redact elements of that plan. And so from now on, the approach of the county is, should an application include studies that are being utilized to help administration or council to make a decision, our position is that those documents would be made available publicly. Now, having said that, the point that Mr. Mackey is making is that although engineering is a science, there's more than one way to solve a problem. And so if from the engineering perspective of our staff, we've determined that in fact the design that's being proposed based on the engineering assumptions related to them are adequate, that would be a decision made by the engineering department and would advance. And so we do want to avoid a situation where we're having debates in public or public hearing as to whether the engineering assumptions are accurate. Having said that, we don't have an issue with making those studies available if required to do so or if asked to do so.
I don't think anybody or necessarily everybody wants to see them, because I can see from some submissions, people haven't read the outline plan or the area structure plan. It's not their interest. They're just here to share their concerns. But for others, they do have deeper questions that are more specific. And I'd just like them to understand a pathway to get that information. My understanding was engineered reports and studies are the property of a developer and not necessarily ours to share. So I think contacting a developer, if you have specific questions, I would just like the developer to confirm or not whether they're willing to sit down and take the time with a resident that has specific questions to spell out for them what the answers to their questions are.
If I might add, Many municipalities do provide these documents or make them accessible to the public, but typically they do it within their offices with an engineer or technical person present to help with that interpretation and advice.
I guess that's one approach. I just think if it's your document, your application, your development, potentially you should be the person answering the questions to the public. Would be my preference. We've got a lot going on here right now and more happening every day. So anyway, I'm just putting that out there for residents. They should be contacting, I think, the developer if they have those questions until at such time as we change our policy and make those documents public. But I have some concerns about how much time is spent then going over, with our administration, going over someone else's application and somebody else's documents. I'm not sure that that is a fair use of administrative time. But appreciate those are the two options in front of us right now. Deputy Mayor Toms.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. On that note, and since Milad did speak and remind me of it, I'm just going to ask for sort of a one-word answer on this because I already know the answer. But can you confirm for people that prior to accepting an application, we ensure that there's appropriate utility available, appropriate water, that we understand what the traffic impact will be and that that's appropriately provided for, that all these factors are always looked at? Can you please confirm that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor, those are requirements that are submitted with every application and with every outline plan. So traffic impact assessment, what's the hydrology of the location, the geotechnical reports, all of those requirements that come along with the submission of applications of this nature, yeah.
And then prior to the outline plan, the work that's done in the area structure plan also has a number of underpinning studies about traffic and what is a collector road and where all of those things go and the potentials needed to move water and wastewater through, correct?
Correct, Madam Mayor. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent in these studies prior to any of these projects being advanced and coming forward to council.
Thank you. Well, I do understand we've had lots of questions. We also have a gallery full of folks who want to be heard and 7 speakers registered. So I think that's the end of our current questions. Mr. Yu, thank you. I do have the names of registered speakers who council will now hear from. So when I call your name, please advise how you're affected by the bylaw, advise if you're in favor or against the bylaw, and provide any other information that you would like to bring to council's attention. You'll have 5 minutes unless council agrees to allow you additional time, and your comments must be specifically related to this bylaw. Members of council may have questions for you once you've finished your comments, so please stay at the podium until excused. I will now ask Art Washuta, who's joining us via Teams, to provide his comments. So Art, please unmute, and we'll start our 5-minute timer, and thank you for dialing in. Just hit your mic button, Art. I can see your video's working, but your mic is still muted. Just want to confirm that's not us muting him on our end. Yes, via Teams. To provide his comments. So Art, please unmute, and we'll start our 5-minute timer, and thank you for dialing in.
I'm unmuted, but I don't see the camera on.
Well, you're looking fine, and we can hear you. Oh, you've just turned it off. That's fine. I can see your video's working.
Well, you can see me? Can you hear me?
We can. I only want to hear you. I don't want to hear myself. It sounds like we've got it all sorted out. So whenever you're ready, Art.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Art Washuta, and I'm a retired civil engineer. My wife and I moved to Tuscany Hills 5 years ago as we were attracted to the tranquility that country living offers. Our neighborhood is comprised of half-acre lots with a density of less than 5 units per hectare, as has been discussed here. We are essentially surrounded by much larger country-style acreages. That is the character of the beautiful Sturgeon County as of today. The original plan for the estates of Tuscany was based on a density of 17 units per hectare, about the same density as many St. Albert neighborhoods. We knew that at some point the agricultural land would be developed, but never imagined that it would be more than triple the density of Tuscany Hills, similar to urban densities. During public consultation, 70% of respondents strongly opposed this high density, and many suggested a density similar to Tuscany Hills or no more than Rivers Gate at an average of around 10 units per hectare. Now here we are with a new Century Hills proposal at 14.9 units per hectare, which is still greater than 3 times the density of Tuscany Hills and about 10 times greater than North Point. We realize that this is less than the maximum density of 20 units per hectare permitted in the area structure plan. However, there's a subjective gray area that calls for a transitioned approach to ensure that the character of established communities is protected and that higher densities be applied progressively, approaching the 2 cities. This was implemented for Rivers Gate from north to south, which is much closer to St. Albert. In my opinion, merely providing a row of large lot transitional and then essentially hiding or sandwiching a majority of small lot transitional at 17 units per hectare does not complement the established character of Tuscany or North Point. In fact, the density of the updated large lot transitional has been increased from 5 originally to 8 units per hectare. The OP expresses a vision for how Century Hills will enhance the cherished rural history and character of Sturgeon Valley. It also states that the OP sensitively transitions density from existing communities. I submit that the OP fails to achieve these 2 stated objectives. The OP also thanks the community for contribution of meaningful insights. Frankly, I don't see that the major community feedback has been adopted at all. Interestingly, the Starkey Hills OP at 15 units per hectare was rejected unanimously by council last year due to overwhelming community opposition. I believe that a maximum density similar to Rivers Gate at 10 units per hectare could be a reasonable compromise for Century Hills, even at double the density of Tuscany and over 8 times the density of North Point. Surely there is still demand for larger lots or small acreages. I am not an expert in land development, so I have a few additional comments and questions. First, I think that Century Hills should have its own access off Range Road 250. Using Via Toscano for Stage 1A access would not only pose a traffic and noise nuisance, but also a potential safety hazard near the community mailbox, especially during heavy construction traffic. Perhaps an expert construction road safety audit should be conducted. Second, 70% of survey respondents opposed a commercial area as we are less than 10 minutes away from all the amenities we need. I disagree that it's a critical component to the plan. More residential lots could be provided instead. Thirdly, could the storm pond be tucked into the northeast corner of the property to provide more of a buffer between the 2 neighborhoods? And also, would it be more cost effective to excavate a larger pond and eliminate the overflow pipe that would impact lots 101 to 109? Fourthly, is the collector road 22 meters or 25 meters? There seems to be a discrepancy in the plan. Would it be feasible to move that collector road to the south end of the development, given the very mature landscape buffer at North Point, and perhaps eliminate the need for alleys and provide larger lots? In conclusion, I'd like to continue enjoying country living in Sturgeon County, and I oppose the redistricting and outline plan, mainly due to the proposed high density, and I agree with many of the probing questions that Councillor Papadopoulos has brought up in the introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rashuda, for your comments and your questions. Any questions of council members to Mr. Rashuda? I'm seeing none. Mr. Rashuda, you were mentioning about the water, and I know it was in your letter as well. You went into great detail about the effects of between lots 101 and 109. Could you restate your concern there, please?
Well, as I understand it, the 1 in 100 year storm runoff is handled by a combination of the storm pond as well as an overflow pipe that's connected to the existing Tuscany Hills storm pond. And this is via a pipe that's trenched from the new Century Hills pond through the Tuscany Hills neighborhood immediately behind lots 101 to 109 in Tuscany. So there would be some construction and disturbance along the rear of those properties and also from the pond to where that pipe goes towards the north.
Understood. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your time and for navigating the technology with us.
Thank you.
And I believe we have now Tanya Schultz.
Okay. Madam Mayor and councillors, good afternoon. My name is Tanya Schultz and I'm a resident of Tuscany Hills. Like my husband who spoke before me, I too am a retired civil engineer. Don't hold that against me. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about my concerns regarding the rezoning of the land parcel described in bylaw 1701/25 and the Century Hills Outline Plan. First, I have opposed the aforementioned bylaw. I cannot support rezoning based on the current OP. As stated in the OP, it may be amended from time to time. What input would we have then? I also strongly disagree with the inclusion of commercial zoning. Commercial and residential development do not typically work well together, and there are often conflicts between the users and residents due to noise and traffic. Second, I do not support the Century Hills OP. My husband and I provided 4 pages of very specific written comments, so I'm not going to repeat them here today. Our previous comments and questions regarding the Estates of Tuscany OP were not addressed nor answered in the updated document. It appears from the lack of changes between the current and previous versions that the comments were plainly ignored, perhaps with the exception of suggesting a name change. The development described in the OP is supposed to enhance the cherished rural history and character of the Sturgeon Valley. It is not evident how this development would accomplish these lofty goals. For example, over 25% of the land is allocated to road right-of-ways. How does this enhance rural history? Commercial development is included. How does this enhance rural character and rural history? Residential density is proposed at approximately 15 units per hectare. How does the increased density enhance the character of Sturgeon Valley and sensitively respond to the existing density of approximately 5 units or less per hectare in the surrounding areas? With respect to the public open spaces policies, place marking elements and community gardens may be incorporated. Rainwater harvesting may be utilized. The operative word here is may, ergo not guaranteed. Perhaps these words were included to make this proposal appear more palatable, but they do not demonstrate intent. As a young engineer, I was a geotechnical inspector on multiple subdivision developments during the site preparation stage. There is noise, dust, significant disruption to adjacent subdivisions, construction traffic, and heavy equipment operating many hours of the day. How will these issues be addressed? Another concern is that the OP talks about staging, but there's no indication of any timeline except it'll be governed by the market. A fair question is how long would we have to live with this disruption? The mail-out card for this hearing did not include the stormwater pipeline to the Tuscany Hills SWMF on the map. Why not? Seems pretty critical to me. This pipeline is directly behind my lot. Shame on you. As an aside, I have observed over the years of living here, that hundreds of geese feast on this agricultural land on their migratory journey. Where will they go now? What about the other animals that utilize this area? Moose, coyotes, rabbits, foxes. Nothing is mentioned in the OP in either the biophysical or environmental sections as how these impacts will be addressed or remediated. I recognize that change is inevitable, but it should be managed with intentional actions and thoughtful designs. The outline plan should be complete and show consideration for all potential impacts to the site, to the adjacent lands, and to the neighbors. I am not seeing this in this document. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Clearly, you and Art have timed your presentations pretty much to the minute. I appreciate that. Open for questions. I'm just going to ask, in your, both of you, your experience of civil engineers, what steps have you seen taken by developers to limit the disturbance for residents in the area? Because I think, you know, I guess to be blunt, that's a bit of a fact of life. When there's development, there's going to be disturbances. But I'm interested to see what solutions you've seen in your career for that.
Well, if I could speak about the overflow pipe from the storm pond, I mean, I imagine there's probably a cost-benefit analysis has been done that shows that it's more economical to use a combination of the pond and the overflow pipe to handle the storm, but perhaps just excavating a larger pond would be a way of reducing disturbance to the adjacent areas, right?
Understood. And then the second concern around how long the development takes place and the absorption of lots. I think that's what I'm struggling to wrap my head around, because we're told by developers that the market is kind of dictating, well, inflation costs and markets are dictating the products that are being built. And that's why we're also seeing the lot sizes. And so we're told that smaller lots go faster. And so I'm just wondering, would your preference be, despite Councillor Papadopoulos's discussion around 2 recent lots, I'm not sure that those anecdotal comments could be reflected in larger market statistics, which I'd be interested in knowing. But would you rather have smaller lots go faster or larger lots and a development that takes longer?
Well, when we first purchased here in Tuscany Hills 5 years ago, we had very little choice. Like, we were very fortunate to acquire the property that we did because there's very little choice. And we monitor the real estate market regularly. And as one of the councillors mentioned, there seems to still be quite a bit of demand for smaller acreages, larger lots. They disappeared pretty quickly. Like, there's only 1 acreage for sale in Tuscany Hills at the moment. And a couple of others have sold over the last few months. And so I think there's still a market for smaller acreages like Tuscany Hills and larger lots. So it'd be good I guess I'm not in the real estate business. Some of the folks here are, but maybe you want to compare what's going on with the larger lots to what's happening with that Goodridge development with the tiny 3,000 square foot lots.
Yes, understood. Oh, I think we have a question from Deputy Mayor Toms.
Thanks to you, Madam Mayor. It's actually not directly to the couple, but because it was triggered by the couple's questioning on timing. Would administration be able to look into some of our most recent subdivisions, even Tuscany? So we know Tuscany tripled the density over Crestview, but determine what the time frame was from when the first house was built to when the last house was built there, as well as if there's any other like that are similar. I know the market is a little different now, but it might give us a bit of a ballpark going forward.
Yes, through you to Councillor Toms, we can definitely bring it back for sure.
I'd just like to say it's what we're primarily concerned about is the site preparation phase. That's when you have the most disruption. Once all that's done, then you can start building your houses, but it's when you're preparing the site, putting in your utilities, your stormwater, and all that stuff. That's what we kind of need to know. And there's no indication from stage 1A to stage 4, how long is that going to take?
Well, even just knowing stage 1A, I mean, it's certainly a function of market interest, but it'd be good to know, what the backlog is for stage 1A and how, whether it's 2 or 3 years or 5 years or whatever. But on the safety issue too, like you got concrete trucks, you got semis with big backhoes, you got dump trucks going right past that community mailbox. All the, I don't know, I think it's a real safety hazard in that corner.
Thank you. And my final question is, would you prefer an entrance that allows you to exit west towards 127th, or would you be preferred to have minimal entrances into your community and perhaps a further drive to use that major connector?
Well, we're kind of on the east side, so we would use the existing entry point now, but I guess that'd be a question for others who may live in the western part of Tuscany.
Thank you so much for your contribution today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We will now hear from, oh, yes, sorry. Just want to remind you folks to turn your mic off. Ms. Washuta and Ms. Schultz, I just want to confirm that it's turned off and let you know that your camera is still on as well.
Okay.
Good.
And now we will hear from Ruslan Hutsilak, and apologies if I did not pronounce that correctly. Just turn on your mic, please.
This one? Okay. Sorry, start again. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Ruslan Hutsilak. I'm a resident of Tuscany Hills, actually next to the construction. I'm here representing my family. My wife couldn't come. So my family, which I represent here, resident of 105 Via Toscano, which is next to construction in Sturgeon County, and our house is very close to construction zone being proposed for the Century Hills. We opposed, we don't agree with this plan that presented right now, and regarding bylaw 1701-25, we are opposed to the rezoning of the land within Northeast 1354-25 west of Meridian 4. And regarding the proposed high density, as per Sturgeon County Valley Core Area Structure Plan, the developments should demonstrate the transition approach. In fact, it is not a transition, because how come the proposed 0.16 acres lot become a transition between North Point, where lot size about 2 acres, and Tuscany Hills, where size is about 0.5 acres. Our lot, for example, have 0.63 acres. Regarding the commercial space in this area, there is no need to explain the proximity to North Edmonton or St. Albert. The question is whether any commercial venture is benefit for most residents in this area. It will be the same, same as a saddle on a cow, possible but not practical. Regarding the ATCO pipelines, as a pipeline engineer on public hearing in 2024, I mentioned that CSA has zones for pipelines, and constructed in the field cannot be the same in a close proximity to the dwellings. The wall thickness, depth of cover, and operation pressure are main factors. So how it's possible to bring high-density dwellings to the pipeline designed for the field application? I was told that consideration has been taken and ATCO pipelines willing to work on that by replacing the pipe with increased wall thickness. And even developer will participate in financing it. Was it just a conversation or letter of intent? If that's the case, it is not an assurance, and it will lead to huge incompliance. The similar issue has a water supply. We don't have enough water during the summertime, so how it works with a new development. I heard that we built new pipeline, but we don't have, I never heard about some reservoir to be built. Last hearing, on this stage, I heard lots of project supporters who came and not living in our area. So about that project supporters who are not residents of our area, I mean North Point and Tuscany Hills. We are not telling them how and where they have to live, but in the same time, we don't want them to tell us how and where we should live. So we don't have any proof of corruption here to blame them, but if we don't see majority of residents from our area, the question is what brought them to participate in this hearing or previous one. What we see is majority comments from last public hearing, September 24, are not implemented and did not address the primary concern of residents of our area. So it looks like decision already has been made, and this hearing is just a formality. If that's true, why we are wasting our time? Simply tell us that public opinion does not matter. Lastly, our message to the council. In a particular case, you are like a cosmetic surgeon who knows that surgery is not necessary. But if this is still unavoidable, please listen to the patient who is the resident of this affected area, not a stranger who is taking the financial benefit and does not care about patient, not care how patient is looking during and after surgery. So that's my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Open for questions. And sorry, if you could just clarify something about this being just a function of show or something, or like if you could just repeat.
Yes, last hearing in this particular room, I saw lots of lots of people, not lots of, but two I remember clearly, that came into support of commercial portion of that project and density, and try to convince us that it's very good that city is coming to urban area. So I don't, and they are not resident of our area. They are resident of Sturgeon County, but somewhere on the very north.
So if we don't listen to Valley residents in opposition, should we not listen to, or sorry, like, I'm just asking if because there's letters, I believe, in the package we have from residents that don't live in the Valley that are opposed. So if we're not going to listen to residents who are in support that don't live there, are you also asking us to not listen to residents that are opposed that don't live there?
My point is that if people are not living in particular area and coming to support this project, what their interest in that.
Right, but I'm just asking then if you're also asking us from your position to exclude those who are writing in opposition to this project that don't live in Tuscany Hills.
I think the most majority should be from our residents.
Affected parties, okay. I think that, oh, and I'll ask you, would you prefer that third entrance to be closed or open?
You mean
Like-
that close to the mailbox there?
No, the one that is shown, please, if we can bring that map back up. The one that's in the north.
Oh,
west.
to reach to 127th Street? I don't think we need it because it creates lots of more traffic through the Tuscany Hills, and it's safety factor as well. Sometimes even I'm backing up to the road, I have to wait a couple vehicles to drive. If that's the case, it will be more.
Now, I didn't ask the prior couple because I got the sense that they were retired, and apologies to them if that wasn't the case. But for your family that you speak of, is there like an average commute time that it takes you to get from your home to a place of education or employment?
It depends on what time of the day, but in the morning, it's hard to even get to 127th Street because the Sturgeon Road, it's lots of traffic there. Coming home, even right now, when we're coming home and someone turning to North Point, there is no such a turning point, and it should be, sometimes it's whole column building because approaching traffic from St. Albert doesn't allow to make a left turn for these guys. So right now, traffic is huge. Even during the evening time, with my wife, we try to walk to the another sky view, like walking. It's take a couple minutes to cross that road. So traffic is crazy right now. Since we are there 15 years, since 2011, and traffic increased like, I would say triple, even more.
Have you noticed that elsewhere in Alberta as well?
Yes, and I noticed in downtown, but that's the reason because of that bicycle road. That was, in my opinion, stupid project. But
I live on Highway 2. There's no bicycle routes, and I've seen traffic increases, so I don't want to conflate those two. I guess what I'm also trying to understand, and I will ask other members this as well, so if you were attracted to country living, what had you selecting the valley instead of maybe one of the hamlets in Sturgeon County or one of the small towns in Sturgeon County that also have are considered rural way of life?
sorry, I didn't.
What made you choose the valley over a hamlet in Sturgeon County or one of the small towns in Sturgeon County?
We built our dream home there. And before we lived in, our house was on the north side of Edmonton, and we like this privacy. And actually our lot is back into the environmental reserve, and we paid $100,000 more for lot compared to neighbors. And that's why we came here, for more privacy, for more wilderness. Right now, like when we were there, like every day we had the deer there, almost every day, moose. Now I didn't see moose for maybe 6-7 years there. Only coyotes right now and rabbits. But before it was so much better area, and now I understand that cities coming to the rural area. We understand that, and we are not completely against this project, but just want to have the lot size at least close to our size, because otherwise it will be lots of traffic, lots of people, noise, and yeah. So we try to escape from the city, and now city coming to us. So what we have to do, we have a choice only to sell house and move to the acreage. That's only possible for us then, if we prefer to live in that country style.
Thank you. I'm not, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Toms, go ahead.
Thanks, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. You triggered a question. Just because you seem to be very informed about it and you looked into buying your dream house and stuff, one of the common misbeliefs is that there was a new area structure plan put in 2021. It was amended. So there's been an area structure plan covering the area all the way from St. Albert to Highway 28 back to Edmonton, and it was all the way to Highway 37 until it was cut down since at least 1999. Were you aware of that when you purchased your house in Tuscany? Just were you like, did you think there was going to be more development out there, or were you thinking that Tuscany was the last place that was going to be built?
We were aware, and that's why our lot was, we purchased that lot back into the environmental reserve. We knew that some days, maybe 10 years from now or whatever, it will be developed. But we didn't expect that it will be like so, like even these houses have more room between them than these houses are what proposed right now.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to come to Chambers today. Now I got to find my list. There it is. Okay. Next speaker is Fiona McDonald, please.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, and fellow residents of Sturgeon County and the Valley. My name is Fiona McDonald. I am born and raised in Sturgeon County in the Valley, and I am actually a homeowner in Upper Viscount Estates. I'm here with my mother, who first developed that property out here in the 1970s. I'm here today, and I want to thank all of those who spoke before me for their clarity. And I am not an engineer, I'm an anthropologist, so I'm going to bring more of the human cultural value into this conversation of community. I strongly oppose the proposed bylaw 1701/25. This land is zoned agricultural district and does not allow for this type of development. A rezoning of this land is not needed, and it is not in Sturgeon County's best interest or its residents' best interests at this time. I'll get emotional about this. I actually didn't realize how much I love my county. Additionally, residents to my coming into this conversation today were not necessarily provided openly with details about these infrastructure forecasts of roads, fire, police, and crime prevention, which I've just learned from one of the council members that we can now request that and access that. So thank you for that information. Nor have we seen anywhere, and most significantly, a wildlife impact safety plan or study. Residents in the area can already commute in terms of the commercial regard to this proposal to the village of Nemeo for any shopping needs. Plus, we are in close proximity to gas stations and grocery stores in Edmonton North and St. Albert, as fellow residents have already articulated. A proposed commercial space is absolutely absurd in a rural agricultural region. And for those who live in the area, we have experienced growth, and that is natural and anticipated in the valley. One simple example that we have seen since Rivers Gate has gone in is that there's been an increase of traffic and traffic noise and a pushing of wildlife into more precarious situations. For those who aren't seeing deer in your wildlife corridors, that's because they're in our yards in Upper Viscount, along with moose and fox and porcupine. Sure, the roundabouts have added to some solutions, but they do not fully calm the traffic and the increase the traffic, sound traffic makes in challenging residents' quality of life. Entertaining a new development without Sturgeon County further discussing in the public with us the infrastructure and planning plans beyond that of the contractor is desperately needed. It is absolutely, and with respect, councillors, for Sturgeon County to entertain converting vibrant, vital farmland into high-density housing. Whether people have settled into Sturgeon County for multiple generations or whether it's in the last 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, or even 1 year, we have done so because we are committed to living a rural lifestyle in proximity to an agricultural setting that Sturgeon County promised us. We did not choose to live in an area with small lots designed for high-density housing similar to city living, such as we see in St. Albert and Edmonton and Fort Saskatchewan. I really implore all of you that it is Sturgeon County's responsibility to respect our current residents and protect Alberta's agricultural lands. Therefore, I request that Sturgeon County not approve deaccessioning Alberta's precious farmlands and Sturgeon County's vital community to private development for profit. Done.
Thank you. So who built the community that you're currently living in?
I don't know the full history of the development. I know that it was zoned out in the early 1970s, but I could do all that historical research for you, not a problem.
But you understand it was a developer?
100%, yeah. I'm not against development. I'm more cautioning us on the high density, the volume of increased residents in this specific area of the valley without us really understanding what are the future plans for the infrastructure of the roads, how is that going to affect quality of life, and how is that going to impact the environmental realities if people don't
I understand your anxiety, but just because you don't know about the reports doesn't mean they haven't been done.
No, and I
So,
totally
but yeah.
totally appreciate it. I kind of feel like I wish I'd seen this meeting and then written this.
I just have a question too. Do you do any other advocacy on behalf of agriculture producers if you're concerned about the conversion of ag land or the success of farmers? Okay.
No, I have no conflict of interest whatsoever.
I'm not sure it's a conflict of interest. I'm just looking for continuity in what you support. So
no, I don't.
Okay. And what's your, if you commute to educate or business or otherwise, what's your commute time usually? Like, is it a half hour, under that? Or?
I think that the commute time is, as my fellow resident from Tuscany Hills shared, it's dependent on time of day. Like, you can't really sort of qualify it, but it's definitely early morning, that sort of rush hour school rush, and turning onto Sturgeon Road anytime after, say, between 2 to 6 p.m. is a challenge with the current increased traffic that we have between St. Albert and 127th Street.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask, have you, you mentioned about commercial being ridiculous in a rural residential.
That's technical term, sorry.
But have you been to Johnny's store?
I have known and gone to Johnny's store well since many of us went to high school.
So I'm just saying I don't think, I think it depends on the type of commercial is what I'm getting at.
Let me redact and re-edit. New commercial spaces would be ridiculous. Supporting what we already have in the area seems pretty viable in the Nemeo area with the gas station, pizza shop, and Johnny's.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Councillor Stang and then Councillor Papadopoulos.
Thank you. Mine is more so a statement. I just want to bring a little perspective because I know there's a couple farmers in the room now. The size of equipment that they currently have to get to that type of location is next to impossible. So to say that to continue to farm there, it's becoming more and more difficult just purely by the size and the safety of the neighborhood, really, just trying to get that equipment in and out of there. So I'm just trying to bring a different perspective for you.
So is this something we can anticipate that all farmland in that area is going to be deaccessioned and transferred? Oh, I see a nodding head from one councillor.
That's a 60-year plan. So I can't necessarily speak to all of that because it's going to depend on that. But I'm just giving you perspective on what it takes from a farming perspective to get to that land, to be able to farm it effectively. Just the equipment is so large and it's really not safe to get it through a residential area, which that section of road and how busy you've described it to be. So I just want to give you some perspective from a farming perspective.
No, I think we appreciate that.
Councillor Papadopoulos.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to everybody. I'm just going to clarify because I also have to turn onto Sturgeon Road to leave my subdivision. So just to let you know what it actually is like turning onto Sturgeon Road currently, and especially if there happens to be a train, oh my gosh, that's it. We're all backed up for a long, long time. A lot of our subdivisions have one way in and one way out, which is onto Sturgeon Road. So right now, the traffic is already at probably almost a maximum for that two-lane road. Secondly, I appreciate the farmers having trouble getting into the agricultural areas in the valley. And we have some really, really ginormous traffic circles that definitely did not consider the farmers when they were put in. So I just want to add that in there. Thank you.
I believe adjustments were made, but go ahead, Councillor Boissonneau.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I get the impression overall, just everyone who's speaking, is if there was 5 houses per hectare, nobody would oppose it. Sort of.
This is not for me to say on behalf
No,
of
but I'm
residents.
saying for yourself, if it was 5 or 6 houses per hectare, it would be much more desirable, I presume. For your.
I'm not going to comment on that because I think there's still broader impacts to the entire area.
Sure. So I come from a farming family. I'm 5th generation. You know, I've sat around dinner tables for my entire life, and we've just watched the slow urban sprawl. I could jump up and down and be upset about it. It's progress. Not a lot we can do about it. I understand the housing density thing. That makes some sense in that area. We were at I can't remember where this was, but Alberta Infrastructure meeting, or we were discussing something about future plans and roads and questions like you're asking. And the 75-year plan is Highway 37 is going to be designed to be a 6-lane highway. I was disappointed in the fact that we're still going to be driving cars. That was the part that I found odd. But you know, in question of, is there plans? I mean, obviously there is. You know, we live 3 miles, I guess, off of Highway 37 on 255. You know, I'm 8 minutes to a Walmart. You know, it's a fact of life. So, you know, I could scream really loud about development, and the reality is, it is what it is.
I don't think with all due respect, Councillor, we're not saying don't develop. We are well aware of that.
Yeah.
We're talking about the consequences of high density development, which is completely problematic to increasing population in our specific region of the valley until further infrastructure can be put in place to increase safety and quality of life for those already residents.
And that's where the density comes in. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's plans.
And I think this is the challenge of how do you conserve a community and conserve stop sprawl, but
and
find
if
it
you want to preserve agricultural land, then let's put a hell of a lot more houses on smaller pieces of land. And I realize nobody wants it in their area.
No.
And through.
But Councillor Boston, I do.
Sorry. Yeah.
But I do appreciate your back and forth with us and some deeper dives into your what you shared with us today. So thank you very much.
Thanks for this.
One final question.
One final one, and that's just to hopefully give you some more information, and I'm going to ask administration this, and as well as for all those sitting here that don't know the plans. Sturgeon Road is intended to be twinned. Is that driven by development, and at what phase can we expect that to happen?
Actually, I was going to, Mr. Krath, if you're online, can you touch on that question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Through you to Councillor Tom. So Sturgeon Road East is planned to be twinned. This is in the far, far future. Like, we're probably talking 40 to 60 years if development continues to increase. Twinning of Sturgeon Road East is not required for full build out of planning area 1. It'll most likely be required once we get into more planning areas 2, 3, and 4. So it could be 60 years or longer down the road.
Okay. And I know you noted through that when Rivers Gate came on, there was traffic. You don't think that traffic might be coming from St. Albert continuing to develop?
Oh, I think it absolutely is. And I think as we continue to grow all of that area, I just think we need to be cognizant of it for safety and noise and quality of life. We do have a lot of elder community members out there who are going to age in place, and we want to be sure that we're advocates for them who aren't able to stand up here today as well. So just think about that.
Yes, and thank you for doing that. I said one final question.
Oh my gosh, that's
Is
my
it a
5
burning
minutes.
question?
It's just relevant.
Okay.
So, and my apologies, Mayor Nachi. So you brought up a very valid point with seniors aging in place. With these large lots, who's going to be around to help them maintain them and be able to care?
I think you're asking.
Are you going to take care of mom's land?
I think you're asking a speculative question that's intimate to each family and relationship. That's outside the scope of this meeting today.
I sense a good summer job for a guy with a truck and a mower. But thank you very much, Miss McDonald. Next, we have, actually, you know what? I know it is getting late in the day, but before we have Tino Pompey stop up, I am just going to take a 5-minute comfort break for the sanity of everyone in the room. call the meeting back to order at 4:08, and Tino Pompey is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this process. We've had a few town hall meetings. We came in droves. We filled the places up. We expressed our concerns, and we're still not feeling heard. So thank you for this legal process that our voices can actually be heard and documented and recorded. So I am Tino Pompey. I am a resident of Tuscany Hills. I'm also a builder that has built approximately 40 homes in the Tuscany Hills area. I represent my cul-de-sac, who is also very adamant about the way I feel and are in agreement with the way I feel. So being one of the builders that was initially started in Tuscany Hills, there was the overall plan and the vision of what Tuscany Hills was supposed to be. There was architectural guidelines, minimum requirements. Basically, it was set up to be an estate subdivision. Whether the house was blue, green, or yellow, that was irrelevant, but a style, a way of life was set up. So with that, after Tuscany Hills came Riverstone, Pinnacle Ridge, Upper Manor Estates, Greystone, and recently Riversgate, all with the intent of estate homes. And I heard, Madam Councillor, that how does my kid come into, we need to include more. Well, when I was a kid and I was first starting out with my wife, we started off in an apartment. We worked our way to get to where we are today. And we're proud of what we've accomplished and how we got here. And I know at one of the town hall meetings was expressed that people with emerald green lawns have a way. I took offense to that because how does somebody know what I did to get here? So I got offended by that. I am in opposition of Century Hills as it's being proposed. I am for Century Hills being developed. I'm excited to see a new neighbor coming. As it's proposed, R7, I don't know where this came from. I was taking some notes along the way. It was basically said that in 2021 things got changed. But in 2021, Tuscany Hills was pretty much 95% already developed. 95% of those people bought into a plan, a vision that was set out in the 20 plus years ago. It was always known that whatever that subdivision would be, Century Hills, was also going to be a continuation of Tuscany Hills with the roadways leading to an estate subdivision that would finish off the area. So commercial property was never a forethought because it would, as some words are said, absurd for that area to include commercial property when nobody wants commercial property in our backyard. I have concerns with, as Century Hills will develop one day, I have concerns with a collector road. A collector road to me means a shortcut between when Sturgeon Road is backed up, let's cut through all these other little subdivisions to get back to Range Road 250. I'm not going to say it becomes a divided highway, but you know the traffic will increase on a collector road. By having higher density, it just increases higher safety concerns for more children playing basketball on their driveway to get hit by a car that doesn't even live in that area. Right now in Tuscany Hills, there's only one way to get in and one way to get out. excluding the walkways as an emergency. But we all know each other. We're all neighbors. We all respect each other. If we see a kid playing, we know we're going to slow down. We're not going to scare that child or their families. A collector road means anybody could be coming from anywhere. They don't care. There's no vested interest in a collector road. So I'm opposed to a collector road running right through the center of a proposed subdivision.
You can finish your sentence. I just wanted you to know she's not receiving phone calls. She's tracking the 5 minutes.
The Metro Density Plan was the cause of all of these issues. And the Metro Density Board has been disbanded. It's no longer current, but yet this is the fallout from that. So I oppose what's being proposed, and I hope that we can get Century Hills back to an R2 subdivision.
Thank you. Any questions? We're going to start with Councillor Barry because he seldom asks.
So,
Go ahead.
Through the chair, if that was all those R7s in that area, if that was all R2s, you would be happy and give it your thumbs up?
I would be ecstatic.
Okay.
We need growth. We need more residents, controlled. It's going to be done in stages, which will allow the county to react with, do we need to twin the roads? Do we need to add a turnout? Whatever, it's staged. But is there a demand for estate lots? Yes, there's no other estate lots in Sturgeon County. This is the next step, phase.
Thanks through you, Madam Mayor. Just because you noted that you're a builder and you've been there for a long period of time, perhaps, do you recall how long it took Tuscany to build out completely, just since that's been a question sort of?
There's still a few empty lots.
Okay.
And it's owned by a builder who's, I don't know, holding out for something, but maybe it's his own personal dream home. I invested into Tuscany Hills to the point where I built my house in Tuscany Hills amongst all my neighbors. It took from our first show home was open in 2007, and the last house in phase 3 was just built last year, but the bulk of construction happened in 10 years, 11 years. The subdivision was 75 to 80% full in the 10 to 11 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Councillor Bosno.
Just question, did you build most of your homes in Tuscany? Is that where you built most of them?
I built in North Edmonton. Most of North Edmonton is my homes.
Right. But a lot
Fort Saskatchewan, Strathcona County, Parkland County.
Cool.
I built homes everywhere.
Yeah, cool.
As a custom home builder, that's what I do.
I just wanted to say my wife and I's first place was like 360 square feet, so
I started in
I
an
know exactly
apartment.
what you're saying, so.
I am not seeing any questions, but thank you, Mr. Pompey, for your tenacity. I see you at all of these events and appreciate you coming out and speaking on behalf of your neighborhood.
Thank you.
And then next we have Leanne Patrician, or Patrician. Sorry if I've mispronounced that. Patrician? Okay.
I honestly didn't come here with a big speech prepared because I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm more of a background person. I live in North Point. I am one of the lots that is connected, more towards the green space. One of the concerns I brought up at the last hearing, I might be a broken record, I did see that there were drainage reports done for the greater area. North Point's, a lot of our water, our drainage in the spring runs off in that green area. Like, it's a creek come springtime. I'm concerned they're just gonna put up a wall. They're like, you're not our concern. And then it's gonna back up into our property because it's already, like, drainage is bad in our area. Like, it gets quite saturated in the spring. So it's just more of a concern that I want to bring up. I am opposed to the plan as it is. Not that I know, like, I know development needs to happen. It's just, I'm concerned about the density. With a lot of the people that live in North Point, we are still cisterns and septics, and traffic as it is right now, to go get a load of water and haul it back, like, water's heavy, right? You can't just slam on your brakes. And if someone cuts you off, like, traffic is a concern. Sorry, I'm nervous.
You're doing great.
Other than that, and just preserving peace. I get, like I said, development should happen, progress needs to be made. When my family bought, we were one of the original landowners of North Point. They bought in 1960s, and we've owned that the entire time. When I was a kid, I remember riding with my grandparents going all the way down to 127th Street, and then 153rd, and now 167th. So I get the city's coming this way. But I do enjoy the piece as it is, so I'm hoping for less density. And that's just, I don't know if you guys have any questions for me, but that's all I had was those are my points.
No, but lucky you, because that's a great subdivision.
It is. I love it.
Ginormous lots. But unfortunately developed before we had lot grading rules and drainage plans.
Yes.
And I think maybe it's worth following up with the division councillor to understand where this resident ties into our drainage master plan, because there is work that's being done, but I think in the past we've had issues with development not considering where it was draining to, and I think we've grown up and out of that. But still, fair concerns, and also traffic congestion.
Yeah, because I see the storm pond is like the opposite side of where ours drains out. So that's why I don't know if it's just going to run down their streets to it. I don't know how that works, or if it's just going to get stopped at a wall.
Yeah, I think we have stormwater will be installed in that particular development, and I think they have that pond to catch their runoff is a bit of the plan. Mr. Ashdagi, if you want to add clarity or
Sure, Madam Mayor,
comfort for her to understand how the water should not be flowing.
I'm going to ask our development engineer, Mr. Kraft, to respond to that. He did say he can respond to it, just to talk about the drainage that's happening.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, the outline plan does have both a major and minor storm system for the outline plan area, and that'll be further refined at the detailed design stage when we'll have updated stormwater management plans and full design for the storm pond. I can assure you that it's the developer's responsibility to manage all the drainage that's coming into the property currently and bring it back into the storm pond through the minor system. So we'll definitely take a look at that through the detailed design and make sure that those concerns are being addressed.
Okay. And that wouldn't be just blocking it off to make sure it's not coming in. It would be considering moving it? Okay.
Absolutely not. We wouldn't just block it off. We would accommodate it and facilitate it and take it to the facility for proper management for quality and quantity controls.
Okay, thank you.
We're getting better at some things, but thank you very much. I did have a question for you, sorry. I'm just wondering about your similar question about your commute time to either getting to where you go to work or go to school, or?
Luckily, I work more near the Redwater industrial area. So I say luckily because my commute is a lot of highway commute. And I do leave at 5 a.m., so it's kind of beating a lot of the times. But like I said, on my off days when I'm trying to haul water, I do come into a lot of traffic. But my commute for work is fairly easy. Right now.
Yeah, that time helps. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Thanks. Appreciate it. And next and lastly, we'll hear from Mr. Gerald Van Bruggen. I shouldn't say and lastly, because there could be someone else in the gallery that's compelled to speak. But Mr. Van Bergen, go ahead.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. Firstly, I acknowledge that the county mailed notices to residents of the county by way of postcards. Nowhere on those cards is there any mention of residents or interested parties that they will have or will have the opportunity in this meeting to address the meeting and what that process is. I'm speaking today to express my opposition to the approval of the proposed development, Century Hills, south of Tuscany and north of Northridge subdivision in Sturgeon Valley. My circle of friends and acquaintances in Sturgeon Valley may be limited, but I have yet to meet one resident of the area or any other division in Sturgeon County who is in favor of this proposed subdivision. It seems very evident by the opposition shown today and by those in attendance, those online and those who have written or emailed in that this proposed subdivision is not wanted by current residents, and that hopefully in the democratic process, which we are now engaged in, our mayor and councillors will hear the voice of the people. This subdivision proposal is not being proposed in the spirit of what we have seen in the past in Sturgeon Valley or anywhere else in Sturgeon County for the density proposed. I would suggest that this proposed development and any others forthcoming in Sturgeon County have a minimum of half-acre per density per lot, not including the common space, green space, or roadways. This proposed density is just too high. The utility infrastructure is already overutilized in the Sturgeon Valley and in many other areas of Sturgeon County, as we are currently forced to deal with water bans and traffic jams. The arterial roadways in the area of Sturgeon Valley are currently very busy at peak times, as has been mentioned. Many vehicles in the area are not using the arterials and are currently cutting through residential neighborhoods in order to access a quicker exit and return to their homes or on their way to work in the morning. One of the reasons for approving development such as this previously is that retirees, children, or grandchildren of current area residents needed to be able to purchase lots in the area if they do secure them at an affordable price. As both Councillor Stang and Deputy Mayor Toms brought up, the proposed costs at this point are already very unaffordable. And may I remind you that those are just proposed costs of lots and now can increase once the subdivision is approved and built out. My experience with developers is such that if retirees from the area or children or grandchildren or locals can't afford to purchase lots such as these proposed lots, oh well, somebody will buy them at our price. There's currently no subdivision in Sturgeon County that has a density such as this proposed subdivision, and it should not be approved as proposed. The density of this subdivision might more appropriately be suggested for a city setting. Even at that, it is extremely difficult to understand why the mayor and council are entertaining the thought of allowing this to be the norm in Sturgeon County. This is obviously not the wish of those of us who have elected you and to your current responsibilities in the county. If this is the case, then be prepared to receive proposals for 50-foot lots on numerous existing acreages requesting subdivisions of their current acreages. That will necessitate allowing the current 0.5 acre allowance to be much denser. If this subdivision is approved as proposed, then how can you say no to future subdivisions of existing lots if the proposed subdivision south of Tuscany Hills is the new norm? Thank you for your reconsideration of this unwanted, unconventional, and unnecessary proposal of a bylaw revision. Thank you.
Questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, through you, Madam Mayor. You've been around for a while. So I have a question for you. We know that this area that's between Edmonton, Sturgeon, and St. Albert is going to be developed. It's not viable for farming. The farmers have sold to developers over the course of decades. Would you prefer, given this, that Sturgeon let this area go, maybe not Century Hills, but the whole area between there, to Edmonton for development, since someone will be developing it?
Absolutely not. I think it should still be administered by the county as long as it can be, but not with this proposal of a subdivision or this format for proposed subdivisions.
So my second question to you then, we know that there's higher costs for large lots. So If you put 50 people on a piece of pipe, they share the tax burden, the cost burden for replacing that asset. Taxes could go up with continued country residential. Would you be in favor of taxes increasing in Sturgeon in order to ensure that everything remains country residential?
Why do they have to go up? All of the infrastructure is paid for by the developer. All the county has to do is administer the water and sewer, which they collect and collect a premium for, and they have to take care of snow removal and maybe a little bit of mowing. There's not a lot of extra cost to the county to support a subdivision, even if the lots are a half acre.
Actually, there is maintenance and capital asset replacement costs. Sorry, we've resurfaced a lot of roads, so there is a cost associated with it. So just in all reality, that's what happens. Would you be comfortable with that?
Yes.
I don't have a question for you, but you've raised a point about a postcard, and I'm just wondering if administration has the language on what the postcard said. Does it say public hearing?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so in regards to the notification of the bylaw, the administration does undertake a number of methods. We in regards to valley development, we do send a notification to all valley residences within certain mailing routes within the Sturgeon Valley, and I think the numbers were mentioned earlier as to how many were sent out. In regards to the actual notification itself, it does mention that there is a meeting today at 2 p.m. It doesn't necessarily say that it is a public hearing, but there is a...
It says public hearing.
Yes, so it does say it is a public hearing, and there is also a QR code which people can scan that takes us to the public notices page on the county website, which explains things in further detail. And within that link, you can also access the outline plan and the proposed bylaw as well.
Okay. So it does say public hearing.
It does. If I may, Madam Mayor, it does not say you may come and speak at this, and this is the process for it, or this is how you can participate. That would be easy. Just put it on there.
Okay. I'm not going to debate what public hearing means, but appreciate that it needs to potentially be spelled out more clearly than the term public hearing.
Certainly. For those of us who are...
It's not our first one, though.
Yeah, and for those of us who are unfamiliar with what a public hearing might be or what it entails or how we can participate, it would be nice to know.
Okay, I'm going to scan the QR code and see what it tells me about that, but duly noted for communications going forward to speak more plainly about the process. Thank you for that.
Sure, and those of us with flip phones have a hard time scanning QR codes. Just kidding.
That sounds like an issue, not an ish-me. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to sit here for a couple of hours and contribute, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you.
And you are the last registered speaker, so I'll make my last call for anyone sitting in the gallery that has not registered to speak, that feels moved to do so. I'm seeing none. I don't want you going home tossing and turning tonight, wishing you would have got up and let us have it. So, but appreciate you sitting here and collecting the information here in the conversation today. So, do members of council have any final questions of administration? I'm just making sure I don't. I'm checking my notes. Oh, okay, there you go, Councillor Berry.
So let's, an R2 classification, like, would that be considered medium density or low density? Like, because in terms of, I hear this high density thing, and it's anywhere from what they don't want to 30, right? So can you just help me out with that? Like, if it's R2, is that low density or is it medium density? What would you consider that?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair to Councillor Berry. Ultimately, it is subjective. what is one person's low density is another person's high density, and ultimately it is really the numbers that matter, not necessarily the terminology. R2 is the vast majority of parcels in the Sturgeon Valley have the R2 district assigned to their lands. Now, they typically can range anywhere in size from 1/4 of an acre up to 2, 3, 4 acres plus. It really is, it has to be taken into, like, what is the context of that R2 parcel? But ultimately, again, it really is subjective. So I would really try and steer away from terms like low density, medium density, high density, because it means a different thing to different people. Really, what matters is the number. What is the density? What is the, like, how many units per net residential hectare is there? Like, that is ultimately what matters. So as I said, really, to answer your question, it really is subjective as to what is low density and high density.
So I'll just interpret, I think, what your question for R2, which is what the core consists of up till now, means 1.15 up to 4.4 in the context of Sturgeon County. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks through you. Since we've had a couple, and I sort of have some questions with respect to just, and this is probably going to go to Mr. Sopko. I note within the submissions that we don't have many people identifying where they're from or how they're impacted. I know that's on our website, but obviously there's varying degrees of technological capabilities. And I'm fully aware that within some of those in opposition, there's people that are from far outside the county, because I recognize some of the names. Is there any way, just looking at that postcard idea, I know we have the QR code, but could we potentially, for notifications, move to a letter format? Would there be a cost difference? Just that includes right on there, please use your, please identify where you're from, please include this in your letter. Obviously, we like to give real intensive consideration to those directly impacted, and it's very difficult when we don't know where things are coming from, but also with respect to Mr. Van Bruggen's commentary around what a public hearing is, would it be challenging to change our format?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Toms. It would not be challenging to change the format. In fact, we welcome feedback on our communication so that we can continue to improve it. So appreciate the comments in that regard. We do in our advertising encourage people to, we say you must indicate how you are affected. And we say typically that means your location, your address. So in our current communications, we do state it in that way to require people to say that. So unfortunately, not everyone does, and we can't, given our current process of receiving submissions up to the close of the public hearing, which we are, continue to receive them, there's not the opportunity for the back and forth to follow up with a resident to get that additional information. We will be preparing some procedure bylaw amendments for Council's consideration to align with new legislative changes. That might be a good opportunity for Council to look at other ways to consider the input based on the demonstrated impact of that person to the application in question, and also encourage Council to consider that when weighing the input and how they want to receive it.
I just have a question before I forget. Because we get input in all sorts of different ways, and sometimes they don't say where they're from, is it possible to almost create like a template where incomplete applications or incomplete inputs will not be accepted, so that we can tell where they live, and obviously leave free for them to be able to write what they want, but at least have a place where they need to submit the information that we need to understand how much to weight what they have to say?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say that through the procedure bylaw update process, we should consider different options for Council's consideration, which may require some of that additional information before those submissions are brought to Council. I would say too that we have a very flexible process in terms of receiving submissions up to the close of the public hearing. Some municipalities are very rigid in terms of having a cutoff period for written submissions, which may have the benefit of that more specific information that's being requested. But the trade-off is that you're not as flexible with receiving the information. So we'll provide different options for council to consider through that process.
Yeah, I don't think it's best case scenario to get 100 emails over the weekend. People live by deadlines, and maybe if the deadline was a little earlier, we'd have that information a little earlier. But appreciate that there's some work here we can do. Was there questions or comments? Amanda, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I guess that I'm curious about something, since this density conversation is what truly this is all about. We've seen other plans for like the Valley North, and we've asked for suggestions or ideas on actually lowering the density up on that side of the valley, and just ideas thrown around. And I've heard it said here that what about our future generations and affordability? So I'm confused. I don't know who can answer this. Why on the south side of the valley do we need high density, but on the north we're exploring options to lower the density for future projects? Does anyone know that, or?
I'd say it's the gradient, moving away from infrastructure and moving away from the cities and the density and the roads that are already in place. So there's less infrastructure once you get to the north of the valley.
Okay.
Did you want, Mr. Ashtagi, did you have something to add?
Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I mean, technically speaking, this portion of land is within the Valley North, is within the Valley Core. So had it been included in the Valley South, you could have density minimums of about 35 dwelling units. So this is included in that discussion around reduction of densities, and so it is, the maximum of this is 20. Council has been very clear in the direction you've given so far that administration is to look at applications of this nature and to look to pushing lower densities where we can negotiate that with developers, and this is one of those areas. Just the land just immediately to the west and to the east have higher densities, which again, Council through your motion, we are bringing back at the end of March some considerations for Council to reduce. But yeah.
Councillor Stang.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the comments about the postcards and the communications. And what is legislatively, we have 2 weeks of, as far as notification, but logistically, we could increase it to say 3 weeks to provide that opportunity for better awareness and better ability to vet them per se, not to necessarily, just so we can rule out those that are not directly impacted.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Stang, the county's passed a public notification bylaw, which council approved, I think it's 3 or 4 years ago now. So council has essentially varied the requirements of section 606 of the MGA, which is the bare minimum requirements, which is 2 weeks of advertising in the newspaper. So through the public notification bylaw, council has continued that. And in addition, you've required that we do the mailouts. In site-specific locations, there's signage requirements, social media, website. So council's actually layered the communications requirements so that the county can attempt to catch everyone in some way that may be impacted by something. So as part of the procedure bylaw review, we can bring the public notification bylaw forward as well. And if council wishes to amend it to say 3 weeks in the newspaper, or to add additional information that we need to consider, certainly that would be at council's discretion.
Okay, now, Mr. Sopko, I'm going to ask a member of your team
to read into the record the names or the numbers of the persons who have provided written submissions after the publication of the agenda package and identify if those persons are in favor or opposed to the bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, since the publication of the agenda, we have received 148 submissions in opposition and 2 submissions in favor. Thank you.
And through you, Madam Mayor, just to supplement, we'll be spending this afternoon and tomorrow morning compiling those written submissions, and then we'll be posting them to the website. So they'll be posted to the meeting calendar for today's meeting. We have some of them posted there, any that we received up to yesterday afternoon, and the full list will be provided for council and the public to access after the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Sopko. Do members of council have any final questions? Seeing none. Once the public hearing is closed, council is unable to receive any further written or verbal submissions. Is council satisfied that the information received enables us to make a decision on this matter? I'm seeing a couple of heads nod. I see 1, 2, 3 in affirmation, 4. There's quorum for affirmation. I don't know if I'll ever have enough information to make a decision on this, but who needs sleep anyway? So I will declare the public hearing adjourned at 4:44. I want to thank you all for taking the time to join us today and to continue to commit your time to your community. We'll take a brief recess unless you'd all like to sit around and listen to the next item on the agenda, which is about development as well. But I will take a couple minutes just so that there isn't disturbance in the next agenda item for those of you that are not interested in sticking around for it. So we'll call the meeting back to order at 4:47.
And we have Ms. Shapansky presenting on bylaw 169825 with her emotional support staff.
And I do want to give a quick shout out. Poor Levi has been at the back of the gallery since 9 a.m. this morning. You poor man. Okay, well, thank you again, Mayor Nachu, to council, colleagues in administration, and members of the public. Again, my name is Rebecca Shapansky, planner for Sturgeon County. I'll be presenting bylaw 169825, which proposes to redistrict a section 305626 west of the 4th from Ag to Direct Control District number 25. The Hatter and Brethren Church of Morinville, also known as Morinville Colony, currently owns and operates out of Section 30 within the northwest of the county. The parcel is located directly off of Highway 44, approximately 2 kilometers south of Alcomdale. The colony provides for a range of residential, agricultural, institutional, and other uses normally associated with a communal farming colony. A structure fire occurred in the Morinville colony in September 2024. The structure served as a multi-purpose facility, including uses such as a kitchen, mess hall, slaughterhouse, meat processing, smokehouse, canning, and storage area. Following the fire, it was brought to administration's attention that development and building permits for structures on site had not been obtained. The applicant is requesting to redistrict the property to a direct control district to bring the property into compliance with our land use bylaw. There are numerous uses and structures associated on site which exceed the parameters within the current agricultural district. So as such, administration is unable to issue development permits and associated building permits for uses not listed under the current agricultural land use district. So in response to this, a direct control district is a customized land use designation with a municipal zoning that allows for specific site-unique rules, offering detailed control over development where standard zones are just inadequate. It's often used for unique sites or innovative projects needing precise regulation beyond typical zoning. So direct control to District 25, as you see on the screen, was specifically created for Morinville Colony. You will see the permitted and discretionary uses listed on this slide. And in addition to that, we have special regulations within this district that state that there will be a maximum of 50 dwellings within the section and a maximum of 20 shipping containers that are permitted for storage purposes only. With regards to operational details, the colony believes in sharing communal goods, where everything is shared equally amongst all members and nothing is owned by the individual. The colony is a mixed farming operation, primarily focusing on livestock, which include poultry, dairy, beef, sheep, and crop production. The colony approximately has 140 residents who both live and work on site. They also operate a school on site for its residents. Teachers are employed by the Sturgeon School Division. Access to the land is provided Highway 44 and Township Road 564 to the south. There are currently 72 structures on site. These include farming operations, multiple dwellings, and other structures associated with working and residing on site as a community. With regards to referral comments, since the writing of the report, administration has further discussed future requirements at the development permit stage. So these requirements may include a traffic impact assessment should the traffic volumes increase, or if the access to Highway 44 is no longer available. Roadside development permits through Alberta Transportation will need to be obtained. Currently, we have a permit from 2018 with regards to a watershed building, so we will have to look at additional permits for buildings, facilities, or access points. So we'll be following up with them. We'll also be requesting a general site plan and a lot grading stormwater management plan. Administration recommends that Council give first reading to bylaw 169825 to allow the proposed land use bylaw amendment to proceed to public hearing and receive feedback from affected parties. So that includes my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shapansky. We'll go to Councillor Stang.
Thank you, through the chair. Just two quick questions. First and foremost, what year did the Morinville colony begin? If we can understand a timeline, because obviously evolution of the colony has been one thing. And my second question is, the list of permitted uses that you described, does that cover all of the operations? I would really hate to get to this point and then in 6 months' time, they forgot about something. So I just want to ensure that we've kind of covered all of our bases, per se.
Absolutely. Through the chair to Councillor Stang. Unfortunately, I don't know the infancy of the colony, but I'll certainly ask them to present that at the public hearing during their 15 minutes. They could provide a little bit more history. And then with regards to the uses, yes, we have poured over this district and chatted with them back and forth, make sure everything is included, you know, being a mechanic shop, a carpenter shop, the small retail store they have. Everything is covered within this district, as we don't, I mean, we love working with them, but we don't want to see them again. We don't want to have to come back. So definitely trying to clean it up. And
he really doesn't want to have to see us again. The poor guy's been here all day. Seeing no further questions, if I can have a mover for the motion from the division councillor, potentially.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that bylaw 1698/25 be given the first reading.
Thank you. Any debate on the matter? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimously. And the gentleman from the Brethren of the Morinville Colony has had a taste of what public hearings can be like. So bring a bottle of water. Yes. And a lunch. Thanks for your patience. Next item on the agenda is, I believe 8.1 is the last that we have. Yes, if you can read this into the record, please.
Oh, sorry. It's 5 o'clock. Through the chair, I give notice that I intend to introduce the following motion at the February 24th, 2026 regular council meeting. That administration be directed to provide a report to council in Q2 of 2026 on the usage, operation, and revenue generation of the electric vehicle charging stations installed at the county center and Cardiff Park, as well as the recommendation to increase public awareness of these charging stations and options to achieve increased cost recovery.
Thank you, sir. And last motion to adjourn. Oh, I thought Councilor McLennan might want to get on the record today. No? Okay, Councillor Stang will attribute the motion to you and call the question. Those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Thanks, everybody, for your contribution, and good luck to those of you that have committee meetings tonight.